Chapter 25 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Maria Silva was poor, and all the ways of poverty were clear to her. Poverty to Ruth was a word signifying a not nice condition of existence. That was her total knowledge on the subject. She knew Martin was poor, and his condition she associated in her mind with the boyhood of Abraham Lincoln, of Mr. Butler, and of other men who had become successes. Also, while aware that poverty was anything but delectable, she had a comfortable middle-class feeling that poverty was salutary, that it was a sharp spur that urged on to success all men who were not degraded and hopeless drudges. So that her knowledge that Martin was so poor that he had pawned his watch and overcoat did not disturb her. She even considered it the hopeful side of the situation, believing that sooner or later it would arouse him and compel him to abandon his writing. Ruth never read hunger in Martin's face, which had grown lean and had enlarged the slight hollows in the cheeks. In fact, she marked the change in his face with satisfaction. It seemed to refine him, to remove from him much of the dross of flesh and the too animal-like vigor that lured her while she detested it. Sometimes, when with her, she noted an unusual brightness in his eyes, and she admired it, for it made him appear more the poet and the scholar, the things he would have liked to be and which she would have liked him to be. But Maria Silva read a different tale in the hollow cheeks and the burning eyes, and she noted the changes in them from day to day, by them following the ebb and flow of his fortunes. She saw him leave the house with his overcoat, and return without it, though the day was chill and raw, and promptly she saw his cheeks fill out slightly, and the fire of hunger leave his eyes. In the same way she had seen his wheel and watch go, and after each event she had seen his vigor bloom again. Likewise she watched his toils, and knew the measure of the midnight oil he burned, work. She knew that he outdid her, though his work was of a different order, and she was surprised to behold that the less food he had, the harder he worked. On occasion, in a casual sort of way, when she thought hunger pinched hardest, she would send him in a loaf of new baking, awkwardly covering the act with banter to the effect that it was better than he could bake. And again, she would send one of her toddlers into him with a great pitcher of hot soup, debating inwardly the while whether she was justified in taking it from the mouths of her own flesh and blood. Nor was Martin ungrateful, knowing as he did the lives of the poor, and that if ever in the world there was charity, this was it. On a day when she had filled her brood with what was left in the house, Maria invested her last 15 cents in a gallon of cheap wine. Martin, coming into her kitchen to fetch water, was invited to sit down and drink. He drank her very good health, and in return she drank his. Then she drank to prosperity in his undertakings, and he drank to the hope that James Grant would show up and pay for his washing. James Grant was a journeyman carpenter who did not always pay his bills, and who owed Maria $3. Both Maria and Martin drank the sour new wine on empty stomachs, and it went swiftly to their heads. Utterly differentiated creatures that they were lonely in their misery, and though the misery was tacitly ignored, it was the bond that drew them together. Maria was amazed to learn that he had been in the Azores, where she had lived until she was 11. She was doubly amazed that he had been in the Hawaiian Islands, whither she had migrated from the Azores with her people. But her amazement passed all bounds when he told her he had been on Maui, the particular island whereon she had attained womanhood and married. Kahului, where she had first met her husband. He, Martin, had been there twice. Yes, she remembered the sugar steamers, and he had been on them. Well, well, it was a small world. And Wailuku, that place too. Did he know the head Luna of the plantation? Yes, and had had a couple of drinks with him. And so they reminisced and drowned their hunger in the raw, sour wine. To Martin, the future did not seem so dim. Success trembled just before him. He was on the verge of clasping it. Then he studied the deep-lined face of the toil-worn woman before him, remembered her soups and loaves of new baking, and felt spring up in him the warmest gratitude and philanthropy. "Maria," he exclaimed suddenly, "what would you like to have?" She looked at him, bepuzzled. "What would you like to have now, right now, if you could get it?" "Shoe all around for de childs. 7 pair de shoe." "You shall have them," he announced, while she nodded her head gravely. "But I mean a big wish, something big that you want." Her eyes sparkled good-naturedly. He was choosing to make fun with her, Maria, with whom few made fun these days. "Think hard," he cautioned, just as she was opening her mouth to speak. "All a right," she answered. "I think a da hard. I like a da house, dis house, all mine. No pay a da rent, $7 da month." "You shall have it," he granted, "and in a short time. Now wish the great wish. Make believe I am God, and I say to you anything you want you can have. Then you wish that thing, and I listen." Maria considered solemnly for a space. "You no 'fraid?" she asked warningly. "No, no," he laughed. "I'm not afraid. Go ahead." "Most verra big," she warned again. "All right, fire away. Well, den." She drew a big breath like a child, as she voiced to the uttermost all she cared to demand of life. "I like to have one milka ranch, good milka ranch, plenty cow, plenty land, plenty grass. I like to have near San Lian. My sister live dere. I sell a de milk in Oakland. I make a de plenty mon. Joe and Nick no run a de cow. They go a de school. Bimeby make a de good engineer, work a de railroad. Yes, I like a de milka ranch." She paused and regarded Martin with twinkling eyes. "You shall have it," he answered promptly. She nodded her head and touched her lips courteously to the wine-glass, and to the giver of the gift she knew she would never be given. His heart was right, and in her own heart she appreciated his intention as much as if the gift had gone with it. "No, Maria," he went on, "Nick and Joe won't have to peddle milk, and all the kids can go to school and wear shoes the whole year round. It will be a first-class milk ranch, everything complete. There will be a house to live in, and a stable for the horses, and cow barns, of course. There will be chickens, pigs, vegetables, fruit trees, and everything like that. And there will be enough cows to pay for a hired man or two. Then you won't have anything to do but take care of the children. For that matter, if you find a good man, you can marry and take it easy while he runs the ranch." And from such largesse, dispensed from his future, Martin turned and took his one good suit of clothes to the pawnshop. His plight was desperate for him to do this, for it cut him off from Ruth. He had no second-best suit that was presentable, and though he could go to the butcher and the baker, and even on occasion to his sister's, it was beyond all daring to dream of entering the Morse home so disreputably apparelled. He toiled on, miserable and well-nigh hopeless. It began to appear to him that the second battle was lost, and that he would have to go to work. In doing this he would satisfy everybody, the grocer, his sister, Ruth, and even Maria, to whom he owed a month's room rent. He was 2 months behind with his typewriter, and the agency was clamoring for payment or for the return of the machine. In desperation, all but ready to surrender, to make a truce with fate until he could get a fresh start, he took the civil service examinations for the railway mail. To his surprise, he passed first. The job was assured, though when the call would come to enter upon his duties, nobody knew. It was at this time, at the lowest ebb, that the smooth-running editorial machine broke down. A cog must have slipped or an oil cup run dry, for the postman brought him one morning a short, thin envelope. Martin glanced at the upper left-hand corner and read the name and address of the Transcontinental Monthly. His heart gave a great leap, and he suddenly felt faint, the sinking feeling accompanied by a strange trembling of the knees. He staggered into his room and sat down on the bed, the envelope still unopened, and in that moment came understanding to him how people suddenly fall dead upon receipt of extraordinarily good news. Of course, this was good news. There was no manuscript in that thin envelope, therefore it was an acceptance. He knew the story in the hands of the Transcontinental. It was The Ring of Bells, one of his horror stories, and it was an even 5,000 words. And, since first-class magazines always paid on acceptance, there was a check inside. 2 cents a word, $20 1,000. The check must be for $100. $100. As he tore the envelope open, every item of all his debts surged in his brain. $3.85 to the grocer, butcher $4 flat, baker $2, fruit store $5, total $14.85. Then there was room rent $2.50, another month in advance $2.50, 2 months typewriter $8, a month in advance $4, total $31.85. And finally to be added his pledges plus interest with the pawnbroker. Watch $5.50, overcoat $5.50, wheel $7.75, suit of clothes $5.50, 60% interest, but what did it matter? Grand total $56.10. He saw, as if visible in the air before him, in illuminated figures, the whole sum, and the subtraction that followed and that gave a remainder of $43.90. When he had squared every debt, redeemed every pledge, he would still have jingling in his pockets a princely $43.90. And on top of that, he would have a month's rent paid in advance on the typewriter and on the room. By this time, he had drawn the single sheet of typewritten letter out and spread it open. There was no check. He peered into the envelope, held it to the light, but could not trust his eyes, and in trembling haste tore the envelope apart. There was no check. He read the letter, skimming it line by line, dashing through the editor's praise of his story to the meat of the letter, the statement why the check had not been sent. He found no such statement, but he did find that which made him suddenly wilt. The letter slid from his hand. His eyes went lackluster, and he lay back on the pillow, pulling the blanket about him and up to his chin. $5 for The Ring of Bells. $5 for 5,000 words. Instead of 2 cents a word, 10 words for a cent. And the editor had praised it too, and he would receive the check when the story was published. Then it was all poppycock. 2 cents a word for minimum rate and payment upon acceptance. It was a lie, and it had led him astray. He would never have attempted to write had he known that. He would have gone to work for Ruth. He went back to the day he first attempted to write, and was appalled at the enormous waste of time, and all for 10 words for a cent. And the other high rewards of writers that he had read about must be lies too. His second-hand ideas of authorship were wrong, for here was the proof of it. The Transcontinental sold for 25 cents, and its dignified and artistic cover proclaimed it as among the first-class magazines. It was a staid, respectable magazine, and it had been published continuously since long before he was born. Why, on the outside cover were printed every month the words of one of the world's great writers, words proclaiming the inspired mission of the Transcontinental by a star of literature whose first coruscations had appeared inside those self-same covers. And the high and lofty, heaven-inspired Transcontinental paid $5 for 5,000 words. The great writer had recently died in a foreign land, in dire poverty, Martin remembered, which was not to be wondered at, considering the magnificent pay authors receive. Well, he had taken the bait, the newspaper lies about writers and their pay, and he had wasted 2 years over it. But he would disgorge the bait now. Not another line would he ever write. He would do what Ruth wanted him to do, what everybody wanted him to do, get a job. The thought of going to work reminded him of Joe, tramping through the land of nothing to do. Martin heaved a great sigh of envy. The reaction of 19 hours a day for many days was strong upon him. But then Joe was not in love, had none of the responsibilities of love, and he could afford to loaf through the land of do-nothing. He, Martin, had something to work for, and go to work he would. He would start out early next morning to hunt a job, and he would let Ruth know, too, that he had mended his ways and was willing to go into her father's office. $5 for 5,000 words. 10 words for a cent, the market price for art. The disappointment of it, the lie of it, the infamy of it, were uppermost in his thoughts. And under his closed eyelids, in fiery figures, burned the $3.85 he owed the grocer. He shivered and was aware of an aching in his bones. The small of his back ached especially. His head ached, the top of it ached, the back of it ached, the brains inside of it ached, and seemed to be swelling, while the ache over his brows was intolerable. And beneath the brows, planted under his lids, was the merciless $3.85. He opened his eyes to escape it, but the white light of the room seemed to sear the balls and forced him to close his eyes when the $3.85 confronted him again. $5 for 5,000 words. 10 words a cent. That particular thought took up its residence in his brain, and he could no more escape it than he could the $3.85 under his eyelids. A change seemed to come over the latter, and he watched curiously till $2 burned in its stead. Ah, he thought, that was the baker. The next sum that appeared was $2.50. It puzzled him, and he pondered it as if life and death hung on the solution. He owed somebody $2.50, that was certain, but who was it? To find it was the task set him by an imperious and malignant universe, and he wandered through the endless corridors of his mind, opening all manner of lumber rooms and chambers, stored with odds and ends of memories and knowledge, as he vainly sought the answer. After several centuries it came to him easily, without effort, that it was Maria. With a great relief he turned his soul to the screen of torment under his lids. He had solved the problem. Now he could rest. But no, the $2.50 faded away, and in its place burned $8. Who was that? He must go the dreary round of his mind again and find out. How long he was gone on this quest he did not know, and after what seemed an enormous lapse of time, he was called back to himself by a knock at the door, and by Maria's asking if he was sick. He replied in a muffled voice he did not recognize, saying that he was merely taking a nap. He was surprised when he noted the darkness of night in the room. He had received the letter at 2 in the afternoon, and he realized that he was sick. Then the $8 began to smolder under his lids again, and he returned himself to servitude. But he grew cunning. There was no need for him to wander through his mind. He had been a fool. He pulled a lever and made his mind revolve about him, a monstrous wheel of fortune, a merry-go-round of memory, a revolving sphere of wisdom. Faster and faster it revolved, until its vortex sucked him in, and he was flung whirling through black chaos. Quite naturally he found himself at a mangle, feeding starched cuffs. But as he fed, he noticed figures printed in the cuffs. It was a new way of marking linen, he thought, until, looking closer, he saw $3.85 on one of the cuffs. Then it came to him that it was the grocer's bill, and that these were the bills flying around on the drum of the mangle. A crafty idea came to him. He would throw the bills on the floor, and so escape paying them. No sooner thought than done, and he crumpled the cuffs spitefully as he flung them upon an unusually dirty floor. Ever the heap grew, and though each bill was duplicated 1,000 times, he found only one for $2.50, which was what he owed Maria. That meant that Maria would not press for payment, and he resolved, generously, that it would be the only one he would pay. So he began searching through the cast-out heap for hers. He sought it desperately, for ages, and was still searching when the manager of the hotel entered, the fat Dutchman. His face blazed with wrath, and he shouted in stentorian tones that echoed down the universe, "I shall deduct the cost of those cuffs from your wages." The pile of cuffs grew into a mountain, and Martin knew that he was doomed to toil for 1,000 years to pay for them. Well, there was nothing left to do but kill the manager and burn down the laundry. But the big Dutchman frustrated him, seizing him by the nape of the neck and dancing him up and down. He danced him over the ironing tables, the stove, and the mangles, and out of the washroom and over the wringer and washer. Martin was danced until his teeth rattled and his head ached, and he marveled that the Dutchman was so strong. And then he found himself before the mangle. This time receiving the cuffs an editor of a magazine was feeding from the other side. Each cuff was a check, and Martin went over them anxiously, in a fever of expectation, but they were all blanks. He stood there and received the blanks for 1,000,000 years or so, never letting one go by for fear it might be filled out. At last he found it. With trembling fingers he held it to the light. It was for $5. "Ha, ha!" laughed the editor across the mangle. "Well, then, I shall kill you," Martin said. He went out into the washroom to get the axe and found Joe starching manuscripts. He tried to make him desist, then swung the axe for him. But the weapon remained poised in mid-air, for Martin found himself back in the ironing room in the midst of a snowstorm. No, it was not snow that was falling, but checks of large denomination, the smallest not less than $1,000. He began to collect them and sort them out, in packages of 100, tying each package securely with twine. He looked up from his task and saw Joe standing before him juggling flat irons, starched shirts, and manuscripts. Now and again he reached out and added a bundle of checks to the flying miscellany that soared through the roof and out of sight in a tremendous circle. Martin struck at him, but he seized the axe and added it to the flying circle. Then he plucked Martin and added him. Martin went up through the roof, clutching at manuscripts, so that by the time he came down, he had a large armful. But no sooner down than up again, and a second and a third time, and countless times he flew around the circle. From far off he could hear a childish treble singing, "Waltz me around again, Willie, around, around, around." He recovered the axe in the midst of the Milky Way of checks, starched shirts, and manuscripts, and prepared, when he came down, to kill Joe. But he did not come down. Instead, at 2 in the morning, Maria, having heard his groans through the thin partition, came into his room to put hot flat irons against his body and damp cloths upon his aching eyes. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Martin Eden did not go out to hunt for a job in the morning. It was late afternoon before he came out of his delirium and gazed with aching eyes about the room. Mary, one of the tribe of Silva, 8 years old, keeping watch, raised a screech at sight of his returning consciousness. Maria hurried into the room from the kitchen. She put her work-calloused hand upon his hot forehead and felt his pulse. "You lika to eat?" she asked. He shook his head. Eating was farthest from his desire, and he wondered that he should ever have been hungry in his life. "I'm sick, Maria," he said weakly. "What is it? Do you know?" "Grip," she answered. 2 or 3 days you alla da right. Better you no eat now. Bimeby plenty can eat. Tomorrow can eat maybe." Martin was not used to sickness, and when Maria and her little girl left him, he essayed to get up and dress. By a supreme exertion of will, with rearing brain and eyes that ached so that he could not keep them open, he managed to get out of bed, only to be left stranded by his senses upon the table. Half an hour later he managed to regain the bed, where he was content to lie with closed eyes and analyze his various pains and weaknesses. Maria came in several times to change the cold cloths on his forehead. Otherwise she left him in peace, too wise to vex him with chatter. This moved him to gratitude, and he murmured to himself, "Maria, you get a da milk a ranch all right." Then he remembered his long-buried past of yesterday. It seemed like a lifetime since he had received that letter from the Transcontinental, a lifetime since it was all over and done with and a new page turned. He had shot his bolt, and shot it hard, and now he was down on his back. If he hadn't starved himself, he wouldn't have been caught by la grippe. He had been run down, and he had not had the strength to throw off the germ of disease which had invaded his system. This was what resulted. What does it profit a man to write a whole library and lose his own life? He demanded aloud. This is no place for me. No more literature in mine. Me for the counting house and ledger, the monthly salary, and the little home with Ruth. 2 days later, having eaten an egg and 2 slices of toast and drunk a cup of tea, he asked for his mail, but found his eyes still hurt too much to permit him to read. "You read for me, Maria," he said. "Never mind the big long letters. Throw them under the table. Read me the small letters." "No can," was the answer. "Teresa, she go to school. She can." So Teresa Silva, aged 9, opened his letters and read them to him. He listened absently to a long dun from the typewriter people, his mind busy with ways and means of finding a job. Suddenly he was shocked back to himself. "We offer you $40 for all serial rights in your story," Teresa slowly spelled out, "provided you allow us to make the alteration suggested." "What magazine is that?" Martin shouted. "Here, give it to me." He could see to read now, and he was aware of the pain of the action. It was the White Mouse that was offering him $40, and the story was The Whirlpool, another of his early horror stories. He read the letter through again and again. The editor told him plainly that he had not handled the idea properly, but that it was the idea that they were buying because it was original. If they could cut the story down 1/3, they would take it and send him $40 on receipt of his answer. He called for pen and ink, and told the editor he could cut the story down 3/3 if he wanted to, and to send the $40 right along. The letter dispatched to the letter box by Teresa, Martin lay back and thought. It wasn't a lie after all. The White Mouse paid on acceptance. There were 3,000 words in The Whirlpool. Cut down 1/3, there would be 2,000. At $40, that would be 2 cents a word. Pay on acceptance and 2 cents a word. The newspapers had told the truth. And he had thought the White Mouse a third-rater. It was evident that he did not know the magazines. He had deemed the Transcontinental a first-rater, and it paid a cent for 10 words. He had classed the White Mouse as of no account, and it paid 20 times as much as the Transcontinental, and also paid on acceptance. Well, there was one thing certain. When he got well, he would not go out looking for a job. There were more stories in his head as good as The Whirlpool, and at $40 apiece he could earn far more than any job or position. Just when he thought the battle lost, it was won. He had proved for his career. The way was clear. Beginning with The White Mouse, he would add magazine after magazine to his growing list of patrons. Hack work could be put aside. For that matter, it had been wasted time, for it had not brought him $1. He would devote himself to work, good work, and he would pour out the best that was in him. He wished Ruth was there to share in his joy, and when he went over the letters lying on his bed, he found one from her. It was sweetly reproachful, wondering what had kept him away for so dreadful a length of time. He reread the letter adoringly, dwelling over her handwriting, loving each stroke of her pen, and in the end kissing her signature. And when he answered, he told her recklessly that he had not been to see her because his best clothes were in pawn. He told her that he had been sick, but was once more nearly well, and that inside 10 days or 2 weeks, as soon as a letter could travel to New York City and return, he would redeem his clothes and be with her. But Ruth did not care to wait 10 days or 2 weeks. Besides, her lover was sick. The next afternoon, accompanied by Arthur, she arrived in the Morse carriage, to the unqualified delight of the Silva tribe, and of all the urchins on the street, and to the consternation of Maria. She boxed the ears of the Silvas who crowded about the visitors on the tiny front porch, and in more than usual atrocious English tried to apologize for her appearance. Sleeves rolled up from soap-flecked arms, and a wet gunny sack around her waist told of the task at which she had been caught. So flustered was she by two such grand young people asking for her lodger that she forgot to invite them to sit down in the little parlor. To enter Martin's room, they passed through the kitchen, warm and moist and steamy from the big washing in progress. Maria, in her excitement, jammed the bedroom and bedroom closet doors together, and for 5 minutes, through the partly open door, clouds of steam, smelling of soap suds and dirt, poured into the sick chamber. Ruth succeeded in veering right and left and right again, and in running the narrow passage between table and bed to Martin's side. But Arthur veered too wide, and fetched up with clatter and bang of pots and pans in the corner, where Martin did his cooking. Arthur did not linger long. Ruth occupied the only chair, and having done his duty, he went outside and stood by the gate, the center of 7 marveling Silvas, who watched him as they would have watched a curiosity in a sideshow. All about the carriage were gathered the children from a dozen blocks, waiting and eager for some tragic and terrible denouement. Carriages were seen on their street only for weddings and funerals. Here was neither marriage nor death, therefore it was something transcending experience and well worth waiting for. Martin had been wild to see Ruth. He was essentially a love nature, and he possessed more than the average man's need for sympathy. He was starving for sympathy, which, with him, meant intelligent understanding. And he had yet to learn that Ruth's sympathy was largely sentimental and tactful, and that it proceeded from gentleness of nature rather than from understanding of the objects of her sympathy. So it was while Martin held her hand and gladly talked, that her love for him prompted her to press his hand in return, and that her eyes were moist and luminous at sight of his helplessness, and of the marks suffering had stamped upon his face. But while he told her of his 2 acceptances, of his despair when he received the one from the Transcontinental, and of the corresponding delight with which he received the one from the White Mouse, she did not follow him. She heard the words he uttered, and understood their literal import, but she was not with him in his despair and his delight. She could not get out of herself. She was not interested in selling stories to magazines. What was important to her was matrimony. She was not aware of it, however, any more than she was aware that her desire that Martin take a position was the instinctive and preparative impulse of motherhood. She would have blushed had she been told as much in plain, set terms, and next she might have grown indignant and asserted that her sole interest lay in the man she loved, and her desire for him to make the best of himself. So, while Martin poured out his heart to her, elated with the first success his chosen work in the world had received, she paid heed to his bare words only, gazing now and again about the room, shocked by what she saw. For the first time, Ruth gazed upon the sordid face of poverty. Starving lovers had always seemed romantic to her, But she had had no idea how starving lovers lived. She had never dreamed it could be like this. Ever her gaze shifted from the room to him and back again. The steamy smell of dirty clothes, which had entered with her from the kitchen, was sickening. Martin must be soaked with it, Ruth concluded, if that awful woman washed frequently. Such was the contagiousness of degradation. When she looked at Martin, she seemed to see the smirch left upon him by his surroundings. She had never seen him unshaven, and the 3 days' growth of beard on his face was repulsive to her. Not alone did it give him the same dark and murky aspect of the Silva house, inside and out, but it seemed to emphasize that animal-like strength of his which she detested. And here he was, being confirmed in his madness by the 2 acceptances he took such pride in telling her about. A little longer, and he would have surrendered and gone to work. Now he would continue on in this horrible house, writing and starving for a few more months. "What is that smell?" she asked suddenly. "Some of Maria's washing smells, I imagine," was the answer. "I am growing quite accustomed to them." "No, no, not that. It is something else. A stale, sickish smell." Martin sampled the air before replying. "I can't smell anything else except stale tobacco smoke," he announced. "That's it. It is terrible. Why do you smoke so much, Martin?" "I don't know, except that I smoke more than usual when I am lonely. And then, too, it's such a long-standing habit. I learned when I was only a youngster." "It is not a nice habit, you know," she reproved. "It smells to heaven." "That's the fault of the tobacco. I can afford only the cheapest. But wait until I get that $40 check. I'll use a brand that is not offensive even to the angels. But that wasn't so bad, was it? 2 acceptances in 3 days. That $45 will pay about all my debts." "For 2 years' work?" she queried. "No, for less than a week's work. Please pass me that book over on the far corner of the table, the account book with the gray cover." He opened it and began turning over the pages rapidly. Yes, I was right. 4 days for the ringing of bells, 2 days for the whirlpool. That's $45 for a week's work, $180 a month. That beats any salary I can command. And besides, I'm just beginning. $1,000 a month is not too much to buy for you all I want you to have. A salary of $500 a month would be too small. That $45 is just a starter. Wait till I get my stride, then watch my smoke." Ruth misunderstood his slang and reverted to cigarettes. "You smoke more than enough as it is, and the brand of tobacco will make no difference. It is the smoking itself that is not nice, no matter what the brand may be. You are a chimney, a living volcano, a perambulating smokestack, and you are a perfect disgrace, Martin dear. You know you are." She leaned toward him, entreaty in her eyes, and as he looked at her delicate face and into her pure, limpid eyes, as of old he was struck with his own unworthiness. "I wish you wouldn't smoke any more," she whispered. "Please, for my sake." "All right, I won't," he cried. "I'll do anything you ask, dear love, anything. You know that." A great temptation assailed her. In an insistent way she had caught glimpses of the large, easy-going side of his nature, and she felt sure, if she asked him to cease attempting to write, that he would grant her wish. In the swift instant that elapsed, the words trembled on her lips, but she did not utter them. She was not quite brave enough. She did not quite dare. Instead, she leaned toward him to meet him, and in his arms murmured, "You know, it is really not for my sake, Martin, but for your own. I am sure smoking hurts you, and besides, it is not good to be a slave to anything, to a drug least of all." "I shall always be your slave," he smiled. "In which case I shall begin issuing my commands." She looked at him mischievously, though deep down she was already regretting that she had not preferred her largest request. "I live but to obey, your Majesty." "Well then, My first commandment is, Thou shalt not omit to shave every day. Look how you have scratched my cheek." And so it ended in caresses and love laughter. But she had made one point, and she could not expect to make more than one at a time. She felt a woman's pride in that she had made him stop smoking. Another time she would persuade him to take a position, for had he not said he would do anything she asked? She left his side to explore the room, examining the clothesline of notes overhead, learning the mystery of the tackle used for suspending his wheel under the ceiling, and being saddened by the heap of manuscripts under the table, which represented to her just so much wasted time. The oil stove won her admiration, but on investigating the food shelves she found them empty. "Why, you haven't anything to eat, you poor dear," she said with tender compassion. "You must be starving." "I store my food in Maria's safe and in her pantry," he lied. "It keeps better there. No danger of my starving. Look at that." She had come back to his side, and she saw him double his arm at the elbow, the biceps crawling under his shirt sleeve and swelling into a knot of muscle, heavy and hard. The sight repelled her. Sentimentally, she disliked it, but her pulse, her blood, every fiber of her, loved it and yearned for it, and, in the old inexplicable way, she leaned toward him, not away from him. And in the moment that followed, when he crushed her in his arms, the brain of her, concerned with the superficial aspects of life, was in revolt, while the heart of her, the woman of her, concerned with life itself, exulted triumphantly. It was in moments like this that she felt to the uttermost the greatness of her love for Martin, for it was almost a swoon of delight to her to see his strong arms about her, holding her tightly, hurting her with the grip of their fervor. At such moments she found justification for her treason to her standards, for her violation of her own high ideals, and, most of all, for her tacit disobedience to her mother and father. They did not want her to marry this man. It shocked them that she should love him. It shocked her, too, sometimes, when she was apart from him, a cool and reasoning creature. With him, she loved him, in truth, at times a vexed and worried love, but love it was, a love that was stronger than she. "This La Grippe is nothing," he was saying. "It hurts a bit, and gives one a nasty headache, but it doesn't compare with break-bone fever." "Have you had that too?" she queried absently, intent on the heaven-sent justification she was finding in his arms. And so, with absent queries, she led him on, till suddenly his words startled her. He had had the fever in a secret colony of 30 lepers on one of the Hawaiian Islands. "But why did you go there?" she demanded. Such royal carelessness of body seemed criminal. "Because, I don't know," he answered. "I never dreamed of lepers. When I deserted the schooner and landed on the beach, I headed inland for some place of hiding. For 3 days I lived off guavas, ohia apples, and bananas, all of which grew wild in the jungle. On the 4th day I found the trail, a mere foot trail. It led inward, and it led up. It was the way I wanted to go, and it showed signs of recent travel. At one place it ran along the crest of a ridge that was no more than a knife edge. The trail wasn't 3 feet wide on the crest, and on either side the ridge fell away in precipices hundreds of feet deep. One man, with plenty of ammunition, could have held it against 100,000. It was the only way into the hiding place. 3 hours after I found the trail, I was there, in a little mountain valley, a pocket in the midst of lava peaks. The whole place was terraced for taro patches. Fruit trees grew there, and there were 8 or 10 grass huts. But as soon as I saw the inhabitants, I knew what I'd struck. One sight of them was enough." "What did you do?" Ruth demanded breathlessly, listening, like any Desdemona, appalled and fascinated. "Nothing for me to do. Their leader was a kind old fellow, pretty far gone, but he ruled like a king. He had discovered the little valley and founded the settlement. all of which was against the law. But he had guns, plenty of ammunition, and those Kanakas, trained to the shooting of wild cattle and wild pig, were dead shots. No, there wasn't any running away for Martin Eden. He stayed for 3 months. But how did you escape? I'd have been there yet if it hadn't been for a girl there, a half Chinese, quarter white, and quarter Hawaiian. She was a beauty, poor thing, and well educated. Her mother, in Honolulu, was worth $1 million or so. Well, this girl got me away at last. Her mother financed the settlement, you see, so the girl wasn't afraid of being punished for letting me go. But she made me swear first never to reveal the hiding place, and I never have. This is the first time I've even mentioned it. The girl had just the first signs of leprosy. The fingers on her right hand were slightly twisted, and there was a small spot on her arm. That was all. I guess she is dead now. But weren't you frightened? And weren't you glad to get away without catching that dreadful disease? Well, he confessed, I was a bit shivery at first, but I got used to it. I used to feel sorry for that poor girl, though. That made me forget to be afraid. She was such a beauty, in spirit as well as in appearance, and she was only slightly touched, yet she was doomed to lie there, living the life of a primitive savage and rotting slowly away. Leprosy is far more terrible than you can imagine it. Poor thing, Ruth murmured softly. It's a wonder she let you get away. How do you mean? Martin asked unwittingly. Because she must have loved you, Ruth said, still softly. Candidly now, didn't she? Martin's sunburn had been bleached by his work in the laundry, and by the indoor life he was living, while the hunger and the sickness had made his face even pale, and across this pallor flowed the slow wave of a blush. He was opening his mouth to speak, but Ruth shut him off. Never mind, don't answer. It's not necessary. She laughed. But it seemed to him there was something metallic in her laughter, and that the light in her eyes was cold. On the spur of the moment it reminded him of a gale he had once experienced in the North Pacific. And for the moment the apparition of the gale rose before his eyes, a gale at night, with a clear sky and under a full moon, the huge seas glinting coldly in the moonlight. Next, he saw the girl in the leper refuge, and remembered that it was for love of him that she had let him go. She was noble, he said simply. She gave me life. That was all of the incident, but he heard Ruth muffle a dry sob in her throat, and noticed that she turned her face away to gaze out of the window. When she turned it back to him, it was composed, and there was no hint of the gale in her eyes. I'm such a silly, she said plaintively, but I can't help it. I do love you, Martin. I do, I do. I shall grow more Catholic in time, but at present I can't help getting jealous of those ghosts of the past, and you know your past is full of ghosts. It must be, she silenced his protest. It could not be otherwise. And there's poor Arthur motioning me to come. He's tired waiting. And now, good-bye, dear. There's some kind of a mixture put up by the druggists that helps men to stop the use of tobacco, she called back from the door, and I'm going to send you some. The door closed, but opened again. I do, she whispered to him, and this time she was really gone. Maria, with worshipful eyes that none the less were keen to note the texture of Ruth's garments and the cut of them, a cut unknown that produced an effect mysteriously beautiful, saw her to the carriage. The crowd of disappointed urchins stared till the carriage disappeared from view, then transferred their stare to Maria, who had abruptly become the most important person on the street. But it was one of her progeny who blasted Maria's reputation by announcing that the grand visitors had been for her lodger. After that, Maria dropped back into her old obscurity, and Martin began to notice the respectful manner in which he was regarded by the small fry of the neighborhood. As for Maria, Martin rose in her estimation a full 100%. and had the Portuguese grocer witnessed that afternoon carriage call, he would have allowed Martin an additional $3.85 worth of credit. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. The sun of Martin's good fortune rose. The day after Ruth's visit, he received a check for $3 from a New York scandal weekly in payment for 3 of his triolets. 2 days later, a newspaper published in Chicago accepted his treasure hunters, promising to pay $10 for it on publication. The price was small, but it was the first article he had written, his very first attempt to express his thought on the printed page. To cap everything, the adventure serial for boys, his second attempt, was accepted before the end of the week by a juvenile monthly calling itself Youth and Age. It was true the serial was 21,000 words, and they offered to pay him $16 on publication, which was something like 75 cents a thousand words, but it was equally true that it was the second thing he had attempted to write, and that he was himself thoroughly aware of its clumsy worthlessness. But even his earliest efforts were not marked with the clumsiness of mediocrity. What characterized them was the clumsiness of too great strength, the clumsiness which the tyro betrays when he crushes butterflies with battering rams and hammers out vignettes with a war club. So it was that Martin was glad to sell his early efforts for songs. He knew them for what they were, and it had not taken him long to acquire this knowledge. What he pinned his faith to was his later work. He had striven to be something more than a mere writer of magazine fiction. He had sought to equip himself with the tools of artistry. On the other hand, he had not sacrificed strength. His conscious aim had been to increase his strength by avoiding excess of strength. Nor had he departed from his love of reality. His work was realism, though he had endeavored to fuse with it the fancies and beauties of imagination. What he sought was an impassioned realism, shot through with human aspiration and faith. What he wanted was life as it was, with all its spirit groping and soul-reaching left in. He had discovered, in the course of his reading, 2 schools of fiction. One treated of man as a god, ignoring his earthly origin. The other treated of man as a clod, ignoring his heaven-sent dreams and divine possibilities. Both the god and the clod schools erred, in Martin's estimation, and erred through too great singleness of sight and purpose. There was a compromise that approximated the truth, though it flattered not the school of God, while it challenged the brute savageness of the school of clod. It was his story, Adventure, which had dragged him with Ruth, that Martin believed had achieved his ideal of the true in fiction, and it was in an essay, God and Clod, that he had expressed his views on the whole general subject. But Adventure, and all that he deemed his best work, still went begging among the editors. His early work counted for nothing in his eyes except for the money it brought, and his horror stories, 2 of which had sold, he did not consider high work nor his best work. To him they were frankly imaginative and fantastic, though invested with all the glamour of the real, wherein lay their power. This investiture of the grotesque and impossible with reality he looked upon as a trick, a skillful trick at best. Great literature could not reside in such a field. Their artistry was high, but he denied the worthwhileness of artistry when divorced from humanness. The trick had been to fling over the face of his artistry a mask of humanness. And this he had done in the half-dozen or so stories of the horror brand he had written before he emerged upon the high peaks of adventure, joy, the pot, and the wine of life. The $3 he received for the triolets he used to eke out a precarious existence against the arrival of the White Mouse check. He cashed the first check with the suspicious Portuguese grocer, paying $1 on account and dividing the remaining $2 between the baker and the fruit store. Martin was not rich enough to afford meat, and he was on slim allowance when the White Mouse check arrived. He was divided on the cashing of it. He had never been in a bank in his life, much less been in one on business, and he had a naive and childlike desire to walk into one of the big banks down in Oakland and fling down his endorsed check for $40. On the other hand, practical common sense ruled that he should cash it with his grocer and thereby make an impression that would later result in an increase of credit. Reluctantly, Martin yielded to the claims of the grocer, paying his bill with him in full, and receiving in change a pocketful of jingling coin. Also, he paid the other tradesmen in full, redeemed his suit and his bicycle, paid 1 month's rent on the typewriter, and paid Maria the overdue month for his room, and a month in advance. This left him in his pocket, for emergencies, a balance of nearly $3. In itself, this small sum seemed a fortune. Immediately on recovering his clothes, he had gone to see Ruth, and on the way he could not refrain from jingling the little handful of silver in his pocket. He had been so long without money that, like a rescued starving man who could not let unconsumed food out of his sight, Martin had not kept his hand off the silver. He was not mean nor avaricious, but the money meant more than so many dollars and cents. It stood for success, and the eagles stamped upon the coins were to him so many winged victories. It came to him insensibly that it was a very good world. It certainly appeared more beautiful to him. For weeks it had been a very dull and somber world, but now, with nearly all debts paid, $3 jingling in his pocket, and in his mind the consciousness of success, the sun shone bright and warm, and even a rain squall that soaked unprepared pedestrians seemed a merry happening to him. When he starved, his thoughts had dwelled upon the thousands he knew were starving the world over. But now that he was feasted full, the fact of the thousands starving was no longer pregnant in his brain. He forgot about them, and, being in love, remembered the countless lovers of the world. Without deliberately thinking about it, motifs for love lyrics began to agitate his brain. Swept away by the creative impulse, he got off the electric car, without vexation, 2 blocks beyond his crossing. He found a number of persons in the Morse home. Ruth's 2 girl cousins were visiting her from San Rafael, and Mrs. Morse, under pretext of entertaining them, was pursuing her plan of surrounding Ruth with young people. The campaign had begun during Martin's enforced absence, and was already in full swing. She was making a point of having at the house men who were doing things. Thus, in addition to the cousins Dorothy and Florence, Martin encountered 2 university professors, one of Latin, the other of English, a young army officer just back from the Philippines, one-time schoolmate of Ruth's, a young fellow named Melville, private secretary to Joseph Perkins, head of the San Francisco Trust Company, and finally of the men, a live bank cashier, Charles Hapgood, a youngish man of 35, graduate of Stanford University, member of the Nile Club and the Unity Club, and a conservative speaker for the Republican Party during campaigns. In short, a rising young man in every way. Among the women was one who painted portraits, another who was a professional musician, and still another who possessed the degree of Doctor of Sociology, and who was locally famous for her social settlement work in the slums of San Francisco. But the women did not count much in Mrs. Morse's plan. At the best, they were necessary accessories. The men who did things must be drawn to the house somehow. "Don't get excited when you talk," Ruth admonished Martin, before the ordeal of introduction began. He bore himself a bit stiffly at first, oppressed by a sense of his own awkwardness, especially of his shoulders, which were up to their old trick of threatening destruction to furniture and ornaments. Also, he was rendered self-conscious by the company. He had never before been in contact with such exalted beings, nor with so many of them. Melville, the bank cashier, fascinated him, and he resolved to investigate him at the first opportunity. For underneath Martin's awe lurked his assertive ego, and he felt the urge to measure himself with these men and women, and to find out what they had learned from the books and life which he had not learned. Ruth's eyes roved to him frequently to see how he was getting on, and she was surprised and gladdened by the ease with which he got acquainted with her cousins. He certainly did not grow excited, while being seated removed from him the worry of his shoulders. Ruth knew them for clever girls, superficially brilliant, and she could scarcely understand their praise of Martin later that night at going to bed. But he, on the other hand, a wit of his own class, a gay quizzer and laughter-maker at dances and Sunday picnics, had found the making of fun and the breaking of good-natured lances simple enough in this environment. And on this evening success stood at his back, patting him on the shoulder and telling him he was making good so that he could afford to laugh and make laughter and remain unabashed. Later, Ruth's anxiety found justification. Martin and Professor Caldwell had got together in a conspicuous corner, and though Martin no longer wove the air with his hands, to Ruth's critical eye he permitted his own eyes to flash and glitter too frequently, talked too rapidly and warmly, grew too intense, and allowed his aroused blood to redden his cheeks too much. He lacked decorum and control, and was in decided contrast to the young professor of English with whom he talked. But Martin was not concerned with appearances. He had been swift to note the other's trained mind and to appreciate his command of knowledge. Furthermore, Professor Caldwell did not realize Martin's concept of the average English professor. Martin wanted him to talk shop, and, though he seemed averse at first, succeeded in making him do it. For Martin did not see why a man should not talk shop. "It's absurd and unfair," he had told Ruth weeks before, "this objection to talking shop. For what reason under the sun do men and women come together, if not for the exchange of the best that is in them? And the best that is in them is what they are interested in, the thing by which they make their living, the thing they've specialized on and sat up days and nights over, and even dreamed about. Imagine Mr. Butler living up to social etiquette and enunciating his views on Paul Verlaine, or the German drama, or the novels of D'Annunzio. We'd be bored to death. I, for one, if I must listen to Mr. Butler, prefer to hear him talk about his law. It's the best that is in him, and life is so short that I want the best of every man and woman I meet. But," Ruth had objected, "there are the topics of general interest to all." "There you mistake," he had rushed on. "All persons in society, all cliques in society, or rather, nearly all persons and cliques, ape their betters. Now, who are the best betters? The idlers, the wealthy idlers. They do not know, as a rule, the things known by the persons who are doing something in the world. To listen to conversation about such things would mean to be bored, wherefore the idlers decree that such things are shop and must not be talked about. Likewise, they decree the things that are not shop and which may be talked about, and those things are the latest operas, latest novels, cards, billiards, cocktails, automobiles, horse shows, trout fishing, tuna fishing, big game shooting, yacht sailing, and so forth. And, mark you, these are the things the idlers know. In all truth, they constitute the shop talk of the idlers. And the funniest part of it is that many of the clever people, and all the would-be clever people, allow the idlers so to impose upon them. As for me, I want the best a man's got in him. Call it shop vulgarity or anything you please." And Ruth had not understood. This attack of his on the established had seemed to her just so much willfulness of opinion. So Martin contaminated Professor Caldwell with his own earnestness, challenging him to speak his mind. As Ruth paused beside them, she heard Martin saying, "You surely don't pronounce such heresies in the University of California." Professor Caldwell shrugged his shoulders. "The honest taxpayer and the politician, you know. Sacramento gives us our appropriations, and therefore we kowtow to Sacramento and to the Board of Regents, and to the party press, or to the press of both parties. Yes, that's clear, but how about you? Martin urged. You must be a fish out of the water. Few like me, I imagine, in the university pond. Sometimes I am fairly sure that I am out of water, and that I should belong in Paris, in Grub Street, in a hermit's cave, or in some sadly wild bohemian crowd, drinking claret, Dago red, they call it in San Francisco, dining in cheap restaurants in the Latin Quarter, and expressing vociferously radical views upon all creation. Really, I am frequently almost sure that I was cut out to be a radical. But then, there are so many questions on which I am not sure. I grow timid when I am face to face with my human frailty, which ever prevents me from grasping all the factors in any problem, human, vital problems, you know. And as he talked on, Martin became aware that to his own lips had come the song of the trade wind. I am strongest at noon, but under the moon I stiffen the bunt of the sail. He was almost humming the words, and it dawned upon him that the other reminded him of the trade wind, of the northeast trade, steady and cool and strong. He was equable. He was to be relied upon, and withal there was a certain bafflement about him. Martin had the feeling that he never spoke his full mind, just as he had often had the feeling that the trades never blew their strongest, but always held reserves of strength that were never used. Martin's trick of visioning was active as ever. His brain was a most accessible storehouse of remembered fact and fancy, and its contents seemed ever ordered and spread for his inspection. Whatever occurred in the instant present, Martin's mind immediately presented associated antithesis or similitude, which ordinarily expressed themselves to him in vision. It was sheerly automatic, and his visioning was an unfailing accompaniment to the living present, just as Ruth's face, in a momentary jealousy, had called before his eyes a forgotten moonlight gale, and as Professor Caldwell made him see again the northeast trade, herding the white billows across the purple sea, so, from moment to moment, not disconcerting, but rather identifying and classifying, new memory visions rose before him, or spread under his eyelids, or were thrown upon the screen of his consciousness. These visions came out of the actions and sensations of the past, out of things and events and books of yesterday and last week. A countless host of apparitions that, waking or sleeping, forever thronged his mind. So it was, as he listened to Professor Caldwell's easy flow of speech, the conversation of a clever, cultured man, that Martin kept seeing himself down all his past. He saw himself when he had been quite the hoodlum, wearing a stiff-rimmed Stetson hat and a square-cut double-breasted coat, with a certain swagger to the shoulders, and possessing the ideal of being as tough as the police permitted. He did not disguise it to himself, nor attempt to palliate it. At one time in his life he had been just a common hoodlum, the leader of a gang that worried the police and terrorized honest, working-class householders. But his ideals had changed. He glanced about him at the well-bred, well-dressed men and women, and breathed into his lungs the atmosphere of culture and refinement, and at the same moment the ghost of his early youth, in stiff rim and square cut, with swagger and toughness, stalked across the room. This figure of the corner hoodlum he saw merge into himself, sitting and talking with an actual university professor. For, after all, he had never found his permanent abiding place. He had fitted in wherever he found himself, been a favorite always and everywhere, by virtue of holding his own at work and at play, and by his willingness and ability to fight for his rights and command respect. But he had never taken root. He had fitted in sufficiently to satisfy his fellows, but not to satisfy himself. He had been perturbed always by a feeling of unrest, had heard always the call of something from beyond, and had wandered on through life, seeking it until he found books and art and love. And here he was, in the midst of all this, the only one of all the comrades he had adventured with who could have made themselves eligible for the inside of the Morse home. But such thoughts and visions did not prevent him from following Professor Caldwell closely, and as he followed, comprehendingly and critically, he noted the unbroken field of the other's knowledge. As for himself, from moment to moment the conversation showed him gaps and open stretches, whole subjects with which he was unfamiliar. Nevertheless, thanks to his Spencer, he saw that he possessed the outlines of the field of knowledge. It was a matter only of time when he would fill in the outline. Then, watch out, he thought. Wear shoal, everybody. He felt like sitting at the feet of the professor, worshipful and absorbent. But as he listened, he began to discern a weakness in the other's judgments, a weakness so stray and elusive that he might not have caught it had it not been ever present. And when he did catch it, he leapt to equality at once. Ruth came up to them a second time, just as Martin began to speak. "I'll tell you where you are wrong, or, rather, what weakens your judgments," he said. "You lack biology. There is no place in your scheme of things, I mean the real interpretive biology, from the ground up, from the laboratory and the test tube and the vitalized inorganic, right up to the widest aesthetic and sociological generalizations." Ruth was appalled. She had sat 2 lecture courses under Professor Caldwell, and looked up to him as the living repository of all knowledge. "I scarcely follow you," he said dubiously. Martin was not so sure but what he had followed him. "Then I'll try to explain," he said. "I remember reading in Egyptian history something to the effect that understanding could not be had of Egyptian art without first studying the land question." "Quite right," the professor nodded. "And it seems to me," Martin continued, "that knowledge of the land question, in turn, of all questions, for that matter, cannot be had without previous knowledge of the stuff and the constitution of life. How can we understand laws and institutions, religions and customs, without understanding, not merely the nature of the creatures that made them, but the nature of the stuff out of which the creatures are made? Is literature any less human than the architecture and sculpture of Egypt? Is there one thing in the known universe that is not subject to the law of evolution? Oh, I know there is an elaborate evolution of the various arts laid down, but it seems to me to be too mechanical. The human himself is left out. The evolution of the tool, of the harp, of music and song and dance are all beautifully elaborated. But how about the evolution of the human himself? The development of the basic and intrinsic parts that were in him before he made his first tool or gibbered his first chant? It is that which you do not consider, and which I call biology. It is biology in its largest aspects. I know I express myself incoherently, but I've tried to hammer out the idea. It came to me as you were talking, so I was not primed and ready to deliver it. You spoke yourself of the human frailty that prevented one from taking all the factors into consideration, and you, in turn, or so it seems to me, leave out the biological factor, the very stuff out of which has been spun the fabric of all our arts, the warp and the woof of all human actions and achievements." To Ruth's amazement, Martin was not immediately crushed, and that the professor replied in the way he did struck her as forbearance for Martin's youth. Professor Caldwell sat for a full minute, silent and fingering his watch-chain. "Do you know," he said at last, "I've had that same criticism passed on me once before, by a very great man, a scientist and evolutionist, Joseph LeConte. But he is dead, and I thought to remain undetected. And now you come along and expose me. Seriously, though, and this is confession, I think there is something in your contention, a great deal, in fact. I am too classical, not enough up to date in the interpretive branches of science, and I can only plead the disadvantages of my education and a temperamental slothfulness that prevents me from doing the work. I wonder if you'll believe that I've never been inside a physics or chemistry laboratory. It is true, nevertheless. LeConte was right, and so are you, Mr. Eden, at least to an extent. How much, I do not know. Ruth drew Martin away with her on a pretext. When she had got him aside, whispering, "You shouldn't have monopolized Professor Caldwell that way. There may be others who want to talk with him." "My mistake," Martin admitted contritely. "But I'd got him stirred up, and he was so interesting that I did not think. Do you know, he is the brightest, the most intellectual man I have ever talked with. And I'll tell you something else. I once thought that everybody who went to universities, or who sat in the high places in society, was just as brilliant and intelligent as he." "He's an exception," she answered. "I should say so. Whom do you want me to talk to now? Oh, say, bring me up against that cashier fellow." Martin talked for 15 minutes with him, nor could Ruth have wished better behavior on her lover's part. Not once did his eyes flash, nor his cheeks flush, while the calmness and poise with which he talked surprised her. But in Martin's estimation the whole tribe of bank cashiers fell a few 100%, and for the rest of the evening he labored under the impression that bank cashiers and talkers of platitudes were synonymous phrases. The army officer he found good-natured and simple, a healthy, wholesome young fellow, content to occupy the place in life into which birth and luck had flung him. On learning that he had completed 2 years in the university, Martin was puzzled to know where he had stored it away. Nevertheless, Martin liked him better than the platitudinous bank cashier. "I really don't object to platitudes," he told Ruth later, "but what worries me into nervousness is the pompous, smugly complacent, superior certitude with which they are uttered, and the time taken to do it. Why, I could give that man the whole history of the Reformation in the time he took to tell me that the Union Labor Party had fused with the Democrats. Do you know, he skins his words as a professional poker player skins the cards that are dealt out to him. Some day I'll show you what I mean." "I'm sorry you don't like him," was her reply. "He's a favorite of Mr. Butler's. Mr. Butler says he is safe and honest, calls him the Rock, Peter, and says that upon him any banking institution can well be built." "I don't doubt it, from the little I saw of him and the less I heard from him, but I don't think so much of banks as I did. You don't mind my speaking my mind this way, dear?" "No, no, it is most interesting." "Yes," Martin went on heartily, "I'm no more than a barbarian getting my first impressions of civilization. Such impressions must be entertainingly novel to the civilized person." "What did you think of my cousins?" Ruth queried. "I liked them better than the other women. There's plenty of fun in them along with paucity of pretense." "Then you did like the other women?" He shook his head. "That social settlement woman is no more than a sociological poll parrot. I swear, if you winnowed her out between the stars, like Tomlinson, there would be found in her not one original thought. As for the portrait painter, she was a positive bore. She'd make a good wife for the cashier. And the musician woman, I don't care how nimble her fingers are, how perfect her technique, how wonderful her expression. The fact is, she knows nothing about music." "She plays beautifully," Ruth protested. "Yes, she's undoubtedly gymnastic in the externals of music, but the intrinsic spirit of music is unguessed by her. I asked her what music meant to her. You know I'm always curious to know that particular thing. And she did not know what it meant to her, except that she adored it, and that it was the greatest of the arts, and that it meant more than life to her." "You were making them talk shop," Ruth charged him. "I confess it. And if they were failures on shop, imagine my sufferings if they had discoursed on other subjects. Why, I used to think that up here, where all the advantages of culture were enjoyed—" He paused for a moment, and watched the youthful shade of himself, in stiff rim and square cut, enter the door and swagger across the room. "As I was saying, up here I thought all men and women were brilliant and radiant. But now, from what little I've seen of them, they strike me as a pack of ninnies, most of them, and 90% of the remainder as bores. Now, there's Professor Caldwell. He's different. He's a man, every inch of him and every atom of his gray matter." Ruth's face brightened. "Tell me about him," she urged. "Not what is large and brilliant. I know those qualities. But whatever you feel is adverse. I am most curious to know." "Perhaps I'll get myself in a pickle." Martin debated humorously for a moment. "Suppose you tell me first. Or maybe you find in him nothing less than the best." "I attended 2 lecture courses under him, and I have known him for 2 years. That is why I am anxious for your first impression." "Bad impression, you mean. Well, here goes. He is all the fine things you think about him, I guess. At least he is the finest specimen of intellectual man I have met. But he is a man with a secret shame." "Oh, no, no," he hastened to cry. "Nothing paltry nor vulgar. What I mean is that he strikes me as a man who has gone to the bottom of things, and is so afraid of what he saw that he makes believe to himself that he never saw it. Maybe that's not the clearest way to express it. Here's another way. A man who has found the path to the hidden temple but has not followed it, who has, perhaps, caught glimpses of the temple and striven afterward to convince himself that it was only a mirage of foliage. Yet another way. A man who could have done things, but who placed no value on the doing, and who, all the time, in his innermost heart, is regretting that he has not done them, who has secretly laughed at the rewards for doing, and yet, still more secretly, has yearned for the rewards and for the joy of doing." "I don't read him that way," she said. "And for that matter, I don't see just what you mean." "It is only a vague feeling on my part," Martin temporized. "I have no reason for it. It is only a feeling, and most likely it is wrong. You certainly should know him better than I." From the evening at Ruth's, Martin brought away with him strange confusions and conflicting feelings. He was disappointed in his goal, in the persons he had climbed to be with. On the other hand, he was encouraged with his success. The climb had been easier than he expected. He was superior to the climb, and he did not, with false modesty, hide it from himself. He was superior to the beings among whom he had climbed, with the exception, of course, of Professor Caldwell. About life and the books he knew more than they, and he wondered into what nooks and crannies they had cast aside their educations. He did not know that he was himself possessed of unusual brain vigor, nor did he know that the persons who were given to probing the depths and to thinking ultimate thoughts were not to be found in the drawing-rooms of the world's Morses. Nor did he dream that such persons were as lonely eagles, sailing solitary in the azure sky, far above the earth and its swarming freight of gregarious life. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. But success had lost Martin's address, and her messengers no longer came to his door. For 25 days, working Sundays and holidays, he toiled on The Shame of the Sun, a long essay of some 30,000 words. It was a deliberate attack on the mysticism of the Maeterlinck school, an attack from the citadel of positive science upon the wonder-dreamers, but an attack, nevertheless, that retained much of the beauty and wonder of the sort compatible with ascertained fact. It was a little later that he followed up the attack with 2 short essays, The Wonder-Dreamers and The Yardstick of the Ego, and on essays, long and short, he began to pay the traveling expenses from magazine to magazine. During the 25 days spent on The Shame of the Sun, he sold hack work to the extent of $6.50. A joke had brought in 50 cents, and a second one, sold to a high-grade comic weekly, had fetched $1. Then 2 humorous poems had earned $2 and $3 respectively. As a result, having exhausted his credit with the tradesman, though he had increased his credit with the grocer to $5, his wheel and suit of clothes went back to the pawnbroker. The typewriter people were again clamoring for money, insistently pointing out that according to the agreement rent was to be paid strictly in advance. Encouraged by his several small sales, Martin went back to hack work. Perhaps there was a living in it, after all. Stored away under his table were the 20 storiettes that had been rejected by the newspaper short story syndicate. He read them over in order to find out how not to write newspaper storiettes, and, doing so, reasoned out the perfect formula. He found that the newspaper storiette should never be tragic, should never end unhappily, and should never contain beauty of language, subtlety of thought, nor real delicacy of sentiment. Sentiment it must contain, plenty of it, pure and noble, of the sort that in his own early youth had brought his applause from nigger heaven. The "For God, my country, and the Czar," and "I may be poor, but I am honest" brand of sentiment. Having learned such precautions, Martin consulted the Duchess for tone, and proceeded to mix according to formula. The formula consists of 3 parts. 1. A pair of lovers are jarred apart. 2. By some deed or event they are reunited. 3. Marriage bells. The 3rd part was an unvarying quantity, but the 1st and 2nd parts could be varied an infinite number of times. Thus, the pair of lovers could be jarred apart by misunderstood motives, by accident of fate, by jealous rivals, by irate parents, by crafty guardians, by scheming relatives, and so forth, and so forth. They could be reunited by a brave deed of the man-lover, or by a similar deed of the woman-lover, by change of heart in one lover or the other, by forced confession of crafty guardian, scheming relative, or jealous rival, by voluntary confession of same, by discovery of some unguessed secret, by lover storming girl's heart, by lover making long and noble self-sacrifice, and so on, endlessly. It was very fetching to make the girl propose in the course of being reunited, and Martin discovered, bit by bit, other decidedly piquant and fetching ruses. But marriage bells at the end was the one thing he could take no liberties with. Though the heavens rolled up as a scroll and the stars fell, wedding bells must go on ringing just the same. In quantity, the formula prescribed 1,200 words minimum dose, 1,500 words maximum dose. Before he got very far along in the art of the storiette, Martin worked out half a dozen stock forms, which he always consulted when constructing storiettes. These forms were like the cunning tables used by mathematicians, which may be entered from top, bottom, right, and left, which entrances consist of scores of lines and dozens of columns, and from which may be drawn, without reasoning or thinking, thousands of different conclusions, all unchallengeably precise and true. Thus, in the course of half an hour with his forms, Martin could frame up a dozen or so storiettes, which he put aside and filled in at his convenience. He found that he could fill one in, after a day of serious work, in the hour before going to bed. As he later confessed to Ruth, he could almost do it in his sleep. The real work was in constructing the frames, and that was merely mechanical. He had no doubt whatever of the efficacy of his formula, and for once he knew the editorial mind when he said positively to himself that the first 2 he sent off would bring checks, and checks they brought, for $4 each, at the end of 12 days. In the meantime, he was making fresh and alarming discoveries concerning the magazines. Though the Transcontinental had published The Ring of Bells, no check was forthcoming. Martin needed it, and he wrote for it. An evasive answer and a request for more of his work was all he received. He had gone hungry 2 days waiting for the reply, and it was then that he put his wheel back in pawn. He wrote regularly, twice a week, to the Transcontinental for his $5, though it was only semi-occasionally that he elicited a reply. He did not know that the Transcontinental had been staggering along precariously for years, and it was a 4th-rater or a 10th-rater without standing, with a crazy circulation that partly rested on petty bullying and partly on patriotic appealing, and with advertisements that were scarcely more than charitable donations. Nor did he know that the Transcontinental was the sole livelihood of the editor and the business manager, and that they would wring their livelihood out of it only by moving to escape paying rent, and by never paying any bill they could evade. Nor could he have guessed that the particular $5 that belonged to him had been appropriated by the business manager for the painting of his house in Alameda, which painting he performed himself on weekday afternoons, because he could not afford to pay union wages, and because the first scab he had employed had had a ladder jerked out from under him and been sent to the hospital with a broken collarbone. The $10 for which Martin had sold Treasure Hunters to the Chicago newspaper did not come to hand. The article had been published, as he had ascertained at the file in the central reading room, but no word could he get from the editor. His letters were ignored. To satisfy himself that they had been received, he registered several of them. It was nothing less than robbery, he concluded, a cold-blooded steal. While he starved, he was pilfered of his merchandise, of his goods, the sale of which was the sole way of getting bread to eat. Youth and Age was a weekly, and it had published 2/3 of his 21,000-word serial when it went out of business. With it went all hopes of getting his $16. To cap the situation, the pot, which he looked upon as one of the best things he had written, was lost to him. In despair, casting about frantically among the magazines, he had sent it to the Billow, a society weekly in San Francisco. His chief reason for submitting it to that publication was that, having only to travel across the bay from Oakland, a quick decision could be reached. He was overjoyed to see, in the latest number on the newsstand, his story printed in full, illustrated, and in the place of honor. He went home with leaping pulse, wondering how much they would pay him for one of the best things he had done. Also, the celerity with which it had been accepted and published was a pleasant thought to him. That the editor had not informed him of the acceptance made the surprise more complete. After waiting a week, 2 weeks, and half a week longer, desperation conquered diffidence, and he wrote to the editor of the Billow, suggesting that possibly, through some negligence of the business manager, his little account had been overlooked. Even if it isn't more than $5, Martin thought to himself, it will buy enough beans and pea soup to enable me to write half a dozen like it, and possibly as good. Back came a cool letter from the editor that at least elicited Martin's admiration. "We thank you," it ran, "for your excellent contribution. All of us in the office enjoyed it immensely, and, as you see, it was given the place of honor and immediate publication. We earnestly hope that you liked the illustrations. On rereading your letter, it seems to us that you are laboring under the misapprehension that we pay for unsolicited manuscripts. This is not our custom, and of course yours was unsolicited. We assumed, naturally, when we received your story, that you understood the situation. We can only deeply regret this unfortunate misunderstanding, and assure you of our unfailing regard. Again, thanking you for your kind contribution, and hoping to receive more from you in the near future, we remain, etc." There was also a postscript, to the effect that though the Billow carried no free list, it took great pleasure in sending him a complimentary subscription for the ensuing year. After that experience, Martin typed at the top of the first sheet of all his manuscripts, "Submitted at your usual rate." Some day, he consoled himself, they will be submitted at my usual rate. He discovered in himself at this period a passion for perfection, under the sway of which he rewrote and polished The Jostling Street, The Wine of Life, Joy, The Sea Lyrics, and others of his earlier work. As of old, 19 hours of labor a day was too little to suit him. He wrote prodigiously, and he read prodigiously, forgetting in his toil the pangs caused by giving up his tobacco. Ruth's promised cure for the habit, flamboyantly labeled, he stowed away in the most inaccessible corner of his bureau. Especially during his stretches of famine, he suffered from lack of the weed. But no matter how often he mastered the craving, it remained with him as strong as ever. He regarded it as the biggest thing he had ever achieved. Ruth's point of view was that he was doing no more than was right. She brought him the anti-tobacco remedy, purchased out of her glove money, and in a few days forgot all about it. His machine-made storiettes, though he hated them and derided them, were successful. By means of them he redeemed all his pledges, paid most of his bills, and bought a new set of tires for his wheel. The storiettes at least kept the pot a-boiling, and gave him time for ambitious work, while the one thing that upheld him was the $40 he had received from the White Mouse. He anchored his faith to that, and was confident that the really first-class magazines would pay an unknown writer at least an equal rate, if not a better one. But the thing was, how to get into the first-class magazines. His best stories, essays, and poems went begging among them, and yet, each month, he read reams of dull, prosy, inartistic stuff between all their various covers. If only one editor, he sometimes thought, would descend from his high seat of pride to write me one cheering line. No matter if my work is unusual, no matter if it is unfit, for prudential reasons, for their pages, surely there must be some sparks in it somewhere, a few, to warm them to some sort of appreciation. And thereupon he would get out one or another of his manuscripts, such as Adventure, and read it over and over in a vain attempt to vindicate the editorial silence. As the sweet California spring came on, his period of plenty came to an end. For several weeks he had been worried by a strange silence on the part of the newspaper Storiette Syndicate. Then, one day, came back to him through the mail 10 of his immaculate machine-made storiettes. They were accompanied by a brief letter to the effect that the syndicate was overstocked, and that some months would elapse before it would be in the market again for manuscripts. Martin had even been extravagant on the strength of those 10 storiettes. Toward the last the syndicate had been paying him $5 for each of them, and accepting every one he sent. So he had looked upon the 10 as good as sold, and had lived accordingly, on the basis of $50 in the bank. So it was that he entered abruptly upon a lean period, wherein he continued selling his earlier efforts to publications that would not pay, and submitting his later work to magazines that would not buy. Also, he resumed his trips to the pawnbroker down in Oakland. A few jokes and snatches of humorous verse, sold to the New York weeklies, made existence barely possible for him. It was at this time that he wrote letters of inquiry to the several great monthly and quarterly reviews, and learned in reply that they rarely considered unsolicited articles, and that most of their contents were written upon order by well-known specialists who were authorities in their various fields. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. It was a hard summer for Martin. Manuscript readers and editors were away on vacation, and publications that ordinarily returned a decision in 3 weeks now retained his manuscript for 3 months or more. The consolation he drew from it was that a saving in postage was effected by the deadlock. Only the robber publications seemed to remain actively in business, and to them Martin disposed of all his early efforts, such as pearl diving, the sea as a career, turtle catching, and the Northeast trades. For these manuscripts he never received a penny. It is true, after 6 months' correspondence, he effected a compromise, whereby he received a safety razor for turtle catching, and that the Acropolis, having agreed to give him $5 cash and $5 yearly subscriptions for the Northeast trades, fulfilled the second part of the agreement. For a sonnet on Stevenson he managed to wring $2 out of a Boston editor who was running a magazine with a Matthew Arnold taste and a penny dreadful purse. The Peri and the Pearl, a clever skit of a poem of 200 lines, just finished, white hot from his brain, won the heart of the editor of a San Francisco magazine, published in the interest of a great railroad. When the editor wrote, offering him payment in transportation, Martin wrote back to inquire if the transportation was transferable. It was not, and so, being prevented from peddling it, he asked for the return of the poem. Back it came, with the editor's regrets, and Martin sent it to San Francisco again, this time to the Hornet, a pretentious monthly that had been fanned into a constellation of the first magnitude by the brilliant journalist who founded it. But the Hornet's light had begun to dim long before Martin was born. The editor promised Martin $15 for the poem, but, when it was published, seemed to forget about it. Several of his letters being ignored, Martin indited an angry one which drew a reply. It was written by a new editor, who coolly informed Martin that he declined to be held responsible for the old editor's mistakes, and that he did not think much of the Peri and the Pearl anyway. But the Globe, a Chicago magazine, gave Martin the most cruel treatment of all. He had refrained from offering his sea lyrics for publication until driven to it by starvation. After having been rejected by a dozen magazines, they had come to rest in the Globe office. There were 30 poems in the collection, and he was to receive $1 apiece for them. The first month 4 were published, and he promptly received a check for $4. But when he looked over the magazine, he was appalled at the slaughter. In some cases the titles had been altered. Finis, for instance, being changed to The Finish, and The Song of the Outer Reef to The Song of the Coral Reef. In one case, an absolutely different title, a misappropriate title, was substituted. In place of his own, Medusa Lights, the editor had printed The Backward Track. The slaughter in the body of the poems was terrifying. Martin groaned and sweated and thrust his hands through his hair. Phrases, lines, and stanzas were cut out, interchanged, or juggled about in the most incomprehensible manner. Sometimes lines and stanzas not his own were substituted for his. He could not believe that a sane editor could be guilty of such maltreatment, and his favorite hypothesis was that his poems must have been doctored by the office boy or the stenographer. Martin wrote immediately, begging the editor to cease publishing the lyrics and to return them to him. He wrote again and again, begging, entreating, threatening, but his letters were ignored. Month by month the slaughter went on, till the 30 poems were published, and month by month he received a check for those which had appeared in the current number. Despite these various misadventures, the memory of the White Mouse $40 check sustained him, though he was driven more and more to hack work. He discovered a bread-and-butter field in the agricultural weeklies and trade journals, though among the religious weeklies he found he could easily starve. At his lowest ebb, when his black suit was in pawn, he made a 10 strike, or so it seemed to him, in a prize contest arranged by the county committee of the Republican Party. There were 3 branches of the contest, and he entered them all, laughing at himself bitterly the while, in that he was driven to such straits to live. His poem won the first prize of $10, his campaign song the second prize of $5, his essay on the principles of the Republican Party the first prize of $25, which was very gratifying to him until he tried to collect. Something had gone wrong in the county committee, and, though a rich banker and a state senator were members of it, the money was not forthcoming. While this affair was hanging fire, he proved that he understood the principles of the Democratic Party by winning the first prize for his essay in a similar contest. And, moreover, he received the money, $25. But the $40 won in the first contest he never received. Driven to shifts in order to see Ruth, and deciding that the long walk from North Oakland to her house and back again consumed too much time, he kept his black suit in pawn in place of his bicycle. The latter gave him exercise, saved him hours of time for work, and enabled him to see Ruth just the same. A pair of knee-duck trousers and an old sweater made him a presentable wheel costume, so that he could go with Ruth on afternoon rides. Besides, He no longer had opportunity to see much of her in her own home, where Mrs. Morse was thoroughly prosecuting her campaign of entertainment. The exalted beings he met there, and to whom he had looked up but a short time before, now bored him. They were no longer exalted. He was nervous and irritable, what of his hard times, disappointments, and close application to work, and the conversation of such people was maddening. He was not unduly egotistic. He measured the narrowness of their minds by the minds of the thinkers in the books he read. At Ruth's home he never met a large mind, with the exception of Professor Caldwell, and Caldwell he had met there only once. As for the rest, they were numbskulls, ninnies, superficial, dogmatic, and ignorant. It was their ignorance that astounded him. What was the matter with them? What had they done with their educations? They had had access to the same books he had. How did it happen that they had drawn nothing from them? He knew that the great minds, the deep and rational thinkers, existed. He had his proofs from the books that had educated him beyond the Morse standard. And he knew that higher intellects than those of the Morse circle were to be found in the world. He read English society novels, wherein he caught glimpses of men and women talking politics and philosophy. And he read of salons in great cities, even in the United States, where art and intellect congregated. Foolishly, in the past, he had conceived that all well-groomed persons above the working class were persons with power of intellect and vigor of beauty. Culture and collars had gone together to him, and he had been deceived into believing that college educations and mastery were the same things. Well, he would fight his way on and up higher. And he would take Ruth with him. Her he dearly loved, and he was confident that she would shine anywhere. As it was clear to him that he had been handicapped by his early environment, so now he perceived that she was similarly handicapped. She had not had a chance to expand. The books on her father's shelves, the paintings on the walls, the music on the piano, all was just so much meretricious display. To real literature, real painting, real music, the Morses and their kind were dead. And bigger than such things was life, of which they were densely, hopelessly ignorant. In spite of their Unitarian proclivities and their masks of conservative broad-mindedness, they were 2 generations behind interpretive science. Their mental processes were medieval, while their thinking on the ultimate data of existence and of the universe struck him as the same metaphysical method that was as young as the youngest race, as old as the caveman, and older. The same that moved the first Pleistocene ape-man to fear the dark, that moved the first hasty Hebrew savage to incarnate Eve from Adam's rib, that moved Descartes to build an idealistic system of the universe out of the projections of his own puny ego, and that moved the famous British ecclesiastic to denounce evolution in satire so scathing as to win immediate applause and leave his name a notorious scrawl on the page of history. So Martin thought, and he thought further, till it dawned upon him that the difference between these lawyers, officers, businessmen, and bank cashiers he had met, and the members of the working class he had known, was on a par with the difference in the food they ate, clothes they wore, neighborhoods in which they lived. Certainly, in all of them was lacking the something more which he found in himself and in the books. The Morses had shown him the best their social position could produce, and he was not impressed by it. A pauper himself, a slave to the money-lender, he knew himself the superior of those he met at the Morses, and, when his one decent suit of clothes was out of pawn, he moved among them a lord of life, quivering with a sense of outrage akin to what a prince would suffer if condemned to live with goat-herds. "You hate and fear the socialists," he remarked to Mr. Morse one evening at dinner. "But why? You know neither them nor their doctrines." The conversation had been swung in that direction by Mrs. Morse, who had been invidiously singing the praises of Mr. Hapgood. The cashier was Martin's black beast, and his temper was a trifle short where the talker of platitudes was concerned. "Yes," he had said, "Charlie Hapgood is what they call a rising young man. Somebody told me as much. And it is true. He'll make the governor's chair before he dies, and who knows, maybe the United States Senate." "What makes you think so?" Mrs. Morse had inquired. "I've heard him make a campaign speech. It was so cleverly stupid and unoriginal, and yet so convincing, that the leaders cannot help but regard him as safe and sure, while his platitudes are so much like the platitudes of the average voter that—oh, well, you know you flatter any man by dressing up his own thoughts for him and presenting them to him." "I actually think you are jealous of Mr. Hapgood," Ruth chimed in. "Heaven forbid!" The look of horror on Martin's face stirred Mrs. Morse to belligerence. "You surely don't mean to say that Mr. Hapgood is stupid?" she demanded icily. "No more than the average Republican," was the retort, "or average Democrat either. They are all stupid when they are not crafty, and very few of them are crafty. The only wise Republicans are the millionaires and their conscious henchmen. They know which side their bread is buttered on, and they know why." "I am a Republican," Mr. Morse put in lightly. "Pray, how do you classify me?" "Oh, you are an unconscious henchman." "Henchman?" "Why, yes, you do corporation work. You have no working class nor criminal practice. You don't depend upon wife-beaters and pickpockets for your income. You get your livelihood from the masters of society, and whoever feeds a man is that man's master. Yes, you are a henchman. You are interested in advancing the interests of the aggregations of capital you serve." Mr. Morse's face was a trifle red. "I confess, sir," he said, "that you talk like a scoundrelly socialist." Then it was Martin made his remark. "You hate and fear the socialists, but why? You know neither them nor their doctrines." "Your doctrine certainly sounds like socialism," Mr. Morse replied, while Ruth gazed anxiously from one to the other, and Mrs. Morse beamed happily at the opportunity afforded of rousing her liege lord's antagonism. "Because I say Republicans are stupid, and hold that liberty, equality, and fraternity are exploded bubbles, does not make me a socialist," Martin said with a smile. "Because I question Jefferson and the unscientific Frenchman who informed his mind does not make me a socialist. Believe me, Mr. Morse, you are far nearer socialism than I, who am its avowed enemy." "Now you please to be facetious," was all the other could say. "Not at all. I speak in all seriousness. You still believe in equality, and yet you do the work of the corporations, and the corporations from day to day are busily engaged in burying equality. And you call me a socialist because I deny equality, because I affirm just what you live up to. The Republicans are foes to equality, though most of them fight the battle against equality with the very word itself, the slogan on their lips. In the name of equality, they destroy equality. That was why I called them stupid. As for myself, I am an individualist. I believe the race is to the swift, the battle to the strong. Such is the lesson I have learned from biology, or at least I think I have learned. As I said, I am an individualist, and individualism is the hereditary and eternal foe of socialism." "But you frequent socialist meetings," Mr. Morse challenged. "Certainly, just as spies frequent hostile camps. How else are you to learn about the enemy? Besides, I enjoy myself at their meetings. They are good fighters, and, right or wrong, they have read the books. Any one of them knows far more about sociology and all the other ologies than the average captain of industry. Yes, I have been to half a dozen of their meetings, and that doesn't make me a socialist any more than hearing Charlie Hapgood orate made me a Republican." "I can't help it," Mr. Morse said feebly, "but I still believe you incline that way." "Bless me," Martin thought to himself, "he doesn't know what I was talking about. He hasn't understood a word of it. What did he do with his education, anyway?" Thus, in his development, Martin found himself face to face with economic morality, or the morality of his class, and soon it became to him a grisly monster. Personally, he was an intellectual moralist, and more offending to him than platitudinous pomposity was the morality of those about him, which was a curious hotchpotch of the economic, the metaphysical, the sentimental, and the imitative. A sample of this curious messy mixture he encountered nearer home. His sister Marian had been keeping company with an industrious young mechanic of German extraction, who, after thoroughly learning the trade, had set up for himself in a bicycle repair shop. Also, having got the agency for a low-grade make of wheel, he was prosperous. Marian had called on Martin in his room a short time before to announce her engagement, during which visit she had playfully inspected Martin's palm and told his fortune. On her next visit she brought Hermann von Schmidt along with her. Martin did the honors and congratulated both of them, in language so easy and graceful as to affect disagreeably the peasant mind of his sister's lover. This bad impression was further heightened by Martin's reading aloud the half-dozen stanzas of verse with which he had commemorated Marian's previous visit. It was a bit of society verse, airy and delicate, which he had named The Palmist. He was surprised, when he finished reading it, to note no enjoyment in his sister's face. Instead, her eyes were fixed anxiously upon her betrothed, and Martin, following her gaze, saw spread on that worthy's asymmetrical features nothing but black and sullen disapproval. The incident passed over, they made an early departure, and Martin forgot all about it, though for the moment he had been puzzled that any woman, even of the working class, should not have been flattered and delighted by having poetry written about her. Several evenings later Marian again visited him, this time alone. Nor did she waste time in coming to the point, upbraiding him sorrowfully for what he had done. "Why, Marian," he chided, "you talk as though you were ashamed of your relatives, or of your brother at any rate." "And I am, too," she blurted out. Martin was bewildered by the tears of mortification he saw in her eyes. The mood, whatever it was genuine. "But, Marian, why should your Hermann be jealous of my writing poetry about my own sister?" "He ain't jealous," she sobbed. "He says it was indecent, obscene." Martin emitted a long, low whistle of incredulity, then proceeded to resurrect and read a carbon copy of The Palmist. "I can't see it," he said finally, proffering the manuscript to her. "Read it yourself and show me whatever strikes you as obscene. That was the word, wasn't it?" "He says so, and he ought to know," was the answer, with a wave aside of the manuscript, accompanied by a look of loathing. "And he says you've got to tear it up. He says he won't have no wife of his with such things written about her which anybody can read. He says it's a disgrace, and he won't stand for it." "Now look here, Marian, this is nothing but nonsense," Martin began, then abruptly changed his mind. He saw before him an unhappy girl, knew the futility of attempting to convince her husband or her, and, though the whole situation was absurd and preposterous, he resolved to surrender. "All right," he announced, tearing the manuscript into half a dozen pieces and throwing it into the waste-basket. He contented himself with the knowledge that even then the original typewritten manuscript was reposing in the office of a New York magazine. Marian and her husband would never know, and neither himself nor they nor the world would lose if the pretty, harmless poem ever were published. Martin, starting to reach into the wastebasket, refrained. "Can I?" she pleaded. He nodded his head, regarding her thoughtfully as she gathered the torn pieces of manuscript and tucked them into the pocket of her jacket. Ocular evidence of the success of her mission. She reminded him of Lizzie Connolly, though there was less of fire and gorgeous flaunting life in her than in that other girl of the working class whom he had seen twice. But they were on a par, the pair of them, in dress and carriage, and he smiled with inward amusement at the caprice of his fancy which suggested the appearance of either of them in Mrs. Morse's drawing-room. The amusement faded, and he was aware of a great loneliness. This sister of his and the Morse drawing-room were milestones of the road he had traveled, and he had left them behind. He glanced affectionately about him at his few books. They were all the comrades left to him. "Hello? What's that?" he demanded in startled surprise. Marian repeated her question. "Why don't I go to work?" He broke into a laugh that was only half-hearted. "That Herman of yours has been talking to you." She shook her head. "Don't lie," he commanded, and the nod of her head affirmed his charge. "Well, you tell that Herman of yours to mind his own business. That when I write poetry about a girl he's keeping company with, it's his business, but that outside of that he's got no say. Understand?" "So you don't think I'll succeed as a writer, eh?" he went on. "You think I'm no good, that I've fallen down and am a disgrace to the family." "I think it would be much better if you got a job," she said firmly, and he saw she was sincere. "Herman says—" "Damn Herman!" he broke out good-naturedly. "What I want to know is when you're going to get married. Also, you find out from your Herman if he will deign to permit you to accept a wedding present from me." He mused over the incident after she had gone, and once or twice broke out into laughter that was bitter as he saw his sister and her betrothed, all the members of his own class and the members of Ruth's class, directing their narrow little lives by narrow little formulas, herd creatures, flocking together and patterning their lives by one another's opinions, failing of being individuals and of really living life because of the childlike formulas by which they were enslaved. He summoned them before him in apparitional procession. Bernard Higginbotham arm in arm with Mr. Butler, Herman von Schmidt cheek by jowl with Charlie Hapgood, and one by one and in pairs he judged them and dismissed them. Judged them by the standards of intellect and morality he had learned from the books. Vainly he asked, "Where are the great souls, the great men and women?" He found them not among the careless, gross, and stupid intelligences that answered the call of vision to his narrow room. He felt a loathing for them such as Circe must have felt for her swine. When he had dismissed the last one and thought himself alone, a late comer entered, unexpected and unsummoned. Martin watched him and saw the stiff rim, the square cut, double-breasted coat, and the swaggering shoulders of the youthful hoodlum who had once been he. "You were like all the rest, young fellow," Martin sneered. "Your morality and your knowledge were just the same as theirs. You did not think and act for yourself. Your opinions, like your clothes, were ready-made. Your acts were shaped by popular approval. You were cock of your gang because others acclaimed you the real thing. You fought and ruled the gang, not because you liked to, you know you really despised it, but because the other fellows patted you on the shoulder. You licked Cheeseface because you wouldn't give in, and you wouldn't give in partly because you were a abysmal brute, and for the rest you believed what everyone about you believed, that the measure of manhood was the carnivorous ferocity displayed in injuring and marring fellow creatures' anatomies. Why, you whelp, you even won other fellows' girls away from them, not because you wanted the girls, but because in the marrow of those about you, those who set your moral pace, was the instinct of the wild stallion and the bull seal. Well, the years have passed, and what do you think about it now?" As if in reply, the vision underwent a swift metamorphosis. The stiff rim and the square cut vanished, being replaced by milder garments. The toughness went out of his face, the hardness out of his eyes, and the face, chastened and refined, was irradiated from an inner life of communion with beauty and knowledge. The apparition was very like his present self, and, as he regarded it, He noted the student lamp by which it was illuminated, and the book over which it pored. He glanced at the title and read, "The Science of Aesthetics." Next, he entered the apparition, trimmed the student lamp, and himself went on reading The Science of Aesthetics. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. On a beautiful fall day, a day of similar Indian summer to that which had seen their love declared the year before, Martin read his love cycle to Ruth. It was in the afternoon, and, as before, they had ridden out to their favorite knoll in the hills. Now and again she had interrupted his reading with exclamations of pleasure, and now, as he laid the last sheet of manuscript with its fellows, he wanted her judgment. She delayed to speak, and at last she spoke haltingly, hesitating to frame in words the harshness of her thought. "I think they are beautiful, very beautiful," she said. "But you can't sell them, can you? You see what I mean," she said, almost pleaded. "This writing of yours is not practical. Something is the matter, maybe it is with the market, that prevents you from earning a living by it. And please, dear, don't misunderstand me. I am flattered and made proud, and all that. I could not be a true woman were it otherwise, that you should write these poems to me. But they do not make our marriage possible. Don't you see, Martin? Don't think me mercenary. It is love, the thought of our future, with which I am burdened. A whole year has gone by since we learned we loved each other, and our wedding day is no nearer. Don't think me immodest in thus talking about our wedding, for really I have my heart, all that I am, at stake. Why don't you try to get work on a newspaper, if you are so bound up in your writing? Why not become a reporter, for a while at least?" "It would spoil my style," was his answer in a low, monotonous voice. "You have no idea how I've worked for style." "But those storiettes," she argued. "You called them hack work. You wrote many of them. Didn't they spoil your style?" "No, the cases are different. The storiettes were ground out, jaded, at the end of a long day of application to style. But a reporter's work is all hack from morning till night, is the one paramount thing of life. And it is a whirlwind life, the life of the moment, with neither past nor future, and certainly without thought of any style but reportorial style, and that certainly is not literature. To become a reporter now, just as my style is taking form, crystallizing, would be to commit literary suicide. As it is, every storiette, every word of every storiette was a violation of my self-respect, of my respect for beauty. I tell you it was sickening. I was guilty of sin. And I was secretly glad when the markets failed, even if my clothes did go into pawn. But the joy of writing the love cycle, the creative joy in its noblest form, that was compensation for everything." Martin did not know that Ruth was unsympathetic concerning the creative joy. She used the phrase. It was on her lips he had first heard it. She had read about it, studied about it, in the university in the course of earning her bachelorship of arts. But she was not original, not creative, and all manifestations of culture on her part were but harpings of the harpings of others. "May not the editor have been right in his revision of your sea lyrics?" she questioned. "Remember, an editor must have proved qualifications, or else he would not be an editor." "That's in line with the persistence of the established," he rejoined, his heat against the editor folk getting the better of him. "What is not only right, but is the best possible. The existence of anything is sufficient vindication of its fitness to exist. To exist, mark you, as the average person unconsciously believes, not merely in present conditions, but in all conditions. It is their ignorance, of course, that makes them believe such rot. Their ignorance, which is nothing more nor less than the hinitical mental process described by Weininger. they think, and such thinkless creatures are the arbiters of the lives of the few who really think." He paused, overcome by the consciousness that he had been talking over Ruth's head. "I'm sure I don't know who this Weininger is," she retorted, "and you are so dreadfully general that I fail to follow you. What I was speaking of was the qualification of editors." "And I'll tell you," he interrupted, "the chief qualification of 99% of all editors is failure. They have failed as writers. Don't think they prefer the drudgery of the desk and the slavery to their circulation and to the business manager to the joy of writing. They have tried to write, and they have failed. And right there is the cursed paradox of it. Every portal to success in literature is guarded by those watchdogs, the failures in literature. The editors, sub-editors, associate editors, most of them, and the manuscript readers for the magazines and book publishers, most of them, nearly all of them, are men who wanted to write and who have failed. And yet they, of all creatures under the sun the most unfit, are the very creatures who decide what shall and what shall not find its way into print. They, who have proved themselves not original, who have demonstrated that they lack the divine fire, sit in judgment upon originality and genius. And after them come the reviewers, just so many more failures. Don't tell me that they have not dreamed the dream and attempted to write poetry or fiction, for they have, and they have failed. Why, the average review is more nauseating than cod-liver oil. But you know my opinion on the reviewers and the alleged critics. There are great critics, but they are rare as comets. If I fail as a writer, I have proved for the career of editorship. There's bread and butter and jam, at any rate." Ruth's mind was quick, and her disapproval of her lover's views was buttressed by the contradiction she found in his contention. "But, Martin, if that be so, if all the doors are closed as you have shown so conclusively, how is it possible that any of the great writers ever arrived?" "They arrived by achieving the impossible," he answered. "They did such blazing, glorious work as to burn to ashes those who opposed them. They arrived by course of miracle, by winning 1,000-to-1 wager against them. They arrived because they were Carlyle's battle-scarred giants who will not be kept down. And that is what I must do. I must achieve the impossible." "But if you fail, you must consider me as well, Martin." "If I fail—" He regarded her for a moment, as though the thought she uttered was unthinkable. Then intelligence illumined his eyes. "If I fail, I shall become an editor, and you will be an editor's wife." She frowned at his facetiousness, a pretty, adorable frown that made him put his arm around her and kiss it away. "There, that's enough," she urged, by an effort of will withdrawing herself from the fascination of his strength. "I have talked with father and mother. I never before asserted myself so against them. I demanded to be heard. I was very undutiful. They are against you, you know, but I assured them over and over of my abiding love for you, and at last father agreed if you wanted to, you could begin right away in his office. And then, of his own accord, he said he would pay you enough at the start so that we could get married and have a little cottage somewhere, which I think was very fine of him, don't you?" Martin, with the dull pain of despair in his heart, mechanically reaching for the tobacco and paper, which he no longer carried, to roll a cigarette, muttered something inarticulate, and Ruth went on. "Frankly, though, and don't let it hurt you, I tell you, to show you precisely how you stand with him, he doesn't like your radical views, and he thinks you are lazy. Of course, I know you are not. I know you work hard." How hard, even she did not know, was the thought in Martin's mind. "Well, then," he said, "how about my views? Do you think they are so radical?" He held her eyes and waited for the answer. "I think them, well, very disconcerting," she replied. The question was answered for him, and so oppressed was he by the grayness of life that he forgot the tentative proposition she had made him to go to work. And she, having gone as far as she dared, was willing to wait the answer till she should bring the question up again. She had not long to wait. Martin had a question of his own to propound to her. He wanted to ascertain the measure of her faith in him, and within the week each was answered. Martin precipitated it by reading to her his The Shame of the Sun. "Why don't you become a reporter?" she asked when he had finished. "You love writing so, and I am sure you would succeed. You could rise in journalism and make a name for yourself. There are a great number of special correspondents. Their salaries are large, and their field is the world. They are sent everywhere, to the heart of Africa like Stanley, or to interview the Pope, or to explore unknown Tibet." "Then you don't like my essay," he rejoined. "You believe that I have some show in journalism, but not in literature." "No, no, I do like it. It reads well. But I am afraid it's over the heads of your readers. At least it is over mine. It sounds beautiful, but I don't understand it. Your scientific slang is beyond me. You are an extremist, you know, dear, and what may be intelligible to you may not be intelligible to the rest of us." "I imagine it's the philosophic slang that bothers you," was all he could say. He was flaming from the fresh reading of the ripest thought he had expressed, and her verdict stunned him. "No matter how poorly it is done," he persisted, "don't you see anything in it? In the thought of it, I mean." She shook her head. "No, it is so different from anything I have read. I read Maeterlinck and understood him." "His mysticism, you understand that?" Martin flashed out. "Yes, but this of yours, which is supposed to be an attack upon him, I don't understand. Of course, if originality counts—" He stopped her with an impatient gesture that was not followed by speech. He became suddenly aware that she was speaking, and that she had been speaking for some time. "After all, your writing has been a toy to you," she was saying. "Surely you have played with it long enough. It is time to take up life seriously, our life, Martin. Hitherto you have lived solely your own." "You want me to go to work?" he asked. "Yes, father has offered." "I understand that," he broke in. "But what I want to know is whether or not you have lost faith in me." She pressed his hand mutely, her eyes dim. "In your writing, dear," she admitted in a half-whisper. "You've read lots of my stuff," he went on brutally. "What do you think of it? Is it utterly hopeless? How does it compare with other men's work?" "But they sell theirs, and you don't." "That doesn't answer my question. Do you think that literature is not at all my vocation?" "Then I will answer." She steeled herself to do it. "I don't think that you were made to write. Forgive me, dear. You compel me to say it, and you know I know more about literature than you do." "Yes, you are a bachelor of arts," he said meditatively. "And you ought to know." "But there is more to be said," he continued, after a pause painful to both. "I know that I have it in me. No one knows that so well as I. I know I shall succeed. I will not be kept down. I am afire with what I have to say in verse and fiction and essay. I do not ask you to have faith in that, though. I do not ask you to have faith in me, nor in my writing. What I do ask of you is to love me and have faith in love. A year ago I begged for 2 years. One of those years is yet to run, and I do believe, upon my honor and my soul, that before that year is run I shall have succeeded. You remember what you told me long ago, that I must serve my apprenticeship to writing. Well, I have served it. I have crammed it and telescoped it. With you at the end awaiting me, I have never shirked. Do you know, I have forgotten what it is to fall peacefully asleep. A few million years ago I knew what it was to sleep my fill, and to awake naturally from very glut of sleep. I am awakened always by an alarm clock. If I fall asleep early or late, I set the alarm accordingly. And this, and the putting out of the lamp, are my last conscious actions. When I begin to feel drowsy, I change the heavy book I am reading for a lighter one. And when I doze over that, I beat my head with my knuckles in order to drive away sleep. Somewhere I read of a man who was afraid to sleep. Kipling wrote the story. This man arranged a spur so that when unconsciousness came, his naked body pressed against the iron teeth. Well, I have done the same. I look at the time, and I resolve that not until midnight, or not until 1 o'clock, or 2 o'clock, or 3 o'clock, shall the spur be removed. And so it rowels me awake until the appointed time. That spur has been my bedmate for months. I have grown so desperate that 5.5 hours of sleep is an extravagance. I sleep 4 hours now. I am starved for sleep. There are times when I am light-headed from want of sleep, times when death, with its rest and sleep, is a positive lure to me, times when I am haunted by Longfellow's lines. The sea is still and deep. All things within its bosom sleep. A single step, and all is o'er. A plunge, a bubble, and no more. Of course, this is sheer nonsense. It comes from nervousness, from an overwrought mind. But the point is, why have I done this? For you. To shorten my apprenticeship. To compel success to hasten. And my apprenticeship is now served. I know my equipment. I swear that I learn more each month than the average college man learns in a year. I know it, I tell you. But were my need for you to understand not so desperate, I should not tell you. It is not boasting. I measure the results by the books. Your brothers today are ignorant barbarians compared with me and the knowledge I have wrung from the books in the hours they were sleeping. Long ago I wanted to be famous. I care little for fame now. What I want is you. I am more hungry for you than for food, or clothing, or recognition. I have dreamed of laying my head on your breast and sleeping an eon or so, and the dream will come true ere another year is gone. His power beat against her, wave upon wave, and in the moment his will opposed her most, she felt herself most strongly drawn toward him. The strength that had always poured out from him to her was now flowering in his impassioned voice, his flashing eyes, and the vigor of life and intellect surging in him. And in that moment, and for the moment, she was aware of a rift that showed in her certitude, a rift through which she caught sight of the real Martin Eden, splendid and invincible. And as animal trainers have their moments of doubt, so she, for the instant, seemed to doubt her power to tame this wild spirit of a man. And another thing, he swept on. You love me, but why do you love me? The thing in me that compels me to write is the very thing that draws your love. You love me because I am somehow different from the men you have known and might have loved. I was not made for the desk and counting house, for petty business squabbling and legal jangling. Make me do such things, make me like those other men, doing the work they do, breathing the air they breathe, developing the point of view they have developed, and you have destroyed the difference, destroyed me, destroyed the thing you love. My desire to write is the most vital thing in me. Had I been a mere clod, neither would I have desired to write, nor would you have desired me for a husband. But you forget, she interrupted, the quick surface of her mind glimpsing a parallel. There have been eccentric inventors, starving their families while they sought such chimeras as perpetual motion. Doubtless their wives loved them, and suffered with them and for them, not because of, but in spite of their infatuation for perpetual motion. True, was the reply. But there have been inventors who were not eccentric, and who starved while they sought to invent practical things, and sometimes, it is recorded, they succeeded. Certainly I do not seek any impossibilities. You have called it achieving the impossible, she interpolated. I spoke figuratively. I seek to do what men have done before me, to write and to live by my writing. Her silence spurred him on. To you, then, my goal is as much a chimera as perpetual motion, he demanded. He read her answer in the pressure of her hand on his, the pitying mother hand for the hurt child. And to her, just then, he was the hurt child, the infatuated man, striving to achieve the impossible. Toward the close of their talk, she warned him again of the antagonism of her father and mother. "But you love me?" he asked. I do," she cried. "And I love you, not them, and nothing they can do can hurt me." Triumph sounded in his voice. "For I have faith in your love, not fear of their enmity. All things may go astray in this world, but not love. Love cannot go wrong, unless it be a weakling that faints and stumbles by the way." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Martin had encountered his sister Gertrude by chance on Broadway. As it proved, a most propitious, yet disconcerting chance. Waiting by the corner for a car, she had seen him first, and noted the eager, hungry lines of his face and the desperate, worried look of his eyes. In truth, he was desperate and worried. He had just come from a fruitless interview with the pawnbroker, with whom he had tried to wring an additional loan on his wheel. The muddy fall weather having come on, Martin had pledged his wheel some time since, and retained his black suit. "There's the black suit," the pawnbroker, who knew his every asset, had answered. "You needn't tell me you've gone and pledged it with that Jew Lipka, because if you have—" The man had looked the threat, and Martin hastened to say, "No, I've got it, but I want to wear it on a matter of business." "All right," the mollified usurer had replied, "and I want it on a matter of business before I can let you have any more money. You don't think I'm in it for my health." "But it's a $40 wheel, in good condition," Martin had argued, "and you've only let me have $7 on it." "No, not even 7, 6.25. You took the interest in advance." "If you want some more, bring the suit," had been the reply, that sent Martin out of the stuffy little den, so desperate at heart as to reflect it in his face and touch his sister to pity. Scarcely had they met when the Telegraph Avenue car came along and stopped to take on a crowd of afternoon shoppers. Mrs. Higginbotham divined from the grip on her arm as he helped her on that he was not going to follow her. She turned on the step and looked down upon him. His haggard face smote her to the heart again. "Ain't you comin'?" she asked. The next moment she had descended to his side. "I'm walking, exercise, you know," he explained. "Then I'll go along for a few blocks," she announced. "Maybe it'll do me good. I ain't been feelin' too spry these last few days." Martin glanced at her and verified her statement in her general slovenly appearance, in the unhealthy fat in the drooping shoulders, the tired face and the sagging lines, and in the heavy fall of her feet without elasticity, a very caricature of the walk that belongs to a free and happy body. "You'd better stop here," he said, though she had already come to a halt at the first corner, "and take the next car." "My goodness, if I ain't all tired already," she panted. "But I'm just as able to walk as you and them souls. They're that thin they'll just bust long before you get out to North Oakland." "I've a better pair at home," was the answer. "Come out to dinner tomorrow," she invited irrelevantly. "Mr. Higginbotham won't be there. He's going to San Leandro on business." Martin shook his head, but he had failed to keep back the wolfish, hungry look that leapt into his eyes at the suggestion of dinner. "You haven't a penny, Mart, and that's why you're walkin'. Exercise." She tried to sniff contemptuously, but succeeded in producing only a sniffle. "Here, let me see." And, fumbling in her satchel, she pressed a $5 piece into his hand. "I guess I forgot your last birthday, Mart," she mumbled lamely. Martin's hand instinctively closed on the piece of gold. In the same instant he knew he ought not to accept, and found himself struggling in the throes of indecision. That bit of gold meant food, life, and light in his body and brain, power to go on writing, and, who was to say, maybe to write something that would bring in many pieces of gold. Clear on his vision burned the manuscripts of 2 essays he had just completed. He saw them under the table on top of the heap of returned manuscripts for which he had no stamps, and he saw their titles just as he had typed them: The High Priests of Mystery and The Cradle of Beauty. He had never submitted them anywhere. They were as good as anything he had done in that line. If only he had stamps for them. Then the certitude of his ultimate success rose up in him, an able ally of hunger, and with a quick movement he slipped the coin into his pocket. "I'll pay you back, Gertrude, 100 times over," he gulped out, his throat painfully contracted, and in his eyes a swift hint of moisture. "Mark my words," he cried with abrupt positiveness. "Before the year is out, I'll put an even 100 of those little yellow boys into your hand. I don't ask you to believe me. All I ask you to do is wait and see." Nor did she believe. Her incredulity made her uncomfortable, and failing of other expedient, she said, "I know you're hungry, Mart. It's sticking out all over you. Come in to meals any time. I'll send one of the children to tell you when Mr. Higginbotham ain't to be there. And Mart—" He waited, though he knew in his secret heart what she was about to say. So visible was her thought process to him. "Don't you think it's about time you got a job?" "You don't think I'll win out?" he asked. She shook her head. "Nobody has faith in me, Gertrude, except myself." His voice was passionately rebellious. "I've done good work already, plenty of it, and sooner or later it will sell." "How do you know it is good?" "Because—" he faltered as the whole vast field of literature and the history of literature stirred in his brain and pointed the futility of his attempting to convey to her the reasons for his faith. "Well, because it's better than 99% of what is published in the magazines." "I wished you'd listen to reason," she answered feebly, but with unwavering belief in the correctness of her diagnosis of what was ailing him. "I wish you'd listen to reason," she repeated, "and come to dinner tomorrow." After Martin had helped her on the car, he hurried to the post office and invested 3 of the $5 in stamps. And when, later in the day, on the way to the Morse home, he stopped in at the post office to weigh a large number of long, bulky envelopes, he affixed to them all the stamps, save 3 of the 2-cent denomination. It proved a momentous night for Martin, for after dinner he met Russ Brissenden. How he chanced to come there, whose friend he was, or what acquaintance brought him, Martin did not know. Nor had he the curiosity to inquire about him of Ruth. In short, Brissenden struck Martin as anemic and feather-brained, and was promptly dismissed from his mind. An hour later he decided that Brissenden was a bore as well. What of the way he prowled about from one room to another, staring at the pictures or poking his nose into books and magazines he picked up from the table or drew from the shelves? Though a stranger in the house, he finally isolated himself in the midst of the company, huddling into a capacious Morris chair and reading steadily from a thin volume he had drawn from his pocket. As he read, he abstractedly ran his fingers with a caressing movement through his hair. Martin noticed him no more that evening, except once when he observed him chaffing with great apparent success with several of the young women. It chanced that when Martin was leaving, he overtook Brissenden already half down the walk to the street. "Hello, is that you?" Martin said. The other replied with an ungracious grunt, but swung alongside. Martin made no further attempt at conversation, and for several blocks unbroken silence lay between them. Pompous old ass! The suddenness and the virulence of the exclamation startled Martin. He felt amused, and at the same time was aware of a growing dislike for the other. "What do you go to such a place for?" was abruptly flung at him after another block of silence. "Why do you?" Martin countered. "Bless me, I don't know," came back. "At least this is my first indiscretion. There are 24 hours in each day, and I must spend them somehow. Come and have a drink." "All right," Martin answered. The next moment he was nonplussed by the readiness of his acceptance. At home was several hours' hack work waiting for him before he went to bed, and after he went to bed there was a volume of Weissman waiting for him, to say nothing of Herbert Spencer's autobiography, which was as replete for him with romance as any thrilling novel. Why should he waste any time with this man he did not like? Was his thought. And yet it was not so much the man nor the drink as it was what was associated with the drink, the bright lights, the mirrors and dazzling array of glasses, the warm and glowing faces, and the resonant hum of the voices of men. That was it. It was the voices of men, optimistic men, men who breathed success and spent their money for drinks like men. He was lonely. That was what was the matter with him. That was why he had snapped at the invitation, as a bonita strikes at a white rag on a hook. Not since with Joe, at Shelley Hot Springs, with the one exception of the wine he took with the Portuguese grocer, had Martin had a drink at a public bar. Mental exhaustion did not produce a craving for liquor such as a physical exhaustion did, and he had felt no need for it. But just now he felt desire for the drink, or rather, for the atmosphere wherein drinks were dispensed and disposed of. Such a place was the grotto, where Brissenden and he lounged in capacious leather chairs and drank scotch and soda. They talked. They talked about many things, and now Brissenden and now Martin took turn in ordering scotch and soda. Martin, who was extremely strong-headed, marveled at the other's capacity for liquor, and ever and anon broke off to marvel at the other's conversation. He was not long in assuming that Brissenden knew everything, and in deciding that here was the second intellectual man he had met. But he noted that Brissenden had what Professor Caldwell lacked, namely, fire, the flashing insight and perception, the flaming uncontrol of genius. Living language flowed from him. His thin lips, like the dies of a machine, stamped out phrases that cut and stung, or again, pursing caressingly about the inchoate sound they articulated, the thin lips shaped soft and velvety things, mellow phrases of glow and glory, of haunting beauty, reverberant of the mystery and inscrutableness of life. And yet again the thin lips were like a bugle, from which rang the crash and tumult of cosmic strife, phrases that sounded clear as silver, that were luminous as starry spaces, that epitomized the final word of science, and yet said something more, the poet's word, the transcendental truth, elusive, and without words which could express, and which none the less found expression in the subtle and all but ungraspable connotations of common words. He, by some wonder of vision, saw beyond the farthest outpost of empiricism, where was no language for narration, and yet, by some golden miracle of speech, investing known words with unknown significances, he conveyed to Martin's consciousness messages that were incommunicable to ordinary souls. Martin forgot his first impression of dislike. Here was the best the books had to offer coming true. Here was an intelligence, a living man for him to look up to. "I am down in the dirt at your feet," Martin repeated to himself again and again. "You've studied biology," he said aloud, in significant allusion. To his surprise, Brissenden shook his head. "But you are stating truths that are substantiated only by biology," Martin insisted, and was rewarded by a blank stare. "Your conclusions are in line with the books you must have read." "I am glad to hear it," was the answer. "That my smattering of knowledge should enable me to short-cut my way to truth is most reassuring. As for myself, I never bother to find out if I am right or not. It is all valueless anyway. Man can never know the ultimate verities." "You are a disciple of Spencer," Martin cried triumphantly. "I haven't read him since adolescence, and all I read then was his education." "I wish I could gather knowledge as carelessly," Martin broke out half an hour later. He had been closely analyzing Brissenden's mental equipment. "You are a sheer dogmatist, and that's what makes it so marvelous. You state dogmatically the facts which science has been able to establish only by a posteriori reasoning. You jump at correct conclusions. You certainly shortcut with a vengeance. You feel your way with the speed of light, by some hyper-rational process, to truth." "Yes, that was what used to bother Father Joseph and Brother Dutton," Brissenden replied. "Oh, no," he added, "I am not anything. It was a lucky trick of fate that sent me to a Catholic college for my education. Where did you pick up what you know?" And while Martin told him, he was busy studying Brissenden, ranging from his long, lean, aristocratic face and drooping shoulders to the overcoat on a neighboring chair. Its pockets sagged and bulged by the freightage of many books. Brissenden's face and long, slender hands were browned by the sun. Excessively browned, Martin thought. This sunburn bothered Martin. It was patent that Brissenden was no outdoor man. Then how had he been ravaged by the sun? Something morbid and significant attached to that sunburn was Martin's thought as he returned to a study of the face, narrow, with high cheekbones and cavernous hollows, and graced with as delicate and fine an aquiline nose as Martin had ever seen. There was nothing remarkable about the size of the eyes. They were neither large nor small, while their color was a nondescript brown, but in them smoldered a fire, or rather, lurked an expression dual and strangely contradictory. Defiant, indomitable, even harsh to excess, they at the same time aroused pity. Martin found himself pitying him, he knew not why, though he was soon to learn. "Oh, I'm a lunger," Brissenden announced, offhand, a little later, having already stated that he came from Arizona. "I've been down there a couple of years, living on the climate. Aren't you afraid to venture it up in this climate?" "Afraid?" There was no special emphasis of his repetition of Martin's word, but Martin saw in that ascetic face the advertisement that there was nothing of which it was afraid. The eyes had narrowed till they were eagle-like, and Martin almost caught his breath as he noted the eagle beak with its dilated nostrils, defiant, assertive, aggressive, magnificent, was what he commented to himself. His blood thrilling at the sight, aloud he quoted, "Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed." "You like Henley," Brissenden said, his expression changing swiftly to large graciousness and tenderness. "Of course, I couldn't have expected anything else of you. Ah, Henley! A brave soul. He stands out among contemporary rhymesters, magazine rhymesters, as a gladiator stands out midst a band of eunuchs." "You don't like the magazines?" Martin softly impeached. "Do you?" was snarled back at him so savagely as to startle him. I write, or rather try to write, for the magazines," Martin faltered. "That's better," was the mollified rejoinder. "You try to write, but you don't succeed. I respect and admire your failure. I know what you write. I can see it with half an eye. And there's one ingredient in it that shuts it out of the magazines. It's guts. And magazines have no use for that particular commodity. What they want is wish-wash and slush, and God knows they get it, but not from you." "I'm not above hack work," Martin contended. "On the contrary." Brissenden paused and ran an insolent eye over Martin's objective poverty, passing from the well-worn tie and the saw-edged collar to the shiny sleeves of the coat, and on to the slight fray of one cuff, winding up and dwelling on Martin's sunken cheeks. "On the contrary, hack work is above you, so far above you that you can never hope to rise to it. Why, man, I could insult you by asking you to have something to eat." Martin felt the heat in his face of the involuntary blood, and Brissenden laughed triumphantly. A full man is not insulted by such an invitation, he concluded. You are a devil, Martin cried irritably. Anyway, I didn't ask you. You didn't dare. Oh, I don't know about that. I invite you now. Brissenden half rose from his chair as he spoke, as if with the intention of departing to the restaurant forthwith. Martin's fists were tight clenched, and his blood was drumming in his temples. Bosco, he eats 'em alive, eats 'em alive, Brissenden exclaimed, imitating the spider of a locally famous snake-eater. I could certainly eat you alive, Martin said, in turn running insolent eyes over the other's disease-ravaged frame. Only I'm not worthy of it. On the contrary, Martin considered, because the incident is not worthy. He broke into a laugh, hearty and wholesome. I confess you made a fool of me, Brissenden. That I am hungry, and you are aware of it, are only ordinary phenomena, but there's no disgrace. You see, I laugh at the conventional little moralities of the herd, and then you drift by, say a sharp, true word, and immediately I am the slave of the same little moralities. You were insulted, Brissenden affirmed. I certainly was, a moment ago. The only prejudice of early youth, you know. I learned such things then, and they cheapen what I have since learned. They are the skeletons in my particular closet. But you've got the door shut on them now. I certainly have. Sure? Sure. Then let's go get something to eat. I'll go you, Martin answered, attempting to pay for the currant scotch and soda with the last change from his $2, and seeing the waiter bullied by Brissenden into putting that change back on the table. Martin pocketed it with a grimace, and felt for a moment the kindly weight of Brissenden's hand on his shoulder. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Promptly the next afternoon, Maria was excited by Martin's second visitor. But she did not lose her head this time, for she seated Brissenden in her parlor's grandeur of respectability. "Hope you don't mind my coming," Brissenden began. "No, not at all," Martin answered, shaking hands and waving him to the solitary chair, himself taking to the bed. "But how did you know where I lived?" "Called up the Morses. Miss Morse answered the phone, and here I am." He tugged at his coat pocket and flung a thin volume on the table. "There's a book by a poet. Read it and keep it." And then, in reply to Martin's protest, "What have I to do with books? I had another hemorrhage this morning. Got any whiskey? No, of course not. Wait a minute." He was off and away. Martin watched his long figure go down the outside steps, and, on turning to close the gate, noted with a pang the shoulders, which had once been broad, drawn in now over the collapsed ruin of his chest. Martin got 2 tumblers and fell to reading the book of verse, Henry Vaughan Marlowe's latest collection. "No Scotch," Brissenden announced on his return. "The beggar sells nothing but American whiskey, and here's a quart of it." "I'll send one of the youngsters for lemons, and we'll make a toddy," Martin offered. "I wonder what a book like that will earn Marlowe," he went on, holding up the volume in question. "Possibly $50, came the answer, though he's lucky if he pulls even on it, or if he can inveigle a publisher to risk bringing it out. Then one can't make a living out of poetry." Martin's tone and face alike showed his dejection. "Certainly not. What fool expects to? Out of rhyming, yes. There's Bruce and Virginia Spring and Sedgwick. They do very nicely. But poetry! Do you know how Vaughan Marlowe makes his living? Teaching in a boys' cramming joint down in Pennsylvania. And of all private little hells such as billet is the limit. I wouldn't trade places with him if he had 50 years of life before him. And yet his work stands out from the ruck of the contemporary versifiers as a Balas ruby among carrots. And the reviews he gets, damn them, all of them, the crass mannikins." Too much is written by men who can't write about the men who do write. Martin concurred. Why, I was appalled at the quantities of rubbish written about Stevenson and his work. Ghouls and harpies. Brissenden snapped out, with clicking teeth. Yes, I know the spawn. Complacently pecking at him for his Father Damien letter, analyzing him, weighing him, measuring him by the yardstick of their own miserable egos, Martin broke in. Yes, that's it, a good phrase. Mouthing and besliming the true and beautiful and good, and finally patting him on the back and saying, "Good dog Fido, faugh." The little chattering daws of men, Richard Ralph called them the night he died. Pecking at stardust. Martin took up the strain warmly. At the meteoric flight of the master men. I once wrote a squib on them, the critics, or the reviewers, rather. Let's see it, Brissenden begged eagerly. So Martin unearthed a copy of Stardust, and during the reading of it, Brissenden chuckled, rubbed his hands, and forgot to sip his toddy. Strikes me you've got a bit of stardust yourself, flung into a world of cowled gnomes who cannot see, was his comment at the end of it. Of course it was snapped up by the first magazine. Martin ran over the pages of his manuscript book. It has been refused by 27 of them. Brissenden essayed a long and hearty laugh, but broke down in a bit of coughing. "Say, you can't tell me you've tackled poetry," he gasped. "Let me see some of it." "Don't read it now," Martin pleaded. "I want to talk with you. I'll make up a bundle and you can take it home." Brissenden departed with the love cycle and the Peri and the Pearl, returning the next day to greet Martin with, "I want more." Not only did he assure Martin that he was a poet, but Martin learned that Brissenden also was one. He was swept off his feet by the other's work, and astounded that no attempt had been made to publish it. "A plague on all their houses," was Brissenden's answer to Martin's volunteering to market his work for him. "Love beauty for its own sake," was his counsel, "and leave the magazines alone. Back to your ships and your sea, that's my advice to you, Martin Eden. What do you want in these sick and rotten cities of men? You are cutting your throat every day you waste in them trying to prostitute beauty to the needs of magazinedom. What was it you quoted me the other day? Oh, yes. Man, the latest of the ephemera. Well, what do you, the latest of the ephemera, want with fame? If you got it, it would be poison to you. You are too simple, too elemental, and too rational, by my faith, to prosper on such pap. I hope you never do sell a line to the magazines. Beauty is the only master to serve. Serve her, and damn the multitude. Success. What in hell's success, if it isn't right there in your Stevenson sonnet, which outranks Henley's apparition in that love cycle, in those sea poems? It is not in what you succeed in doing that you get your joy, but in the doing of it. You can't tell me, I know it. You know it. Beauty hurts you. It is an everlasting pain in you, a wound that does not heal, a knife of flame. Why should you palter with magazines? Let beauty be your end. Why should you mint beauty into gold? Anyway, you can't. So there's no use in my getting excited over it. You can read the magazines for 1,000 years, and you won't find the value of one line of Keats. Leave fame and coin alone. Sign away on a ship tomorrow, and go back to your sea. Not for fame, but for love, Martin laughed. Love seems to have no place in your cosmos. In mine, beauty is the handmaiden of love. Brissenden looked at him pityingly and admiringly. You are so young, Martin boy, so young. You will flutter high, but your wings are of the finest gauze, dusted with the fairest pigments. Do not scorch them. But of course you have scorched them already. It required some glorified petticoat to account for that love cycle, and that's the shame of it. It glorifies love as well as the petticoat, Martin laughed. The philosophy of madness, was the retort. So have I assured myself when wandering in hashish dreams. But beware, these bourgeois cities will kill you. Look at that den of traitors where I met you. Dry rot is no name for it. One can't keep his sanity in such an atmosphere. It's degrading. There's not one of them who is not degrading, man and woman, all of them animated stomachs, guided by the high intellectual and artistic impulses of clams." He broke off suddenly and regarded Martin. Then, with a flash of divination, he saw the situation. The expression on his face turned to a wondering horror. "And you wrote that tremendous love cycle to her, that pale, shriveled female thing." The next instant, Martin's right hand had shot to a throttling clutch on his throat, and he was being shaken till his teeth rattled. But Martin, looking into his eyes, saw no fear there, naught but a curious and mocking devil. Martin remembered himself and flung Brissenden by the neck, sidelong upon the bed, at the same moment releasing his hold. Brissenden panted and gasped painfully for a moment, then began to chuckle. "You had made me eternally your debtor had you shaken out the flame," he said. "My nerves are on a hair-trigger these days," Martin apologized. "Hope I didn't hurt you. Here, let me mix a fresh toddy." "Ah, you young Greek," Brissenden went on, "I wonder if you take just pride in that body of yours. You're devilish strong. You are a young panther, a lion cub. Well, well, it is you who must pay for that strength." "What do you mean?" Martin asked curiously, passing him a glass. "Here, down this and be good." "Because," Brissenden sipped his toddy and smiled appreciation of it, "because of the women. They will worry you until you die, as they have already worried you, or else I was born yesterday. Now there's no use in you choking me. I'm going to have my say. This is undoubtedly your calf love, but for beauty's sake, show better taste next time. What under heaven do you want with a daughter of the bourgeoisie? Leave them alone. Pick out some great, wanton flame of a woman who laughs at life and jeers at death and loves one while she may. There are such women, and they will love you just as readily as any pusillanimous product of bourgeois sheltered life." "Pusillanimous?" Martin protested. "Just so, pusillanimous, prattling out little moralities that have been prattled into them, and afraid to live life. They will love you, Martin, but they will love their little moralities more. What you want is the magnificent abandon of life, the great free souls, the blazing butterflies, and not the little gray moths. Oh, you will grow tired of them too, of all the female things, if you are unlucky enough to live. But you won't live. You won't go back to your ships and sea. Therefore, you'll hang about these pest-holes of cities until your bones are rotten, and then you'll die." "You can lecture me, but you can't make me talk back," Martin said. "After all, you have but the wisdom of your temperament, and the wisdom of my temperament is just as unimpeachable as yours." They disagreed about love, and the magazines, and many things, but they liked each other, and on Martin's part it was no less than a profound liking. Day after day they were together, if for no more than the hour Brissenden spent in Martin's stuffy room. Brissenden never arrived without his quart of whiskey, and when they dined together downtown, he drank scotch and soda throughout the meal. He invariably paid the way for both, and it was through him that Martin learned the refinements of food, drank his first champagne, and made the acquaintance with Rhenish wines. But Brissenden was always an enigma. With the face of an ascetic, he was, in all the failing blood of him, a frank voluptuary. He was unafraid to die, bitter and cynical of all the ways of living, and yet, dying, he loved life, to the last atom of it. He was possessed by a madness to live, to thrill, to squirm my little space in the cosmic dust whence I came, as he phrased it once himself. He had tampered with drugs and done many strange things in quest of new thrills, new sensations. As he told Martin, he had once gone 3 days without water, had done so voluntarily, in order to experience the exquisite delight of such a thirst assuaged. Who or what he was, Martin never learned. He was a man without a past, whose future was the imminent grave, and whose present was a bitter fever of living. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Martin was steadily losing his battle. Economize as he would, the earnings from hack work did not balance expenses. Thanksgiving found him with his black suit in pawn, and unable to accept the Morses' invitation to dinner. Ruth was not made happy by his reason for not coming, and the corresponding effect on him was one of desperation. He told her that he would come, after all, that he would go over to San Francisco, to the Transcontinental office, collect the $5 due him, and with it redeem his suit of clothes. In the morning he borrowed 10 cents from Maria. He would have borrowed it, by preference, from Brissenden, but that erratic individual had disappeared. 2 weeks had passed since Martin had seen him, and he vainly cudgelled his brains for some cause of offense. The 10 cents carried Martin across the ferry to San Francisco, and as he walked up Market Street, he speculated upon his predicament in case he failed to collect the money. Then there would be no way for him to return to Oakland, and he knew no one in San Francisco from whom to borrow another 10 cents. The door to the Transcontinental office was ajar, and Martin, in the act of opening it, was brought to a sudden pause by a loud voice from within, which exclaimed, "But that is not the question, Mr. Ford." Ford, Martin knew from his correspondence, to be the editor's name. "The question is, are you prepared to pay? Cash, and cash down, I mean. I am not interested in the prospects of the Transcontinental, and what you expect to make it next year. What I want is to be paid for what I do, and I tell you right now, the Christmas Transcontinental won't go to press till I have the money in my hand. Good day. When you get the money, come and see me." The door jerked open, and the man flung past Martin with an angry countenance, and went down the corridor, muttering curses and clenching his fists. Martin decided not to enter immediately, and lingered in the hallways for a quarter of an hour. Then he shoved the door open and walked in. It was a new experience, the first time he had been inside an editorial office. Cards evidently were not necessary in that office, for the boy carried word to an inner room that there was a man who wanted to see Mr. Ford. Returning, the boy beckoned him from halfway across the room, and led him to the private office, the editorial sanctum. Martin's first impression was of the disorder and cluttered confusion of the room. Next he noticed a bewhiskered, youthful-looking man, sitting at a roll-top desk, who regarded him curiously. Martin marveled at the calm repose of his face. It was evident that the squabble with the printer had not affected his equanimity. "I am Martin Eden," Martin began the conversation, "and I want my $5, was what he would have liked to say. But this was his first editor, and under the circumstances he did not desire to scare him too abruptly. To his surprise, Mr. Ford leaped into the air with a "You don't say so," and the next moment, with both hands, was shaking Martin's hand effusively. "Can't say how glad I am to meet you, Mr. Eden. Often wondered what you were like." Here he held Martin off at arm's length and ran his beaming eyes over Martin's second-best suit, which was also his worst suit, and which was ragged and past repair, though the trousers showed the careful crease he had put in with Maria's flat irons. "I confess, though, I conceived you to be a much older man than you are. Your story, you know, showed such breadth and vigor, such maturity and depth of thought. A masterpiece, that story. I knew it when I had read the first dozen lines. Let me tell you how I first read it, but no. First let me introduce you to the staff." Still talking, Mr. Ford led him into the general office, where he introduced him to the associate editor, Mr. White, a slender, frail little man whose hand seemed strangely cold, as if he were suffering from a chill, and whose whiskers were sparse and silky. "And Mr. Innes, Mr. Eden. Mr. Innes is our business manager, you know." Martin found himself shaking hands with a cranky-eyed, bald-headed man, whose face looked youthful enough from what little could be seen of it, for most of it was covered by a snow-white beard, carefully trimmed, by his wife, who did it on Sundays, at which times she also shaved the back of his neck. The three men surrounded Martin, all talking admiringly and at once, until it seemed to him that they were talking against time for a wager. "We often wondered why you didn't call," Mr. White was saying. "I didn't have the car fare, and I live across the bay," Martin answered bluntly, with the idea of showing them his imperative need for the money. Surely, he thought to himself, my glad rags in themselves are eloquent advertisement of my need. Time and again, whenever opportunity offered, he hinted about the purpose of his business. But his admirers' ears were deaf. They sang his praises, told him what they had thought of his story at first sight, what they subsequently thought, and what their wives and families thought, but not one hint did they breathe of intention to pay him for it. "Did I tell you how I first read your story?" Mr. Ford said. "Of course I didn't. I was coming west from New York, and when the train stopped at Ogden, the train boy on the new run brought aboard the current number of the Transcontinental. My God, Martin thought, you can travel in a Pullman while I starve for the paltry $5 you owe me. A wave of anger rushed over him. The wrong done him by the Transcontinental loomed colossal, for strong upon him were all the dreary months of vain yearning, of hunger and privation, and his present hunger awoke and gnawed at him, reminding him that he had eaten nothing since the day before, and little enough then. For the moment he saw red. These creatures were not even robbers. They were sneak thieves. By lies and broken promises they had tricked him out of his story. Well, he would show them. And a great resolve surged into his will to the effect that he would not leave the office until he got his money. He remembered, if he did not get it, that there was no way for him to go back to Oakland. He controlled himself with an effort, but not before the wolfish expression on his face had awed and perturbed them. They became more voluble than ever. Mr. Ford started anew to tell him how he had first read The Ring of Bells, and Mr. Innes at the same time was striving to repeat his niece's appreciation of The Ring of Bells, said niece being a schoolteacher in Alameda. "I'll tell you what I came for," Martin finally said. "To be paid for that story all of you like so well. $5, I believe, is what you promised me would be paid on publication." Mr. Ford, with an expression on his mobile features of immediate and happy acquiescence, started to reach for his pocket, then suddenly turned to Mr. Innes and said that he had left his money home. That Mr. Innes resented this was patent, and Martin saw the twitch of his arm as if to protect his trousers pocket. Martin knew that the money was there. "I am sorry," said Mr. Innes, "but I paid the printer not an hour ago, and he took my ready change. It was careless of me to be so short, but the bill was not yet due, and the printer's request as a favor to make an immediate advance was quite unexpected." Both men looked expectantly at Mr. White, but that gentleman laughed and shrugged his shoulders. His conscience was clean at any rate. He had come into the Transcontinental to learn magazine literature, instead of which he had principally learned finance. The Transcontinental owed him 4 months' salary, and he knew that the printer must be appeased before the associate editor. "It's rather absurd, Mr. Eden, to have caught us in this shape," Mr. Ford preambled airily. "All carelessness, I assure you. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll mail you a check the first thing in the morning. You have Mr. Eden's address, haven't you, Mr. Innes?" Yes, Mr. Innes had the address, and the check would be mailed the first thing in the morning. Martin's knowledge of banks and checks was hazy, but he could see no reason why they should not give him the check on this day just as well as on the next. "Then it is all understood, Mr. Eden, and we'll mail you the check tomorrow," Mr. Ford said. "I need the money today," Martin answered stolidly. "The unfortunate circumstances, if you had chanced here any other day," Mr. Ford began suavely, only to be interrupted by Mr. Innes, whose cranky eyes justified themselves in his shortness of temper. "Mr. Ford has already explained the situation," he said with asperity, "and so have I. The check will be mailed." "I also have explained," Martin broke in. "And I have explained that I want the money today." He had felt his pulse quicken a trifle at the business manager's brusqueness, and upon him he felt an alert eye, for it was in that gentleman's trousers pocket that he divined the Transcontinental's ready cash was reposing. "It is too bad," Mr. Ford began. But at that moment, with an impatient movement, Mr. Innes turned as if about to leave the room. At the same instant Martin sprang for him, clutching him by the throat with one hand, in such fashion that Mr. Innes' snow-white beard, still maintaining its immaculate trimness, pointed ceilingward at an angle of 45 degrees. To the horror of Mr. White and Mr. Ford, they saw their business manager shaken like an astrakhan rug. "Dig up, you venerable discourager of rising young talent," Martin exhorted. "Dig up, or I'll shake it out of you, even if it's all in nickels." Then, to the two affrighted onlookers, "Keep away. If you interfere, somebody's liable to get hurt." Mr. Innes was choking, and it was not until the grip on his throat was eased that he was able to signify his acquiescence in the digging-up program. Altogether, after repeated digs, his trouser pockets yielded $4.15. "Inside out with it," Martin commanded. An additional 10 cents fell out. Martin counted the result of his raid a second time to make sure. "You next," he shouted at Mr. Ford. "I want 75 cents more." Mr. Ford did not wait, but ransacked his pockets, with the result of 60 cents. "Sure that is all?" Martin demanded menacingly, possessing himself of it. "What have you got in your vest pockets?" In token of his good faith, Mr. Ford turned two of his pockets inside out. A strip of cardboard fell to the floor from one of them. He recovered it and was in the act of returning it when Martin cried, "What's that, a ferry ticket? Here, give it to me. It's worth 10 cents. I'll credit you with it. I've now got $4.95, including the ticket. 5 cents is still due me." He looked fiercely at Mr. White and found that fragile creature in the act of handing him a nickel. "Thank you," Martin said, addressing them collectively. "I wish you a good day." "Robber!" Mr. Innes snarled after him. "Sneak thief!" Martin retorted, slamming the door as he passed out. Martin was elated, so elated that when he recollected that the Hornet owed him $15 for the Peri and the Pearl, he decided forthwith to go and collect it. But the Hornet was run by a set of clean-shaven, strapping young men, frank buccaneers, who robbed everything and everybody, not excepting one another. After some breakage of the office furniture, the editor, an ex-college athlete, ably assisted by the business manager, an advertising agent, and the porter, succeeded in removing Martin from the office and in accelerating, by initial impulse, his descent of the first flight of stairs. "Come again, Mr. Eden. Glad to see you any time." They laughed down at him from the landing above. Martin grinned as he picked himself up. "Phew!" he murmured back. "The Transcontinental crowd were nanny goats, but you fellows are a lot of prize fighters." More laughter greeted this. "I must say, Mr. Eden," the editor of the Hornet called down, "for a poet, you can go some yourself. Where did you learn that right cross, if I may ask?" "Where did you learn that half Nelson?" Martin answered. "Anyway, you're going to have a black eye. I hope your neck doesn't stiffen up." The editor wished solicitously. "What do you say we all go out and have a drink on it? Not the neck, of course, but the little rough house." "I'll go you if I lose." Martin accepted. The robbers and robbed drank together, amicably agreeing that the battle was to the strong, and that the $15 for the Peri and the Pearl belonged by right to the Hornet's editorial staff. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Arthur remained at the gate while Ruth climbed Maria's front steps. She heard the rapid click of the typewriter, and when Martin let her in, found him on the last page of a manuscript. She had come to make certain whether or not he would be at their table for Thanksgiving dinner. But before she could broach the subject, Martin plunged into one with which he was full. "Here, let me read you this," he cried, separating the carbon copies and running the pages of manuscript into shape. "It's my latest, and different from anything I've done. It is so altogether different that I'm almost afraid of it. And yet I've a sneaking idea it is good. You be the judge. It's a Hawaiian story. It's called Wiki Wiki." His face was bright with the creative glow, though she shivered in the cold room and had been struck by the coldness of his hands at greeting. She listened closely while he read, and though he from time to time had seen only disapprobation in her face, at the close he asked, "Frankly, what do you think of it?" I don't know," she answered. Do you think it will sell?" "I'm afraid not," was the confession. "It's too strong for the magazines, but it's true. On my word, it's true." "But why do you persist in writing such things when you know they won't sell?" she went on inexorably. "The reason for your writing is to make a living, isn't it?" "Yes, that's right. But the miserable story got away with me. I couldn't help writing it. It demanded to be written." "But that character, that Wiki Wiki, why do you make him talk so roughly? Surely it will offend your readers, and surely that is why the editors are justified in refusing your work." "Because the real Wiki Wiki would have talked that way. But it is not in good taste." "It is life," he replied bluntly. "It is real, it is true, and I must write life as I see it." She made no answer, and for an awkward moment they sat silent. It was because he loved her that he did not quite understand her, and she could not understand him because he was so large that he bulked beyond her horizon. "Well, I've collected from the Transcontinental," he said in an effort to shift the conversation to a more comfortable subject. The picture of the bewhiskered trio, as he had last seen them, mulcted of $4.90 and a ferry ticket, made him chuckle. "Then you'll come," she cried joyously. "That is what I came to find out." "Come?" he muttered absently. "Where?" "Why, to dinner tomorrow. You know you said you'd recover your suit if you got that money." "I forgot all about it," he said humbly. "You see, this morning the poundman got Maria's 2 cows and the baby calf, and, well, it happened that Maria didn't have any money, and so I had to recover her cows for her. That's where the Transcontinental fiver went. The ring of bells went into the poundman's pocket." "Then you won't come?" He looked down at his clothing. "I can't." Tears of disappointment and reproach glistened in her blue eyes, but she said nothing. "Next Thanksgiving you'll have dinner with me in Delmonico's," he said cheerily. "Or in London or Paris, or anywhere you wish. I know it." "I saw in the paper a few days ago," she announced abruptly, "that there had been several local appointments to the railway mail. You passed first, didn't you?" He was compelled to admit that the call had come for him, but that he had declined it. "I am so sure of myself," he concluded. "A year from now I'll be earning more than a dozen men in the railway mail. You wait and see." "Oh," was all she said when he finished. She stood up, pulling at her gloves. "I must go, Martin. Arthur is waiting for me." He took her in his arms and kissed her, but she proved a passive sweetheart. There was no tenseness in her body. Her arms did not go around him, and her lips met his without their wonted pressure. She was angry with him, he concluded, as he returned from the gate. But why? It was unfortunate that the poundman had gobbled Maria's cows, but it was only a stroke of fate. Nobody could be blamed for it. Nor did it enter his head that he could have done aught otherwise than what he had done. Well, yes, he was to blame a little, was his next thought, for having refused the call to the railway mail, but she had not liked Wiki Wiki. He turned at the head of the steps to meet the letter carrier on his afternoon round. The ever-recurrent fever of expectancy assailed Martin as he took the bundle of long envelopes. One was not long, it was short and thin, and outside was printed the address of the New York Outview. He paused in the act of tearing the envelope open. It would not be an acceptance. He had no manuscripts with that publication. Perhaps, his heart almost stood still at the wild thought, perhaps they were ordering an article from him. But the next instant he dismissed the surmise as hopelessly impossible. It was a short formal letter, signed by the office editor, merely informing him that an anonymous letter which they had received was enclosed, and that he could rest assured the Outview staff never under any circumstances gave consideration to anonymous correspondence. The enclosed letter Martin found to be crudely printed by hand. It was a hodgepodge of illiterate abuse of Martin, and of assertion that the so-called Martin Eden, who was selling stories to magazines, was no writer at all, and that in reality he was stealing stories from old magazines, typing them, and sending them out as his own. The envelope was postmarked San Leandro. Martin did not require a second thought to discover the author. Higginbotham's grammar, Higginbotham's colloquialisms, Higginbotham's mental quirks and processes were apparent throughout. Martin saw in every line not the fine Italian hand, but the coarse grocer's fist of his brother-in-law. But why? He vainly questioned. What injury had he done Bernard Higginbotham? The thing was so unreasonable, so wanton. There was no explaining it. In the course of the week, a dozen similar letters were forwarded to Martin by the editors of various Eastern magazines. The editors were behaving handsomely, Martin concluded. He was wholly unknown to them, yet some of them had even been sympathetic. It was evident that they detested anonymity. He saw that the malicious attempt to hurt him had failed. In fact, if anything came of it, it was bound to be good, for at least his name had been called to the attention of a number of editors. Somewhere, sometime perhaps, reading a submitted manuscript of his, they might remember him as the fellow about whom they had received an anonymous letter. And who was to say that such a remembrance might not sway the balance of their judgment just a trifle in his favor? It was about this time that Martin took a great slump in Maria's estimation. He found her in the kitchen one morning, groaning with pain, tears of weakness running down her cheeks, vainly endeavoring to put through a large ironing. He promptly diagnosed her affliction as la grippe, closed her with hot whiskey, the remnants in the bottles for which Brissenden was responsible, and ordered her to bed. But Maria was refractory. The ironing had to be done, she protested, and delivered that night, or else there would be no food on the morrow for the 7 small and hungry Silvas. To her astonishment, and it was something that she never ceased from relating to her dying day, she saw Martin Eden seize an iron from the stove and throw a fancy shirt-waist on the ironing board. It was Kate Flanagan's best Sunday waist, than whom there was no more exacting and fastidiously dressed woman in Maria's world. Also, Miss Flanagan had sent special instructions that said waist must be delivered by that night. As everyone knew, she was keeping company with John Collins, the blacksmith, and, as Maria knew privily, Miss Flanagan and Mr. Collins were going next day to Golden Gate Park. Vain was Maria's attempt to rescue the garment. Martin guided her tottering footsteps to a chair, from where she watched him with bulging eyes. In a quarter of the time it would have taken her, she saw the shirt-waist safely ironed, and ironed as well as she could have done it, as Martin made her grant. "I could work faster," he explained, "if your irons were only hotter." To her, the irons he swung were much hotter than she ever dared to use. "Your sprinkling is all wrong," he complained next. "Here, let me teach you how to sprinkle. Pressure is what's wanted. Sprinkle under pressure if you want to iron fast." He procured a packing case from the woodpile in the cellar, fitted a cover to it, and raided the scrap iron the Silva tribe was collecting for the junkman. He fresh sprinkled garments in the box, covered with the board and pressed by the iron. The device was complete and in operation. "Now you watch me, Maria," he said, stripping off to his undershirt and gripping an iron that was what he called really hot. "And when he finished the iron he washed the wools," as she described it afterward. He say, "Maria, you are the greata fool. I showa you how to washa the wools. And he showa me, too. 10 minutes he make the machine, one barrel, one wheel hub, two poles, just like that." Martin had learned the contrivance from Joe at the Shelley Hot Springs. The old wheel hub, fixed on the end of the upright pole, constituted the plunger. Making this, in turn, fast to the spring pole attached to the kitchen rafters, so that the hub played upon the woolens in the barrel, he was able, with one hand, thoroughly to pound them. "No more Maria washa de wools," her story always ended. "I make de kids work de pole, and de hub, and de barrel. Him be smart a man, Mr. Eden." Nevertheless, by his masterly operation and improvement of her kitchen laundry, he fell an immense distance in her regard. The glamour of romance with which her imagination had invested him faded away in the cold light of fact that he was an ex-laundryman. All his books and his grand friends who visited him in carriages or with countless bottles of whiskey went for naught. He was, after all, a mere working man, a member of her own class and caste. He was more human and approachable, but he was no longer mystery. Martin's alienation from his family continued. Following upon Mr. Higginbotham's unprovoked attack, Mr. Hermann von Schmidt showed his hand. The fortunate sale of several storiettes, some humorous verse, and a few jokes gave Martin a temporary splurge of prosperity. Not only did he partially pay up his bills, but he had sufficient balance left to redeem his black suit and wheel. The latter, by virtue of a twisted crank-hanger, required repairing, and, as a matter of friendliness with his future brother-in-law, he sent it to von Schmidt's shop. The afternoon of the same day, Martin was pleased by the wheel being delivered by a small boy. Von Schmidt was also inclined to be friendly, was Martin's conclusion from this unusual favor. Repaired wheels usually had to be called for. But when he examined the wheel, he discovered no repairs had been made. A little later in the day he telephoned his sister's betrothed, and learned that the person didn't want anything to do with him in any shape, manner, or form. "Hermann von Schmidt," Martin answered cheerfully. "I've a good mind to come over and punch that Dutch nose of yours." "You come up to my shop," came the reply, "and I'll send for the police, and I'll put you through, too. Oh, I know you, but you can't make no rough house with me. I don't want nothing to do with the likes of you. You're a loafer, that's what, and I ain't asleep. You ain't going to do no sponging off me just because I'm marrying your sister. Why don't you go to work and earn an honest living, eh? Answer me that." Martin's philosophy asserted itself, dissipating his anger, and he hung up the receiver with a long whistle of incredulous amusement. But after the amusement came the reaction, and he was oppressed by his loneliness. Nobody understood him, nobody seemed to have any use for him, except Brissenden, and Brissenden had disappeared, God only knew where. Twilight was falling as Martin left the fruit store and turned homeward, his marketing on his arm. At the corner an electric car had stopped, and at the sight of a lean, familiar figure alighting, his heart leapt with joy. It was Brissenden, and in the fleeting glimpse, ere the car pulled up, Martin noted the overcoat pockets, one bulging with books, the other bulging with a quart bottle of whiskey. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Brissenden gave no explanation of his long absence, nor did Martin pry into it. He was content to see his friend's cadaverous face opposite him through the steam rising from a tumbler of toddy. "I, too, have not been idle," Brissenden proclaimed, after hearing Martin's account of the work he had accomplished. He pulled a manuscript from his inside coat pocket and passed it to Martin, who looked at the title and glanced up curiously. "Yes, that's it," Brissenden laughed. "Pretty good title, eh? Ephemera. It is the one word. And you're responsible for it. What of your man, who was always the erected, the vitalized inorganic, the latest of the ephemera, the creature of temperature, strutting his little space on the thermometer? It got into my head, and I had to write it to get rid of it. Tell me what you think of it." Martin's face, flushed at first, paled as he read on. It was perfect art. Form triumphed over substance, if triumph it could be called, where the last conceivable atom of substance had found expression in so perfect construction as to make Martin's head swim with delight, to put passionate tears into his eyes, and to send chills creeping up and down his back. It was a long poem of 600 or 700 lines, and it was a fantastic, amazing, unearthly thing. It was terrific, impossible, and yet here it was, scrawled in black ink across the sheets of paper. It dealt with man and his soul gropings in their ultimate terms, plumbing the abysses of space for the testimony of remotest suns and rainbow spectrums. It was a mad orgy of imagination, wassailing in the skull of a dying man who half sobbed under his breath, and was quick with the wild flutter of fading heartbeats. The poem swung in majestic rhythm to the cool tumult of interstellar conflict, to the onset of starry hosts, to the impact of cold suns, and the flaming up of nebula in the darkened void. And through it all, unceasing and faint, like a silver shuttle, ran the frail piping voice of man, a querulous chirp among the screaming of planets and the crash of systems. "There is nothing like it in literature," Martin said, when at last he was able to speak. "It's wonderful, wonderful. It has gone to my head. I am drunken with it. That great, infinitesimal question. I can't shake it out of my thoughts. That questing, eternal, ever-recurring, thin little wailing voice of man is still ringing in my ears. It is like the dead march of a gnat amid the trumpeting of elephants and the roaring of lions. It is insatiable with microscopic desire. I know I'm making a fool of myself, but the thing has obsessed me. I don't know what you are wonderful, that's all. But how do you do it? How do you do it?" Martin paused from his rhapsody, only to break out afresh. "I shall never write again. I am a dauber in clay. You have shown me the work of the real artificer-artisan, genius. This is something more than genius. It transcends genius. It is truth gone mad. It is true, man, every line of it. I wonder if you realize that, you dogmatist. Science cannot give you the lie. It is the truth of the sneer, stamped out from the black iron of the cosmos, and interwoven with mighty rhythms of sound into a fabric of splendor and beauty. And now I won't say another word. I am overwhelmed, crushed. Yes, I will too. Let me market it for you." Brissenden grinned. "There's not a magazine in Christendom that would dare to publish it. You know that." "I know nothing of the sort. I know there's not a magazine in Christendom that wouldn't jump at it. They don't get things like that every day. That's no mere poem of the year. It's the poem of the century." "I'd like to take you up on the proposition." "Now, don't get cynical," Martin exhorted. "The magazine editors are not wholly fatuous, I know that, and I'll close with you on the bet. I'll wager anything you want that Ephemera is accepted either on the first or second offering. There's just one thing that prevents me from taking you." Brissenden waited a moment. "The thing is big, the biggest I've ever done, I know that. It's my swan song. I am almighty proud of it. I worship it. It's better than whiskey. It is what I dreamed of, the great and perfect thing. When I was a simple young man, with sweet illusions and clean ideals. And I've got it now in my last grasp, and I'll not have it pawed over and soiled by a lot of swine. No, I won't take the bet. It's mine. I made it, and I've shared it with you." "But think of the rest of the world," Martin protested. The function of beauty is joy-making. It's my beauty. Don't be selfish. I'm not selfish. Brissenden grinned soberly, in the way he had when pleased by the thing his thin lips were about to shape. I'm as unselfish as a famished hog. In vain, Martin strove to shake him from his decision. Martin told him that his hatred of the magazines was rabid, fanatical, and that his conduct was 1,000 times more despicable than that of the youth who burned the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Under the storm of denunciation, Brissenden complacently sipped his toddy and affirmed that everything the other said was quite true, with the exception of the magazine editors. His hatred of them knew no bounds, and he excelled Martin in denunciation when he turned upon them. "I wish you'd type it for me," he said. "You know how 1,000 times better than any stenographer. And now I want to give you some advice." He drew a bulky manuscript from his outside coat pocket. "Here's your Shame of the Sun. I've read it not once, but twice and 3 times, the highest compliment I can pay you. After what you've said about ephemera, I must be silent. But this I will say. When the Shame of the Sun is published, it will make a hit. It will start a controversy that will be worth thousands to you just in advertising." Martin laughed. "I suppose your next advice will be to submit it to the magazines." "By all means, no. That is, if you want to see it in print. Offer it to the first-class houses. Some publisher's reader may be mad enough or drunk enough to report favorably on it. You've read the books. The meat of them has been transmuted in the alembic of Martin Eden's mind and poured into the Shame of the Sun. And one day Martin Eden will be famous. And not the least of his fame will rest upon that work. So you must get a publisher for it. The sooner the better." Brissenden went home late that night, and just as he mounted the first step of the car, he swung suddenly back on Martin and thrust into his hand a small, tightly crumpled wad of paper. "Here, take this," he said. "I was out at the races today, and I had the right dope." The bell clanged and the car pulled out, leaving Martin wondering as to the nature of the crinkly, greasy wad he clutched in his hand. Back in his room he unrolled it and found a $100 bill. He did not scruple to use it. He knew his friend had always plenty of money, and he knew also, with profound certitude, that his success would enable him to repay it. In the morning he paid every bill, gave Maria 3 months' advance on the room, and redeemed every pledge at the pawnshop. Next he bought Marian's wedding present, and simpler presents, suitable to Christmas, for Ruth and Gertrude. And finally, on the balance remaining to him, he herded the whole Silva tribe down into Oakland. He was a winter late in redeeming his promise, but redeemed it was, for the last least Silva got a pair of shoes, as well as Maria herself. Also, there were horns and dolls and toys of various sorts, and parcels and bundles of candles and nuts that filled the arms of all the Silvas to overflowing. It was with this extraordinary procession, trooping at his and Maria's heels into a confectioner's, in quest of the biggest candy cane ever made, that he encountered Ruth and her mother. Mrs. Morse was shocked. Even Ruth was hurt, for she had some regard for appearances, and her lover, cheek by jowl with Maria, at the head of that army of Portuguese ragamuffins, was not a pretty sight. But it was not that which hurt so much as what she took to be his lack of pride and self-respect. Further, and keenest of all, she read into the incident the impossibility of his living down his working-class origin. There was stigma enough in the fact of it, but shamelessly to flaunt it in the face of the world, her world, was going too far. Though her engagement to Martin had been kept secret, their long intimacy had not been unproductive of gossip, and in the shop, glancing covertly at her lover and his following, had been several of her acquaintances. She lacked the easy largeness of Martin, and could not rise superior to her environment. She had been hurt to the quick, and her sensitive nature was quivering with the shame of it. So it was, when Martin arrived later in the day, that he kept her present in his breast pocket, deferring the giving of it to a more propitious occasion. Ruth in tears, passionate, angry tears, was a revelation to him. The spectacle of her suffering convinced him that he had been a brute, yet in the soul of him he could not see how nor why. It never entered his head to be ashamed of those he knew, and to take the Silvas out to a Christmas treat could in no way, so it seemed to him, show lack of consideration for Ruth. On the other hand, he did see Ruth's point of view, after she had explained it, and he looked upon it as a feminine weakness, such as afflicted all women, and the best of women. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. "Come on, I'll show you the real dirt," Brissenden said to him one January evening. They had dined together in San Francisco, and were at the Ferry Building, returning to Oakland, when the whim came to him to show Martin the real dirt. He turned and fled across the waterfront, a meager shadow in a flapping overcoat, and Martin straining to keep up with him. At a wholesale liquor store he bought 2-gallon demijohns of old port, and with one in each hand boarded a Mission Street car, Martin at his heels, burdened with several quart bottles of whiskey. If Ruth could see me now, was his thought, while he wondered as to what constituted the real dirt. "Maybe nobody will be there," Brissenden said, when they dismounted and plunged off to the right into the heart of the working-class ghetto south of Market Street. "In which case you'll miss what you've been looking for so long." "And what the deuce is that?" Martin asked. "Men, intelligent men, and not the gibbering nonentities I found you consorting with in that trader's den. You read the books, and you found yourself all alone. Well, I'm going to show you tonight other men who have read the books, so that you won't be lonely any more. Not that I bother my head about their everlasting discussions," he said at the end of the block. "I'm not interested in book philosophy, but you'll find these fellows intelligences and not bourgeois swine. But watch out, they'll talk an arm off of you on any subject under the sun." "Hope Norton's there," he panted a little later, resisting Martin's effort to relieve him of the 2 demijohns. Norton's an idealist, a Harvard man, prodigious memory. Idealism led him to philosophic anarchy, and his family threw him off. Father's a railroad president and many times millionaire, but the son's starving in Frisco, editing an anarchist sheet for $25 a month. Martin was little acquainted in San Francisco, and not at all south of Market, so he had no idea of where he was being led. "Go ahead," he said. "Tell me about them beforehand. What do they do for a living? How do they happen to be here?" "Hope Hamilton's here." Brissenden paused and rested his hands. "Strawn Hamilton's his name, hyphenated, you know. Comes of old Southern stock. He's a tramp, laziest man I ever knew, though he's clerking, or trying to, in a socialist cooperative store for $6 a week. But he's a confirmed hobo, tramped into town. I've seen him sit all day on a bench and never a bite pass his lips. And in the evening, when I invited him to dinner, restaurant 2 blocks away, have him say, 'Too much trouble, old man. Buy me a package of cigarettes instead.' He was a Spencerian like you till Crease turned him on to materialistic monism. I'll start him on monism if I can. Norton's another monist. He only affirms naught but spirit. He can give Crease and Hamilton all they want, too." "Who is Crease?" Martin asked. "His rooms we're going to. One-time professor, fired from university, usual story. A mind like a steel trap. Makes his living any old way. I know he's been a street fakir when he was down. Unscrupulous. Rob a corpse of a shroud, anything. Difference between him and the bourgeoisie is that he robs without illusion. He'll talk Nietzsche or Schopenhauer or Kant or anything, But the only thing in this world, not excepting Mary, that he really cares for is his monism. Hackle is his little tin god. The only way to insult him is to take a slap at Hackle. Here's the hangout. Brissenden rested his demijohn at the upstairs entrance, preliminary to the climb. It was the usual two-story corner building, with a saloon and grocery underneath. The gang lives here, got the whole upstairs to themselves, but Kreese is the only one who has 2 rooms. Come on. No lights burned in the upper hall, but Brissenden threaded the utter blackness like a familiar ghost. He stopped to speak to Martin. There's one fellow, Stevens, a theosophist. Makes a pretty tangle when he gets going. Just now he's dishwasher in a restaurant. Likes a good cigar. I've seen him eat in a 10-cent hash house and pay 50 cents for the cigar he smoked afterward. I've got a couple in my pocket for him, if he shows up. And there's another fellow, Perry, an Australian, a statistician and a sporting encyclopedia. Ask him the grain output of Paraguay for 1903, or the English importation of sheetings into China for 1890, or at what weight Jimmy Britt fought battling Nelson, or who was welterweight champion of the United States in '68, and you'll get the correct answer with the automatic celerity of a slot machine. And there's Andy, a stonemason, has ideas on everything, a good chess player, and another fellow, Harry, a baker, red-hot socialist and strong union man. By the way, you remember the cooks and waiters strike. Hamilton was the chap who organized that union and precipitated the strike. Planned it all in advance, right here in Kreese's rooms. Did it just for the fun of it, but was too lazy to stay by the union. Yet he could have risen high if he wanted to. There's no end to the possibilities in that man, if he weren't so insuperably lazy. Brissenden advanced through the darkness till a thread of light marked the threshold of a door. A knock and an answer opened it, and Martin found himself shaking hands with Kreese. A handsome brunette man, with dazzling white teeth, a drooping black mustache, and large, flashing black eyes. Mary, a matronly young blonde, was washing dishes in the little back room that served for kitchen and dining room. The front room served as bedchamber and living room. Overhead was the week's washing, hanging in festoons so low that Martin did not see at first the 2 men talking in a corner. They hailed Brissenden and his demijohns with acclamation, and, on being introduced, Martin learned they were Andy and Perry. He joined them and listened attentively to the description of a prize fight Perry had seen the night before, while Brissenden, in his glory, plunged into the manufacture of a toddy and the serving of wine and whiskey and sodas. At his command, "Bring in the clan," Andy departed to go the round of the rooms for the lodgers. "We're lucky that most of them are here," Brissenden whispered to Martin. "There's Norton and Hamilton. Come on and meet them. Stevens isn't around, I hear. I'm going to get them started on monism if I can. Wait till they get a few jolts in them, and they'll warm up." At first the conversation was desultory. Nevertheless, Martin could not fail to appreciate the keen play of their minds. They were men with opinions, though the opinions often clashed, and, though they were witty and clever, they were not superficial. He swiftly saw, no matter upon what they talked, that each man applied the correlation of knowledge and had also a deep-seated and unified conception of society and the cosmos. Nobody manufactured their opinions for them. They were all rebels of one variety or another, and their lips were strangers to platitudes. Never had Martin, at the Morses, heard so amazing a range of topics discussed. There seemed no limit, save time, to the things they were alive to. The talk wandered from Mrs. Humphrey Ward's new book to Shaw's latest play, through the future of the drama to reminiscences of Mansfield. They appreciated or sneered at the morning editorials, jumped from labor conditions in New Zealand to Henry James and Brander Matthews, passed on to the German designs in the Far East and the economic aspect of the Yellow Peril, wrangled over the German elections and Bebel's last speech, and settled down to local politics, the latest plans and scandals in the Union Labor Party administration, and the wires that were pulled to bring about the coast seamen's strike. Martin was struck by the inside knowledge they possessed. They knew what was never printed in the newspapers, the wires and strings and the hidden hands that made the puppets dance. To Martin's surprise, the girl, Mary, joined in the conversation, displaying an intelligence he had never encountered in the few women he had met. They talked together on Swinburne and Rossetti, after which she led him beyond his depth into the bypaths of French literature. His revenge came when she defended Maeterlinck, and he brought into action the carefully thought-out thesis of The Shame of the Sun. Several other men had dropped in, and the air was thick with tobacco smoke when Brissenden waved the red flag. "Here's fresh meat for your axe, Crease," he said. "A rose-white youth with the ardor of a lover for Herbert Spencer. Make a Hackleite of him, if you can." Crease seemed to wake up and flash like some metallic, magnetic thing, while Norton looked at Martin sympathetically, with a sweet, girlish smile, as much as to say that he would be amply protected. Crease began directly on Martin, but step by step Norton interfered, until he and Crease were off and away in a personal battle. Martin listened, and fain would have rubbed his eyes. It was impossible that this should be, much less in the labor ghetto south of Market. The books were alive in these men. They talked with fire and enthusiasm, their intellectual stimulant stirring them as he had seen drink and anger stir other men. What he heard was no longer the philosophy of the dry, printed word, written by half-mythical demigods like Kant and Spencer. It was living philosophy with warm, red blood, incarnated in these two men till its very features worked with excitement. Now and again other men joined in, and all followed the discussion with cigarettes going out in their hands and with alert, intent faces. Idealism had never attracted Martin, but the exposition it now received at the hands of Norton was a revelation. The logical plausibility of it, that made an appeal to his intellect, seemed missed by Crease and Hamilton, who sneered at Norton as a metaphysician, and who, in turn, sneered back at them as metaphysicians. Phenomenon and noumenon were bandied back and forth. They charged him with attempting to explain consciousness by itself. He charged them with word jugglery, with reasoning from words to theory, instead of from facts to theory. At this they were aghast. It was the cardinal tenet of their mode of reasoning to start with facts and to give names to the facts. When Norton wandered into the intricacies of Kant, Crease reminded him that all good little German philosophies, when they died, went to Oxford. A little later, Norton reminded them of Hamilton's law of parsimony, the application of which they immediately claimed for every reasoning process of theirs. And Martin hugged his knees and exulted in it all. But Norton was no Spencerian, and he, too, strove for Martin's philosophic soul, talking as much at him as to his two opponents. "You know Berkeley has never been answered," he said, looking directly at Martin. "Herbert Spencer came the nearest, which was not very near. Even the stanchest of Spencer's followers will not go farther. I was reading an essay of Saleeby's the other day, and the best Saleeby could say was that Herbert Spencer nearly succeeded in answering Berkeley." "You know what Hume said?" Hamilton asked. Norton nodded, but Hamilton gave it for the benefit of the rest. "He said that Berkeley's arguments admit of no answer and produce no conviction." "In his, Hume's mind," was the reply. "And Hume's mind was the same as yours, with this difference. He was wise enough to admit there was no answering Berkeley." Norton was sensitive and excitable, though he never lost his head, while Crease and Hamilton were like a pair of cold-blooded savages, seeking out tender places to prod and poke. As the evening grew late, Norton, smarting under the repeated charges of being a metaphysician, clutching his chair to keep from jumping to his feet, his gray eyes snapping, and his girlish face grown harsh and sure, made a grand attack upon their position. "All right, you Haeckelite. I may reason like a medicine man, but pray how do you reason? You have nothing to stand on, you unscientific dogmatist with your positive science, which you are always lugging about into places it has no right to be. Long before the school of materialistic monism arose, the ground was removed so that there could be no foundation. Locke was the man, John Locke. 200 years ago, more than that even, in his essay concerning the human understanding, he proved the non-existence of innate ideas. The best of it is that is precisely what you claim. Tonight, again and again, you have asserted the non-existence of innate ideas. And what does that mean? It means you can never know ultimate reality. Your brains are empty when you are born. Appearances, or phenomena, are all the contents your mind can receive from your 5 senses. Then noumena, which are not in your minds when you are born, have no way of getting in." "I deny—" Kreis started to interrupt. "You wait till I'm done," Norton shouted. "You can know only that much of the play and interplay of force and matter as impinges in one way or another on your senses. You see, I am willing to admit, for the sake of argument, that matter exists. But what I am about to do is to efface you by your own argument. I can't do it any other way, for you are both congenitally unable to understand a philosophic abstraction. And now, what do you know of matter, according to your own positive science? You know it only by its phenomena, its appearance. You are aware only of its changes, or of such changes in it as cause changes in your consciousness. Positive science deals only with phenomena, yet you are foolish enough to strive to be ontologists and to deal with noumena. Yet, by the very definition of positive science, science is concerned only with appearances. As somebody has said, phenomenal knowledge cannot transcend phenomena. You cannot answer Berkeley, even if you have annihilated Kant, and yet perforce. You assume that Berkeley is wrong when you affirm that science proves the non-existence of God, or, as much to the point, the existence of matter. You know I grant the reality of matter only in order to make myself intelligible to your understanding. Be positive scientists, if you please, but ontology has no place in positive science, so leave it alone. Spencer is right in his agnosticism, but if Spencer— But it was time to catch the last ferry boat for Oakland, and Brissenden and Martin slipped out, leaving Norton still talking and Kreis and Hamilton waiting to pounce on him like a pair of hounds as soon as he finished. "You have given me a glimpse of fairyland," Martin said on the ferry boat. "It makes life worth while to meet people like that. My mind is all worked up. I never appreciated idealism before, yet I can't accept it. I know that I shall always be a realist. I am so made, I guess. But I'd like to have made a reply to Kreis and Hamilton, and I think I'd have had a word or two for Norton. I didn't see that Spencer was damaged any. I'm as excited as a child on its first visit to the circus. I see I must read up some more. I'm going to get hold of Saleeby. I still think Spencer is unassailable, and next time I'm going to take a hand myself." But Brissenden, breathing painfully, had dropped off to sleep, his chin buried in a scarf and resting on his sunken chest, his body wrapped in the long overcoat and shaking to the vibration of the propellers. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The first thing Martin did next morning was to go counter both to Brissenden's advice and command. The Shame of the Sun he wrapped and mailed to the Acropolis. He believed he could find magazine publication for it, and he felt that recognition by the magazines would commend him to the book-publishing houses. Ephemera he likewise wrapped and mailed to a magazine. Despite Brissenden's prejudice against the magazines, which was a pronounced mania with him, Martin decided that the great poem should see print. He did not intend, however, to publish it without the other's permission. His plan was to get it accepted by one of the high magazines and, thus armed, again to wrestle with Brissenden for consent. Martin began, that morning, a story which he had sketched out a number of weeks before, and which ever since had been worrying him with its insistent clamor to be created. Apparently, it was to be a rattling sea story, a tale of 20th century adventure and romance, handling real characters in a real world under real conditions. But beneath the swing and go of the story was to be something else, something that the superficial reader would never discern and which, on the other hand, would not diminish in any way the interest and enjoyment for such a reader. It was this, and not the mere story, that impelled Martin to write it. For that matter, it was always the great, universal motif that suggested plots to him. After having found such a motif, he cast about for the particular persons and particular locations in time and space, wherewith and wherein to utter the universal thing. Overdue was the title he had decided for it, and its length, he believed, would not be more than 60,000 words, a bagatelle for him with his splendid vigor of production. On this first day, he took hold of it with conscious delight in the mastery of his tools. He no longer worried for fear that the sharp, cutting edges should slip and mar his work. The long months of intense application and study had brought their reward. He could now devote himself with sure hand to the larger phases of the thing he shaped, and as he worked, hour after hour, he felt, as never before, the sure and cosmic grasp with which he held life and the affairs of life. Overdue would tell a story that would be true of its particular characters and its particular events, but it would tell, too, he was confident, great vital things that would be true of all time and all sea and all life. Thanks to Herbert Spencer, he thought, leaning back for a moment from the table. Aye, thanks to Herbert Spencer and to the master key of life, evolution, which Spencer had placed in his hands. He was conscious it was great stuff he was writing. It will go, was the refrain that kept sounding in his ears. Of course it would go. At last he was turning out the thing at which the magazines would jump. The whole story worked out before him in lightning flashes. He broke off from it long enough to write a paragraph in his notebook. This would be the last paragraph in Overdue. But so thoroughly was the whole book already composed in his brain that he could write, weeks before he had arrived at the end itself. He compared the tale, as yet unwritten, with the tales from the sea writers, and he felt it to be immeasurably superior. "There's only one man who could touch it," he murmured aloud, "and that's Conrad. And it ought to make even him sit up and shake hands with me and say, 'Well done, Martin, my boy.'" He toiled on all day, recollecting, at the last moment, that he was to have dinner at the Morses. Thanks to Brissenden, his black suit was out of pawn, and he was again eligible for dinner parties. Downtown he stopped off long enough to run into the library and search for Saleeby's books. He drew out The Cycle of Life, and on the car turned to the essay Norton had mentioned on Spencer. As Martin read, he grew angry. His face flushed, his jaw set, and unconsciously his hand clenched, unclenched, and clenched again, as if he were taking fresh grips upon some hateful thing out of which he was squeezing the life. When he left the car, he strode along the sidewalks as a wrathful man will stride, and he rang the Morse bell with such viciousness that it roused him to consciousness of his condition, so that he entered in good nature, smiling with amusement at himself. No sooner, however, was he inside, than a great depression descended upon him. He fell from the height where he had been upborne all day on the wings of inspiration. Bourgeois, traitor's den, Brissenden's epithets repeated themselves in his mind. But what of that? He demanded angrily. He was marrying Ruth, not her family. It seemed to him that he had never seen Ruth more beautiful, more spiritual and ethereal, and at the same time more healthy. There was color in her cheeks, and her eyes drew him again and again, the eyes in which he had first read immortality. He had forgotten immortality of late, and the trend of his scientific reading had been away from it, but here, in Ruth's eyes, he read an argument without words that transcended all worded arguments. He saw that in her eyes before which all discussion fled away, for he saw love there. And in his own eyes was love, and love was unanswerable. Such was his passionate doctrine. The half hour he had been with her, before they went in to dinner, left him supremely happy and supremely satisfied with life. Nevertheless, at table, the inevitable reaction and exhaustion consequent upon the hard day seized hold of him. He was aware that his eyes were tired and that he was irritable. He remembered it was at this table, at which he now sneered and was so often bored, that he had first eaten with civilized beings in what he had imagined was an atmosphere of high culture and refinement. He caught a glimpse of that pathetic figure of him so long ago, a self-conscious savage, sprouting sweat at every pore in an agony of apprehension, puzzled by the bewildering minutiae of eating implements, tortured by the ogre of a servant, striving at a leap to live at such dizzy social altitude, and deciding in the end to be frankly himself, pretending no knowledge and no polish he did not possess. He glanced at Ruth for reassurance, much in the same manner that a passenger with sudden panic thought of possible shipwreck will strive to locate the life-preservers. Well, that much had come out of it, love and Ruth. All the rest had failed to stand the test of the books. But Ruth and love had stood the test. For them he found a biological sanction. Love was the most exalted expression of life. Nature had been busy designing him, as she had been busy with all normal men, for the purpose of loving. She had spent 10,000 centuries, aye, 100,000 and 1,000,000 centuries, upon the task, and he was the best she could do. She had made love the strongest thing in him, increased its power a myriad %, with her gift of imagination, and sent him forth into the ephemera to thrill and melt and mate. His hand sought Ruth's hand beside him, hidden by the table, and a warm pressure was given and received. She looked at him a swift instant, and her eyes were radiant and melting. So were his in the thrill that pervaded him, nor did he realize how much that was radiant and melting in her eyes had been aroused by what she had seen in his. Across the table from him, cater-cornered, at Mr. Morse's right, sat Judge Blount, a local superior court judge. Martin had met him a number of times and had failed to like him. He and Ruth's father were discussing labor union politics, the local situation, and socialism, and Mr. Morse was endeavoring to twit Martin on the latter topic. At last, Judge Blount looked across the table with benignant and fatherly pity. Martin smiled to himself. "You'll grow out of it, young man," he said soothingly. "Time is the best cure for such youthful distempers." He turned to Mr. Morse. "I do not believe discussion is good in such cases. It makes the patient obstinate." "That is true," the other assented gravely. "But it is well to warn the patient occasionally of his condition." Martin laughed merrily, but it was with an effort. The day had been too long, the day's effort too intense, and he was deep in the throes of the reaction. "Undoubtedly you are both excellent doctors," he said. "But if you care a whit for the opinion of the patient, let him tell you that you are poor diagnosticians. In fact, you are both suffering from the disease you think you find in me. As for me, I am immune. The socialist philosophy that riots half-baked in your veins has passed me by. Clever, clever, murmured the judge. An excellent ruse in controversy to reverse positions. Out of your mouth. Martin's eyes were sparkling, but he kept control of himself. You see, Judge, I've heard your campaign speeches. By some hynetical process, hynetical, by the way, is a favorite word of mine which nobody understands. By some hynetical process you persuade yourself that you believe in the competitive system and the survival of the strong, and at the same time you endorse with might and main all sorts of measures to shear the strength from the strong. My young man, remember, I've heard your campaign speeches, Martin warned. It's on record, your position on interstate commerce regulation, on regulation of the Railway Trust and Standard Oil, on the conservation of the forests, on 1,001 restrictive measures that are nothing else than socialistic. Do you mean to tell me that you do not believe in regulating these various outrageous exercises of power? That's not the point. I mean to tell you that you are a poor diagnostician. I mean to tell you that I am not suffering from the microbe of socialism. I mean to tell you that it is you who are suffering from the emasculating ravages of that same microbe. As for me, I am an inveterate opponent of socialism, just as I am an inveterate opponent of your mongrel democracy. That is nothing else than pseudo-socialism, masquerading under a garb of words that will not stand the test of the dictionary. I am a reactionary, so completely reactionary that my position is incomprehensible to you, who live in a veiled lie of social organization, and whose sight is not keen enough to pierce the veil. You make believe that you believe in the survival of the strong and the rule of the strong. I believe. That is the difference. When I was a trifle younger, a few months younger, I believed the same thing. You see, the ideas of you and yours had impressed me. But merchants and traders are cowardly rulers at best. They grunt and grub all their days in the trough of money-getting. And I have swung back to aristocracy, if you please. I am the only individualist in this room. I look to the state for nothing. I look only to the strong man, the man on horseback, to save the state from its own rotten futility. Nietzsche was right. I won't take the time to tell you who Nietzsche was, but he was right. The world belongs to the strong who are noble as well, and who do not wallow in the swine trough of trade and exchange. The world belongs to the true noblemen, to the great blond beasts, to the non-compromisers, to the yes-sayers, and they will eat you up, you socialists who are afraid of socialism and who think yourselves individualists. Your slave morality of the meek and lowly will never save you. Oh, it's all Greek, I know, and I won't bother you any more with it. But remember one thing. There aren't half a dozen individualists in Oakland, but Martin Eden is one of them. He signified that he was done with the discussion and turned to Ruth. I'm wrought up today, he said in an undertone. All I want to do is love, not talk. He ignored Mr. Morse, who said, I am unconvinced. All socialists are Jesuits. That is the way to tell them. We'll make a good Republican out of you yet, said Judge Blount. The man on horseback will arrive before that time, Martin retorted with good humor, and returned to Ruth. But Mr. Morse was not content. He did not like the laziness and the disinclination for sober, legitimate work of this prospective son-in-law of his, for whose ideas he had no respect, and of whose nature he had no understanding. So he turned the conversation to Herbert Spencer. Judge Blount ably seconded him, and Martin, whose ears had pricked at the first mention of the philosopher's name, listened to the judge enunciate a grave and complacent diatribe against Spencer. From time to time, Mr. Morse glanced at Martin, as much as to say, "There, my boy, you see." "Chattering daws," Martin muttered under his breath, and went on talking with Ruth and Arthur. But the long day and the real dirt of the night before were telling upon him, and besides, still burning in his mind, was what had made him angry when he read it on the car. "What is the matter?" Ruth asked suddenly, alarmed by the effort he was making to contain himself. "There is no God but the unknowable, and Herbert Spencer is its prophet," Judge Blount was saying at that moment. Martin turned upon him. "A cheap judgment," he remarked quietly. "I heard it first in the City Hall Park, on the lips of a working man who ought to have known better. I have heard it often since, and each time the claptrap of it nauseates me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. To hear that great and noble man's name upon your lips is like finding a dewdrop in a cesspool. You are disgusting." It was like a thunderbolt. Judge Blount glared at him with apoplectic countenance, and silence reigned. Mr. Morse was secretly pleased. He could see that his daughter was shocked. It was what he wanted to do, to bring out the innate ruffianism of this man he did not like. Ruth's hand sought Martin's beseechingly under the table, but his blood was up. He was inflamed by the intellectual pretense and fraud of those who sat in the high places. A superior court judge. It was only several years before that he had looked up from the mire at such glorious entities and deemed them gods. Judge Blount recovered himself and attempted to go on, addressing himself to Martin with an assumption of politeness that the latter understood was for the benefit of the ladies. Even this added to his anger. Was there no honesty in the world? "You can't discuss Spencer with me," he cried. "You do not know any more about Spencer than do his own countrymen. But it is no fault of yours, I grant. It is just a phase of the contemptible ignorance of the times. I ran across a sample of it on my way here this evening. I was reading an essay by Saleeby on Spencer. You should read it. It is accessible to all men. You can buy it in any bookstore or draw it from the public library. You would feel ashamed of your paucity of abuse and ignorance of that noble man, compared with what Saleeby has collected on the subject. It is a record of shame that would shame your shame. The philosopher of the half-educated, he was called by an academic philosopher who was not worthy to pollute the atmosphere he breathed. I don't think you have read 10 pages of Spencer, but there have been critics, assumably more intelligent than you, who have read no more than you of Spencer, who publicly challenged his followers to adduce one single idea from all his writings. From Herbert Spencer's writings, the man who has impressed the stamp of his genius over the whole field of scientific research and modern thought, the father of psychology, the man who revolutionized pedagogy, so that today the child of the French peasant is taught the 3 R's according to principles laid down by him. And the little gnats of men sting his memory when they get their very bread and butter from the technical application of his ideas. What little of worth resides in their brains is largely due to him. It is certain that had he never lived, most of what is correct in their parrot-learned knowledge would be absent. And yet a man like Professor Fairbanks of Oxford, a man who sits in an even higher place than you, Judge Blount, has said that Spencer will be dismissed by posterity as a poet and dreamer rather than a thinker. Yappers and blatherskites, the whole brood of them. First Principles is not wholly destitute of a certain literary power, said one of them. And others of them have said that he was an industrious plodder rather than an original thinker. Yappers and blatherskites, yappers and blatherskites. Martin ceased abruptly in a dead silence. Everybody in Ruth's family looked up to Judge Blount as a man of power and achievement, and they were horrified at Martin's outbreak. The remainder of the dinner passed like a funeral, the judge and Mr. Morse confining their talk to each other, and the rest of the conversation being extremely desultory. Then afterward, when Ruth and Martin were alone, there was a scene. "You are unbearable," she wept. But his anger still smoldered, and he kept muttering, "The beasts! The beasts!" When she averred he had insulted the judge, he retorted, "By telling the truth about him?" "I don't care whether it was true or not," she insisted. "There are certain bounds of decency, and you had no license to insult anybody." Then where did Judge Blount get the license to assault the truth? Martin demanded. Surely to assault truth is a more serious misdemeanor than to insult a pygmy personality such as the judge's. He did worse than that. He blackened the name of a great noble man who is dead. Oh, the beasts, the beasts. His complex anger flamed afresh, and Ruth was in terror of him. Never had she seen him so angry, and it was all mystified and unreasonable to her comprehension. And yet, through her very terror, ran the fibers of fascination that had drawn and that still drew her to him, that had compelled her to lean towards him and, in that mad culminating moment, lay her hands upon his neck. She was hurt and outraged by what had taken place, and yet she lay in his arms and quivered while he went on muttering, "The beasts, the beasts." And she still lay there when he said, "I'll not bother your table again, dear. They do not like me, and it is wrong of me to thrust my objectionable presence upon them. Besides, they are just as objectionable to me. Faugh! They are sickening. And to think of it, I dreamed in my innocence that the persons who sat in the high places, who lived in fine houses, and had educations and bank accounts, were worth while." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Come on, let's go down to the local. So spoke Brissenden, faint from a hemorrhage of half an hour before, the second hemorrhage in 3 days. The perennial whiskey glass was in his hands, and he drained it with shaking fingers. "What do I want with socialism?" Martin demanded. "Outsiders are allowed 5-minute speeches," the sick man urged. "Get up and spout. Tell them why you don't want socialism. Tell them what you think about them and their ghetto ethics. Slam Nietzsche into them and get walloped for your pains. Make a scrap of it. It will do them good. Discussion is what they want, and what you want too. You see, I'd like to see you a socialist before I'm gone. It will give you a sanction for your existence. It is the one thing that will save you in the time of disappointment that is coming to you." "I never can puzzle out why you, of all men, are a socialist," Martin pondered. "You detest the crowd so. Surely there is nothing in the canaille to recommend it to your aesthetic soul." He pointed an accusing finger at the whiskey glass, which the other was refilling. "Socialism doesn't seem to save you." "I'm very sick," was the answer. "With you it is different. You have health and much to live for, and you must be handcuffed to life somehow. As for me, you wonder why I am a socialist. I'll tell you. It is because socialism is inevitable. Because the present rotten and irrational system cannot endure. Because the day is past for your man on horseback. The slaves won't stand for it. There are too many, and willy-nilly they'll drag down the would-be equestrian before he ever gets astride. You can't get away from them, and you'll have to swallow the whole slave morality. It's not a nice mess, I'll allow, but it's been a brewing, and swallow it you must. You are antediluvian anyway, with your Nietzsche ideas. The past is past, and the man who says history repeats itself is a liar. Of course I don't like the crowd, but what's a poor chap to do? We can't have the man on horseback, and anything is preferable to the timid swine that now rule. But come on, anyway. I'm loaded to the guards now, and if I sit here any longer I'll get drunk. And you know the doctor says, damn the doctor, I'll fool him yet." It was Sunday night, and they found the small hall packed by the Oakland socialists, chiefly members of the working class. The speaker, a clever Jew, won Martin's admiration at the same time that he aroused his antagonism. The man's stooped and narrow shoulders and weazened chest proclaimed him the true child of the crowded ghetto, and strong on Martin was the age-long struggle of the feeble, wretched slaves against the lordly handful of men who had ruled over them and would rule over them to the end of time. To Martin, this withered wisp of a creature was a symbol. He was the figure that stood forth representative of the whole miserable mass of weaklings and inefficients who perished according to biological law on the ragged confines of life. They were the unfit. In spite of their cunning philosophy and their ant-like proclivities for cooperation, nature rejected them for the exceptional man. Out of the plentiful spawn of life she flung from her prolific hand, she selected only the best. It was by the same method that men, aping her, bred racehorses and cucumbers. Doubtless, a creator of a cosmos could have devised a better method, but creatures of this particular cosmos must put up with this particular method. Of course, they could squirm as they perished, as the socialists squirmed, as the speaker on the platform and the perspiring crowd were squirming even now, as they counseled together for some new device with which to minimize the penalties of living and outwit the cosmos. So Martin thought, and so he spoke, when Brissenden urged him to give them hell. He obeyed the mandate, walking up to the platform, as was the custom, and addressing the chairman. He began in a low voice, haltingly, forming into order the ideas which had surged in his brain while the Jew was speaking. In such meetings 5 minutes was the time allotted to each speaker, but when Martin's 5 minutes were up, he was in full stride, his attack upon their doctrines but half completed. He had caught their interest, and the audience urged the chairman, by acclamation, to extend Martin's time. They appreciated him as a foeman, worthy of their intellect, and they listened intently, following every word. He spoke with fire and conviction, mincing no words in his attack upon the slaves and their morality and tactics, and frankly alluding to his hearers as the slaves in question. He quoted Spencer and Malthus, and enunciated the biological law of development. And so, he concluded, in a swift resume, no state composed of the slave types can endure. The old law of development still holds. In the struggle for existence, as I have shown, the strong and the progeny of the strong tend to survive, while the weak and the progeny of the weak are crushed and tend to perish. The result is that the strong and the progeny of the strong survive, and, so long as the struggle obtains, the strength of each generation increases. This is development. But you slaves, it is too bad to be slaves, I grant, but you slaves dream of a society where the law of development will be annulled, where no weaklings and inefficients will perish, where every inefficient will have as much as he wants to eat as many times a day as he desires, and where all will marry and have progeny, the weak as well as the strong. What would be the result? No longer will the strength and life value of each generation increase. On the contrary, it will diminish. There is the nemesis of your slave philosophy. Your society of slaves, of, by, and for slaves, must inevitably weaken and go to pieces, as the life which composes it weakens and goes to pieces. Remember, I am enunciating biology and not sentimental ethics. No state of slaves can stand. How about the United States? A man yelled from the audience. And how about it? Martin retorted. The 13 colonies threw off their rulers and formed the republic so-called. The slaves were their own masters. There were no more masters of the sword. But you couldn't get along without masters of some sort, and there arose a new set of masters, not the great virile noble men, but the shrewd and spidery traders and moneylenders. And they enslaved you over again, but not frankly, as the true noble men would do, with weight of their own right arms, but secretly, by spidery machinations, and by wheedling, and cajolery, and lies. They have purchased your slave judges, they have debauched your slave legislatures, and they have forced to worse horrors than chattel slavery your slave boys and girls. 2 million of your children are toiling today in this traitor oligarchy of the United States. 10 million of you slaves are not properly sheltered nor properly fed. But to return, I have shown that no society of slaves can endure, because, in its very nature, such society must annul the law of development. No sooner can a slave society be organized than deterioration sets in. It is easy for you to talk of annulling the law of development, but where is the new law of development that will maintain your strength? Formulate it. Is it already formulated? Then state it. Martin took his seat amidst an uproar of voices. A score of men were on their feet clamoring for recognition from the chair, and, one by one, encouraged by vociferous applause, speaking with fire and enthusiasm and excited gestures, they replied to the attack. It was a wild night, but it was wild intellectually, a battle of ideas. Some strayed from the point, but most of the speakers replied directly to Martin. They shook him with lines of thought that were new to him, and gave him insights, not into new biological laws, but into new applications of the old laws. They were too earnest to be always polite, and more than once the chairman rapped and pounded for order. It chanced that a cub reporter sat in the audience, detailed there on a day full of news, and impressed by the urgent need of journalism for sensation. He was not a bright cub reporter. He was merely facile and glib. He was too dense to follow the discussion. In fact, he had a comfortable feeling that he was vastly superior to these wordy maniacs of the working class. Also, he had a great respect for those who sat in the high places and dictated the policies of nations and newspapers. Further, he had an ideal, namely, of achieving that excellence of the perfect reporter who is able to make something, even a great deal, out of nothing. He did not know what the talk was about. It was not necessary. Words like revolution gave him his cue. Like a paleontologist able to reconstruct an entire skeleton from one fossil bone, he was able to reconstruct a whole speech from the one word, revolution. He did it that night, and he did it well. And since Martin had made the biggest stir, he put it all into his mouth and made him the arch-anarch of the show, transforming his reactionary individualism into the most lurid red-shirt socialist utterance. The cub reporter was an artist, and it was a large brush with which he laid on the local color, wild-eyed, long-haired men, neurasthenic and degenerate types of men, voices shaken with passion, clenched fists raised on high, and all protected against a background of oaths, yells, and the throaty rumbling of angry men. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Over the coffee in his little room, Martin read next morning's paper. It was a novel experience to find himself headlined, on the first page at that, and he was surprised to learn that he was the most notorious leader of the Oakland socialists. He ran over the violent speech the cub reporter had constructed for him, and, though at first he was angered by the fabrication, in the end he tossed the paper aside with a laugh. Either the man was drunk or criminally malicious, he said that afternoon from his perch on the bed, when Brissenden had arrived and dropped limply into the one chair. "But what do you care?" Brissenden asked. "Surely you can't desire the approval of the bourgeois swine that read the newspapers." Martin thought for a while, then said, "No, I really don't care for their approval, not a whit. On the other hand, it's very likely to make my relations with Ruth's family a trifle awkward. Her father always contended I was a socialist, and this miserable stuff will clinch his belief. Not that I care for his opinion, but what's the odds? I want to read you what I've been doing today. It's overdue, of course, and I'm just about halfway through." He was reading aloud when Maria thrust open the door and ushered a young man in a natty suit, who glanced briskly about him, noting the oil burner and the kitchen in the corner, before his gaze wandered on to Martin. "Sit down," Brissenden said. Martin made room for the young man on the bed and waited for him to broach his business. "I heard you speak last night, Mr. Eden, and I've come to interview you," he began. Brissenden burst out in a hearty laugh. "A brother socialist?" the reporter asked, with a quick glance at Brissenden, that appraised the color value of that cadaverous and dying man. "And he wrote that report," Martin said softly. "Why, he is only a boy." "Why don't you poke him?" Brissenden asked. "I'd give $1,000 to have my lungs back for 5 minutes." The cub reporter was a trifle perplexed by this talking over him and around him and at him. But he had been commended for his brilliant description of the socialist meeting, and had further been detailed to get a personal interview with Martin Eden, the leader of the organized menace to society. "You do not object to having your picture taken, Mr. Eden," he said. "I've a staff photographer outside, you see, and he says it will be better to take you right away before the sun gets lower. Then we can have the interview afterward." "A photographer," Brissenden said meditatively. "Poke him, Martin, poke him." "I guess I'm getting old," was the answer. "I know I ought, but I really haven't the heart. It doesn't seem to matter." "For his mother's sake," Brissenden urged. "It's worth considering," Martin replied, "but it doesn't seem worthwhile enough to rouse sufficient energy in me. You see, it does take a lot of energy to give a fellow a poking. Besides, what does it matter?" "That's right. That's the way to take it," the cub announced airily, though he had already begun to glance anxiously at the door. "But it wasn't true, not a word of what he wrote," Martin went on, confining his attention to Brissenden. "It was just in a general way a description, you understand," the cub ventured. "And besides, it's good advertising. That's what counts. It was a favor to you." "It's good advertising, Martin, old boy," Brissenden repeated solemnly. "And it was a favor to me. Think of that," was Martin's contribution. "Let me see. Where were you born, Mr. Eden?" the cub asked, assuming an air of expectant attention. "He doesn't take notes," said Brissenden. "He remembers it all." "That is sufficient for me." The cub was trying not to look worried. "No decent reporter needs to bother with notes." That was sufficient for last night. But Brissenden was not a disciple of quietism, and he changed his attitude. "Martin, if you don't poke him, I'll do it myself, if I fall dead on the floor the next moment." "How will a spanking do?" Martin asked. Brissenden considered judicially and nodded his head. The next instant, Martin was seated on the edge of the bed with the cub face downward across his knees. "Now, don't bite," Martin warned, "or else I'll have to punch your face. It would be a pity, for it is such a pretty face." His uplifted hand descended, and thereafter rose and fell in a swift and steady rhythm. The cub struggled and cursed and squirmed, but did not offer to bite. Brissenden looked on gravely, though once he grew excited and gripped the whiskey bottle, pleading, "Let me swat him once." "Sorry my hand played out," Martin said, when at last he desisted. "It is quite numb." He uprighted the cub and perched him on the bed. "I'll have you arrested for this," he snarled, tears of boyish indignation running down his flushed cheeks. "I'll make you sweat for this. You'll see." "The pretty thing," Martin remarked. "He doesn't realize that he has entered upon the downward path. It is not honest, it is not square, it is not manly, to tell lies about one's fellow creatures the way he has done, and he doesn't know it. He has come to us to be told." Brissenden filled in a pause. "Yes, to me, whom he has maligned and injured. My grocery will undoubtedly refuse me credit now. The worst of it is that the poor boy will keep on this way until he deteriorates into a first-class newspaper man and also a first-class scoundrel. But there is time yet," quoth Brissenden. "Who knows but you may prove the humble instrument to save him? Why didn't you let me swat him just once? I'd like to have a hand in it." "I'll have you arrested, the pair of you, you big brutes," sobbed the erring soul. "No, his mouth is too pretty and too weak." Martin shook his head lugubriously. "I'm afraid I've numbed my hand in vain. The young man cannot reform. He will become eventually a very great and successful newspaper man. He has no conscience. That alone will make him great." With that, the cub passed out the door, in trepidation to the last, for fear that Brissenden would hit him in the back with the bottle he still clutched. In the next morning's paper, Martin learned a great deal more about himself that was new to him. "We are the sworn enemies of society," he found himself quoted as saying in a column interview. "No, we are not anarchists, but socialists." When the reporter pointed out to him that there seemed little difference between the two schools, Martin had shrugged his shoulders in silent affirmation. His face was described as bilaterally asymmetrical, and various other signs of degeneration were described. Especially notable were his thug-like hands and the fiery gleams in his bloodshot eyes. He learned also that he spoke nightly to the workmen in the City Hall Park, and that among the anarchists and agitators that there inflamed the minds of the people, he drew the largest audiences and made the most revolutionary speeches. The cub painted a highlight picture of his poor little room, its oil stove and the one chair, and of the death's head tramp who kept him company and who looked as if he had just emerged from 20 years of solitary confinement in some fortress dungeon. The cub had been industrious. He had scurried around and nosed out Martin's family history, and procured a photograph of Higginbotham's cash store, with Bernard Higginbotham himself standing out in front. That gentleman was depicted as an intelligent, dignified businessman who had no patience with his brother-in-law's socialistic views, and no patience with his brother-in-law either, whom he was quoted as characterizing as a lazy good-for-nothing who wouldn't take a job when it was offered to him, and who would go to jail yet. Hermann von Schmidt, Marion's husband, had likewise been interviewed. He had called Martin the black sheep of the family and repudiated him. "He tried to sponge off of me, but I put a stop to that good and quick," von Schmidt had said to the reporter. "He knows better than to come bumming around here. A man who won't work is no good. Take that from me." This time, Martin was genuinely angry. Brissenden looked upon the affair as a good joke, but he could not console Martin, who knew that it would be no easy task to explain to Ruth. As for her father, he knew that he must be overjoyed with what had happened, and that he would make the most of it to break off the engagement. How much he would make of it, he was soon to realize. The afternoon mail brought a letter from Ruth. Martin opened it with a premonition of disaster, and read it standing at the open door when he had received it from the postman. As he read, mechanically his hand sought his pocket for the tobacco and brown paper of his old cigarette days. He was not aware that the pocket was empty, or that he had even reached for the materials with which to roll a cigarette. It was not a passionate letter. There were no touches of anger in it, but all the way through, from the first sentence to the last, she sounded the note of hurt and disappointment. She had expected better of him. She had thought he had got over his youthful wildness, that her love for him had been sufficiently worth while to enable him to live seriously and decently. And now her father and mother had taken a firm stand and commanded that the engagement be broken. That they were justified in this she could not but admit. Their relation could never be a happy one. It had been unfortunate from the first. But one regret she voiced in the whole letter, and it was a bitter one to Martin. "If only you had settled down to some position and attempted to make something of yourself," she wrote. "But it was not to be. Your past life had been too wild and irregular. I can understand that you are not to be blamed. You could only act according to your nature and your early training. So I do not blame you, Martin. Please remember that. It was simply a mistake. As father and mother have contended, we are not made for each other, and we should both be happy because it was discovered not too late. There is no use trying to see me," she said toward the last. "It would be an unhappy meeting for both of us, as well as for my mother. I feel, as it is, that I have caused her great pain and worry. I shall have to do much living to atone for it." He read it through to the end, carefully, a second time, then sat down and replied. He outlined the remarks he had uttered at the socialist meeting, pointing out that they were in all ways the converse of what the newspaper had put in his mouth. Toward the end of the letter, he was God's own lover, pleading passionately for love. "Please answer," he said, "and in your answer you have to tell me but one thing. Do you love me? That is all, the answer to that one question." But no answer came that day, nor the next. Overdue lay untouched upon the table, and each day the heap of returned manuscripts under the table grew larger. For the first time, Martin's glorious sleep was interrupted by insomnia, and he tossed through long, restless nights. 3 times he called the Morse home, but was turned away by the servant who answered the bell. Brissenden lay sick in his hotel, too feeble to stir out, and, though Martin was with him often, he did not worry him with his troubles. For Martin's troubles were many. The aftermath of the cub reporter's deed was even wider than Martin had anticipated. The Portuguese grocer refused him further credit, while the greengrocer, who was an American and proud of it, had called him a traitor to his country and refused further dealings with him, carrying his patriotism to such a degree that he canceled Martin's account and forbade him ever to attempt to pay it. The talk in the neighborhood reflected the same feeling, and indignation against Martin ran high. No one would have anything to do with a socialist traitor. Poor Maria was dubious and frightened, but she remained loyal. The children of the neighborhood recovered from the awe of the grand carriage which once had visited Martin, and from safe distances they called him hobo and bum. The Silva tribe, however, stanchly defended him, fighting more than one pitched battle for his honor, and black eyes and bloody noses became quite the order of the day and added to Maria's perplexities and troubles. Once Martin met Gertrude on the street, down in Oakland, and learned what he knew could not be otherwise, that Bernard Higginbotham was furious with him for having dragged the family into public disgrace, and that he had forbidden him the house. "Why don't you go away, Martin?" Gertrude had begged. "Go away and get a job somewhere and steady down. Afterwards, when all this blows over, you can come back." Martin shook his head, but gave no explanations. How could he explain? He was appalled at the awful intellectual chasm that yawned between him and his people. He could never cross it and explain to them his position, the Nietzschean position in regard to socialism. There were not words enough in the English language, nor in any language, to make his attitude and conduct intelligible to them. Their highest concept of right conduct, in his case, was to get a job. That was their first word and their last. It constituted their whole lexicon of ideas. Get a job, go to work. Poor, stupid slaves, he thought, while his sister talked. Small wonder the world belonged to the strong. The slaves were obsessed by their own slavery. A job was to them a golden fetish, before which they fell down and worshipped. He shook his head again when Gertrude offered him money, though he knew that within the day he would have to make a trip to the pawnbroker. "Don't come near Bernard now," she admonished him. "After a few months, when he has cooled down, if you want to, you can get the job of driving delivery wagon for him. Any time you want me, just send for me and I'll come. Don't forget." She went away weeping audibly, and he felt a pang of sorrow shoot through him at sight of her heavy body and uncouth gait. As he watched her go, the Nietzschean edifice seemed to shake and totter. The slave class in the abstract was all very well, but it was not wholly satisfactory when it was brought home to his own family. And yet, if there was ever a slave trampled by the strong, that slave was his sister Gertrude. He grinned savagely at the paradox. A fine Nietzsche man he was, to allow his intellectual concepts to be shaken by the first sentiment or emotion that strayed along. Aye, to be shaken by the slave morality itself, for that was what his pity for his sister really was. The true noble men were above pity and compassion. Pity and compassion had been generated in the subterranean barracoons of the slaves, and were no more than the agony and sweat of the crowded miserables and weaklings. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Overdue still continued to lie forgotten on the table. Every manuscript that he had had out now lay under the table. Only one manuscript he kept going, and that was Brissenden's Ephemera. His bicycle and black suit were again in pawn, and the typewriter people were once more worrying about the rent. But such things no longer bothered him. He was seeking a new orientation, and until that was found, his life must stand still. After several weeks, what he had been waiting for happened. He met Ruth on the street. It was true she was accompanied by her brother, Norman, and it was true that they tried to ignore him, and that Norman attempted to wave him aside. "If you interfere with my sister, I'll call an officer," Norman threatened. "She does not wish to speak with you, and your insistence is insult. If you persist, you'll have to call that officer, and then you'll get your name in the papers," Martin answered grimly. "And now, get out of my way and get the officer if you want to. I'm going to talk with Ruth. I want to have it from your own lips," he said to her. She was pale and trembling, but she held up and looked inquiringly. "The question I asked in my letter," he prompted. Norman made an impatient movement, but Martin checked him with a swift look. She shook her head. "Is all this of your own free will?" he demanded. "It is." She spoke in a low, firm voice and with deliberation. "It is of my own free will. You have disgraced me so that I am ashamed to meet my friends. They are all talking about me, I know. That is all I can tell you. You have made me very unhappy, and I never wish to see you again. Friends, gossip, newspaper misreports. Surely such things are not stronger than love. I can only believe that you never loved me." A blush drove the pallor from her face. "After what is past," she said faintly, "Martin, do you not know what you are saying? I am not common." "You see, she doesn't want to have anything to do with you," Norman blurted out, starting on with her. Martin stood aside and let them pass, fumbling unconsciously in his coat pocket for the tobacco and brown papers that were not there. It was a long walk to North Oakland, but it was not until he went up the steps and entered his room that he knew he had walked it. He found himself sitting on the edge of the bed and staring about him like an awakened somnambulist. He noticed Overdue lying on the table and drew up his chair and reached for his pen. There was in his nature a logical compulsion toward completeness. Here was something undone. It had been deferred against the completion of something else. Now that something else had been finished, and he would apply himself to his task until it was finished. What he would do next he did not know. All that he did know was that a climacteric in his life had been attained. A period had been reached, and he was rounding it off in a workmanlike fashion. He was not curious about the future. He would soon enough find out what it held in store for him. Whatever it was, it did not matter. Nothing seemed to matter. For 5 days he toiled on at Overdue, going nowhere, seeing nobody, and eating meagerly. On the morning of the 6th day, the postman brought him a thin letter from the editor of the Parthenon. A glance told him that Ephemera was accepted. "We have submitted the poem to Mr. Cartwright Bruce," the editor went on to say, "and he has reported so favorably upon it that we cannot let it go. As an earnest of our pleasure in publishing the poem, let me tell you that we have set it for the August number, our July number being already made up. Kindly extend our pleasure and our thanks to Mr. Brissenden. Please send by return mail his photograph and biographical data. If our honorarium is unsatisfactory, kindly telegraph us at once and state what you consider a fair price." Since the honorarium that had been offered was $350, Martin thought it not worth while to telegraph. Then, too, there was Brissenden's consent to be gained. Well, he had been right after all. Here was one magazine editor who knew real poetry when he saw it, and the price was splendid, even though it was for the poem of a century. As for Cartwright Bruce, Martin knew that he was the one critic for whose opinions Brissenden had any respect. Martin rode downtown on an electric car, and as he watched the houses and cross streets slipping by, he was aware of a regret that he was not more elated over his friend's success and over his own signal victory. The one critic in the United States had pronounced favorably on the poem, while his own contention that good stuff could find its way into the magazines had proved correct. But enthusiasm had lost its spring in him, and he found that he was more anxious to see Brissenden than he was to carry the good news. The acceptance of the Parthenon had recalled to him that during his 5 days' devotion to Overdue, he had not heard from Brissenden, nor even thought about him. For the first time, Martin realized the daze he had been in, and he felt shame for having forgotten his friend. But even the shame did not burn very sharply. He was numb to emotions of any sort, save the artistic ones concerned in the writing of Overdue. So far as other affairs were concerned, he had been in a trance. For that matter, he was still in a trance. All this life through which the electric car whirred seemed remote and unreal, and he would have experienced little interest and less shock if the great stone steeple of the church he passed had suddenly crumbled to mortar dust upon his head. At the hotel, he hurried up to Brissenden's room and hurried down again. The room was empty. All luggage was gone. "Did Mr. Brissenden leave any address?" he asked the clerk, who looked at him curiously for a moment. "Haven't you heard?" he asked. Martin shook his head. "Why, the papers were full of it. He was found dead in bed. Suicide. Shot himself through the head." "Is he buried yet?" Martin seemed to hear his voice, like someone else's voice, from a long way off, asking the question. "No, the body was shipped east after the inquest. Lawyers engaged by his people saw to the arrangements." "They were quick about it, I must say," Martin commented. "Oh, I don't know. It happened 5 days ago." "5 days ago?" "Yes, 5 days ago." "Oh," Martin said as he turned and went out. At the corner, he stepped into the Western Union and sent a telegram to the Parthenon, advising them to proceed with the publication of the poem. He had in his pocket but 5 cents with which to pay his car fare home, so he sent the message collect. Once in his room, he resumed his writing. The days and nights came and went, and he sat at his table and wrote on. He went nowhere, save to the pawnbroker, took no exercise, and ate methodically when he was hungry and had something to cook, and just as methodically went without when he had nothing to cook. Composed as the story was in advance, chapter by chapter, he nevertheless saw and developed an opening that increased the power of it, though it necessitated 20,000 additional words. It was not that there was any vital need that the thing should be well done, but that his artistic canons compelled him to do it well. He worked on in the daze, strangely detached from the world around him, feeling like a familiar ghost among these literary trappings of his former life. He remembered that someone had said that a ghost was the spirit of a man who was dead, and who did not have sense enough to know it. And he paused for a moment to wonder if he were really dead and unaware of it. Came the day when Overdue was finished. The agent of the typewriter firm had come for the machine, and he sat on the bed while Martin, on the one chair, typed the last pages of the final chapter. "Finis," he wrote, in capitals at the end, and to him it was indeed finis. He watched the typewriter carried out the door with a feeling of relief, and went over and lay down on the bed. He was faint from hunger. Food had not passed his lips in 36 hours, but he did not think about it. He lay on his back with closed eyes and did not think at all, while the daze or stupor slowly welled up, saturating his consciousness. Half in delirium, he began muttering aloud the lines of an anonymous poem Brissenden had been fond of quoting to him. Maria, listening anxiously outside his door, was perturbed by his monotonous utterance. The words in themselves were not significant to her, but the fact that he was saying them was. "I have done," was the burden of the poem. "I have done, put by the lute. Song and singing soon are over. as the airy shades that hover in among the purple clover. I have done, put by the lute. Once I sang as early thrushes sing among the dewy bushes. Now I'm mute. I am like a weary linnet, for my throat has no song in it. I have had my singing minute. I have done, put by the lute. Maria could stand it no longer, and hurried away to the stove, where she filled a quart bowl with soup, putting into it the lion's share of chopped meat and vegetables which her ladle scraped from the bottom of the pot. Martin roused himself and sat up and began to eat, between spoonfuls reassuring Maria that he had not been talking in his sleep, and that he did not have any fever. After she left him, he sat drearily, with drooping shoulders, on the edge of the bed, gazing about him with lackluster eyes that saw nothing until the torn wrapper of a magazine, which had come in the morning's mail and which lay unopened, shot a gleam of light into his darkened brain. It was the Parthenon, he thought, the august Parthenon, and it must contain ephemera. If only Brissenden were here to see. He was turning the pages of the magazine when suddenly he stopped. Ephemera had been featured, with gorgeous headpiece and Beardsley-like margin decorations. On the side of the headpiece was Brissenden's photograph. On the other side was a photograph of Sir John Value, the British ambassador. A preliminary editorial note quoted Sir John Value as saying that there were no poets in America, and the publication of ephemera was the Parthenon's "There, take that, Sir John Value." Cartwright Bruce was described as the greatest critic in America, and he was quoted as saying that ephemera was the greatest poem ever written in America. And finally, the editor's foreword ended with, "We have not yet made up our minds entirely as to the merits of ephemera. Perhaps we shall never be able to do so. But we have read it often, wondering at the words and their arrangement, wondering where Mr. Brissenden got them, and how he could fasten them together." Then followed the poem. "Pretty good thing you died, Briss, old man," Martin murmured, letting the magazine slip between his knees to the floor. The cheapness and vulgarity of it was nauseating, and Martin noted apathetically that he was not nauseated very much. He wished he could get angry, but did not have energy enough to try. He was too numb. His blood was too congealed to accelerate to the swift tidal flow of indignation. After all, what did it matter? It was on a par with all the rest that Brissenden had condemned in bourgeois society. Poor Briss, Martin communed. He would never have forgiven me. Rousing himself with an effort, he possessed himself of a box which had once contained typewriter paper. Going through its contents, he drew forth 11 poems which his friend had written. These he tore lengthwise and crosswise and dropped into the wastebasket. He did it languidly, and, when he had finished, sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly before him. How long he sat there he did not know, until, suddenly, across his sightless vision he saw form a long horizontal line of white. It was curious. But as he watched it grow in definiteness, he saw that it was a coral reef, smoking in the white Pacific surges. Next, in the line of breakers, he made out a small canoe, an outrigger canoe. In the stern he saw a young bronzed god in scarlet hipcloth, dipping a flashing paddle. He recognized him. He was Moti, the youngest son of Tati, the chief, and this was Tahiti, and beyond that smoking reef lay the sweet land of Papara and the chief's grass house by the river's mouth. It was the end of the day, and Moti was coming home from fishing. He was waiting for the rush of a big breaker whereon to jump the reef. Then he saw himself, sitting forward in the canoe, as he had often sat in the past, dipping a paddle that waited Moti's word to dig in like mad when the turquoise wall of the great breaker rose behind them. Next, he was no longer an onlooker, but was himself in the canoe. Moti was crying out, and they were both thrusting hard with their paddles, racing on the steep face of the flying turquoise. Under the bow the water was hissing as from a steam jet. The air was filled with driven spray. There was a rush and rumble and long echoing roar, and the canoe floated on the placid water of the lagoon. Moti laughed and shook the salt water from his eyes, and together they paddled into the pounded coral beach, where Tati's grass walls, through the coconut palms, showed golden in the setting sun. The picture faded, and before his eyes stretched the disorder of his squalid room. He strove in vain to see Tahiti again. He knew there was singing among the trees, and that the maidens were dancing in the moonlight, but he could not see them. He could see only the littered writing table, the empty space where the typewriter had stood, and the unwashed window pane. He closed his eyes with a groan and slept. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. He slept heavily all night and did not stir until aroused by the postman on his morning round. Martin felt tired and passive, and went through his letters aimlessly. One thin envelope from a robber magazine contained a check for $22. He had been dunning for it for a year and a half. He noted its amount apathetically. The old-time thrill at receiving a publisher's check was gone. Unlike his earlier checks, this one was not pregnant with promise of great things to come. To him it was a check for $22, that was all, and it would buy him something to eat. Another check was in the same mail, sent from a New York weekly, in payment for some humorous verse, which had been accepted months before. It was for $10. An idea came to him, which he calmly considered. He did not know what he was going to do, and he felt in no hurry to do anything. In the meantime, he must live. Also, he owed numerous debts. Would it not be a paying investment to put stamps on the huge pile of manuscripts under the table, and start them on their travels again? One or two of them might be accepted. That would help him to live. He decided on the investment, and, after he cashed the checks at the bank down in Oakland, he bought $10 worth of postage stamps. The thought of going home to cook breakfast in his stuffy little room was repulsive to him. For the first time, he refused to consider his debts. He knew that in his room he could manufacture a substantial breakfast at a cost from 15 to 20 cents. But instead, he went into the Forum Café and ordered a breakfast that cost $2. He tipped the waiter a quarter and spent 50 cents for a package of Egyptian cigarettes. It was the first time he had smoked since Ruth had asked him to stop. But he could see no reason why he should not, and, besides, he wanted to smoke. And what did the money matter? For 5 cents he could have bought a package of Durham and brown papers and rolled 40 cigarettes. But what of it? Money had no meaning to him now, except what it would immediately buy. He was chartless and rudderless, and he had no port to make, while drifting involved the least living, and it was living that hurt. The days slipped along, and he slept 8 hours regularly every night, though now, while waiting for more checks, he ate in the Japanese restaurants where meals were served for 10 cents. His wasted body filled out, as did the hollows in his cheeks. He no longer abused himself with short sleep, overwork, and overstudy. He wrote nothing, and the books were closed. He walked much out in the hills and loafed long hours in the quiet parks. He had no friends nor acquaintances, nor did he make any. He had no inclination. He was waiting for some impulse, from he knew not where, to put his stopped life into motion again. In the meantime, his life remained run down, planless, and empty and idle. Once he made a trip to San Francisco to look up the real dirt, but at the last moment, as he stepped into the upstairs entrance, he recoiled and turned and fled through the swarming ghetto. He was frightened at the thought of hearing philosophy discussed, and he fled furtively, for fear that some one of the real dirt might chance along and recognize him. Sometimes he glanced over the magazines and newspapers to see how ephemera was being maltreated. It had made a hit, but what a hit! Everybody had read it, and everybody was discussing whether or not it was really poetry. The local papers had taken it up, and daily there appeared columns of learned criticisms, facetious editorials, and serious letters from subscribers. Helen Della Del Mar, proclaimed with a flourish of trumpets and rolling of tom-toms to be the greatest woman poet in the United States, denied Brissenden a seat beside her on Pegasus, and wrote voluminous letters to the public, proving that he was no poet. The Parthenon came out in its next number, patting itself on the back for the stir it had made, sneering at Sir John Value, and exploiting Brissenden's death with ruthless commercialism. A newspaper with a sworn circulation of 500,000 published an original and spontaneous poem by Helen Della Del Mar, in which she jibed and sneered at Brissenden. Also, she was guilty of a second poem, in which she parodied him. Martin had many times to be glad that Brissenden was dead. He had hated the crowd so, and here all that was finest and most sacred of him had been thrown to the crowd. Daily the vivisection of beauty went on. Every nincompoop in the land rushed into free print, floating their wizened little egos into the public eye on the surge of Brissenden's greatness. Quoth one paper, "We have received a letter from a gentleman who wrote a poem just like it, only better, some time ago." Another paper, in deadly seriousness, reproving Helen Della Del Mar for her parody, said, "But unquestionably Miss Del Mar wrote it in a moment of badinage, and not quite with the respect that one great poet should allow to another, and perhaps to the greatest. However, whether Miss Del Mar be jealous or not of the man who invented ephemera, it is certain that she, like thousands of others, is fascinated by his work, and that the day may come when she will try to write lines like his." Ministers began to preach sermons against ephemera, and one, who too stoutly stood for much of its content, was expelled for heresy. The great poem contributed to the gaiety of the world. The comic verse writers and the cartoonists took hold of it with screaming laughter, and in the personal columns of society weeklies jokes were perpetrated on it to the effect that Charlie Frensham told Archie Jennings, in confidence, that 5 lines of ephemera would drive a man to beat a cripple, and that 10 lines would send him to the bottom of the river. Martin did not laugh, nor did he grit his teeth in anger. The effect produced upon him was one of great sadness. In the crash of his whole world, with love on the pinnacle, the crash of magazinedom, and the dear public was a small crash indeed. Brissenden had been wholly right in his judgment of the magazines, and he, Martin, had spent arduous and futile years in order to find it out for himself. The magazines were all Brissenden had said they were, and more. Well, he was done. He solaced himself. He had hitched his wagon to a star, and been landed in a pestiferous marsh. The visions of Tahiti, clean, sweet Tahiti, were coming to him more frequently, and there were the low Paumotus and the high Marquesas. He saw himself often now, on board trading schooners or frail little cutters, slipping out at dawn through the reef at Papeete, and beginning the long beat through the pearl atolls to Nuka Hiva and the Bay of Tahoe, where Tamiri, he knew, would kill a pig in honor of his coming, and where Tamiri's flower-garlanded daughters would seize his hands and with a song and laughter garland him with flowers. The South Seas were calling, and he knew that sooner or later he would answer the call. In the meantime he drifted, resting and recuperating after the long traverse he had made through the realm of knowledge. When the Parthenon check of $350 was forwarded to him, he turned it over to the local lawyer who had attended to Brissenden's affairs for his family. Martin took a receipt for the check, and at the same time gave a note for the $100 Brissenden had let him have. The time was not long when Martin ceased patronizing the Japanese restaurants. At the very moment when he had abandoned the fight, the tide turned. But it had turned too late. Without a thrill he opened a thin envelope from the Millennium, scanned the face of a check that represented $300, and noted that it was the payment on acceptance for adventure. Every debt he owed in the world, including the pawnshop with its usurious interest, amounted to less than $100. And when he had paid everything and lifted the $100 note from Brissenden's lawyer, he still had over $100 in pocket. He ordered a suit of clothes from the tailor and ate his meals in the best cafes in town. He still slept in his little room at Maria's, but the sight of his new clothes caused the neighborhood children to cease from calling him hobo and tramp from the roofs of woodsheds and over back fences. Wiki Wiki, his Hawaiian story, was bought by Warren's Monthly for $250. The Northern Review took his essay, The Cradle of Beauty, and Mackintosh's Magazine took The Palmist, the poem he had written to Marion. The editors and readers were back from their summer vacations, and manuscripts were being handled quickly. But Martin could not puzzle out what strange whim animated them to this general acceptance of the things they had persistently rejected for 2 years. Nothing of his had been published. He was not known anywhere outside of Oakland, and in Oakland, with the few who thought they knew him, he was notorious as a red shirt and a socialist. So there was no explaining the sudden acceptability of his wares. It was sheer jugglery of fate. After it had been refused by a number of magazines, he had taken Brissenden's rejected advice and started The Shame of the Sun on the round of publishers. After several refusals, Singletree, Darnley and Company accepted it, promising fall publication. When Martin asked for an advance on royalties, they wrote that such was not their custom, that books of that nature rarely paid for themselves, and that they doubted if his book would sell 1,000 copies. Martin figured what the book would earn him on such a sale. Retailed at $1, on a royalty of 15%, it would bring him $150. He decided that if he had to do it over again, he would confine himself to fiction. Adventure, 1/4 as long, had brought him twice as much from the Millennium. That newspaper paragraph he had read so long ago had been true after all. The first-class magazines did pay on acceptance, and they paid well. Not 2 cents a word, but 4 cents a word, had the Millennium paid him. And, furthermore, they bought good stuff, too. For were they not buying his? This last thought he accompanied with a grin. He wrote to Singletree, Darnley and Company, offering to sell out his rights in The Shame of the Sun for $100, but they did not care to take the risk. In the meantime, he was not in need of money, for several of his later stories had been accepted and paid for. He actually opened a bank account where, without a debt in the world, he had several $100s to his credit. Overdue, after having been declined by a number of magazines, came to rest at the Meredith Lowell Company. Martin remembered the $5 Gertrude had given him, and his resolve to return it to her 100 times over. So he wrote for an advance on royalties of $500. To his surprise, a check for that amount, accompanied by a contract, came by return mail. He cashed the check into $5 gold pieces and telephoned Gertrude that he wanted to see her. She arrived at the house panting and short of breath from the haste she had made. Apprehensive of trouble, she stuffed the few dollars she possessed into her hand satchel, and so sure was she that disaster had overtaken her brother that she stumbled forward sobbing into his arms, at the same time thrusting the satchel mutely at him. "I'd have come myself," he said, "but I didn't want a row with Mr. Higginbotham, and that is what would have surely happened." "You'll be all right after a time," she assured him, while she wondered what the trouble was that Martin was in. "But you'd best get a job first and steady down. Bernard does like to see a man at honest work. That stuff in the newspapers broke him all up. I never saw him so mad before." "I'm not going to get a job," Martin said with a smile. "And you can tell him so from me. I don't need a job, and there's the proof of it." He emptied the 100 gold pieces into her lap in a glinting, tinkling stream. "You remember that $5 you gave me the time I didn't have car fare? Well, there it is, with 99 brothers of different ages, but all of the same size. If Gertrude had been frightened when she arrived, she was now in a panic of fear. Her fear was such that it was certitude. She was not suspicious. She was convinced. She looked at Martin in horror, and her heavy limbs shrank under the golden stream as though it were burning her. "It's yours," he laughed. She burst into tears and began to moan. "My poor boy, my poor boy." He was puzzled for a moment. Then he divined the cause of her agitation and handed her the Meredith Lowell letter which had accompanied the check. She stumbled through it, pausing now and again to wipe her eyes, and when she had finished, said, "And does it mean you come by the money honestly?" "More honestly than if I'd won it in a lottery. I earned it." Slowly faith came back to her, and she reread the letter carefully. It took him long to explain to her the nature of the transaction which had put the money into his possession, and longer still to get her to understand that the money was really hers, and that he did not need it. "I'll put it in the bank for you," she said finally. "You'll do nothing of the sort. It's yours, to do with as you please, and if you don't take it, I'll give it to Maria. She'll know what to do with it. I'd suggest, though, that you hire a servant and take a good long rest." "I'm going to tell Bernard all about it," she announced when she was leaving. Martin winced, then grinned. "Yes, do," he said. "And then, maybe, he'll invite me to dinner again." "Yes, he will. I'm sure he will," she exclaimed fervently as she drew him to her and kissed and hugged him. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. One day Martin became aware that he was lonely. He was healthy and strong, and had nothing to do. The cessation from writing and studying, the death of Brissenden, and the estrangement from Ruth had made a big hole in his life. And his life refused to be pinned down to good living in cafes and the smoking of Egyptian cigarettes. It was true the South Seas were calling to him, but he had a feeling that the game was not yet played out in the United States. 2 books were soon to be published, and he had more books that might find publication. Money could be made out of them, and he would wait and take a sack full of it into the South Seas. He knew a valley and a bay in the Marquesas that he could buy for $1,000 Chile. The valley ran from the horseshoe, landlocked bay to the tops of the dizzy, cloud-capped peaks, and contained perhaps 10,000 acres. It was filled with tropical fruits, wild chickens, and wild pigs, with an occasional herd of wild cattle, while high up among the peaks were herds of wild goats harried by packs of wild dogs. The whole place was wild. Not a human lived in it, and he could buy it and the bay for $1,000 Chile. The bay, as he remembered it, was magnificent, with water deep enough to accommodate the largest vessel afloat, and so safe that the South Pacific Directory recommended it as the best careening place for ships for hundreds of miles around. He would buy a schooner, one of those yacht-like, coppered crafts that sailed like witches, and go trading copra and pearling among the islands. He would make the valley and the bay his headquarters. He would build a patriarchal grass house like Tati's, and have it and the valley and the schooner filled with dark-skinned servitors. He would entertain there the factor of Tahoe, captains of wandering traders, and all the best of the South Pacific riffraff. He would keep open house and entertain like a prince. And he would forget the books he had opened, and the world that had proved an illusion. To do all this, he must wait in California and fill the sack with money. Already it was beginning to flow in. If one of the books made a strike, it might enable him to sell the whole heap of manuscripts. Also, he could collect the stories and poems into books, and make sure of the valley and the bay and the schooner. He would never write again. Upon that he was resolved. But in the meantime, awaiting the publication of the books, he must do something more than live dazed and stupid in the sort of uncaring trance into which he had fallen. He noted, one Sunday morning, that the bricklayers' picnic took place that day at Shell Mound Park, and to Shell Mound Park he went. He had been to the working-class picnics too often in his earlier life not to know what they were like, and as he entered the park he experienced a recrudescence of all the old sensations. After all, they were his kind, these working people. He had been born among them, he had lived among them, and though he had strayed for a time, it was well to come back among them. "If it ain't Mart," he heard someone say, and the next moment a hearty hand was on his shoulder. "Where you been all the time? Off to sea? Come and have a drink." It was the old crowd in which he found himself, the old crowd with here and there a gap, and here and there a new face. The fellows were not bricklayers, but, as in the old days, they attended all the Sunday picnics for the dancing, and the fighting, and the fun. Martin drank with them, and began to feel really human once more. He was a fool to have ever left them, he thought, and he was very certain that the sum of happiness would have been greater had he remained with them, and let alone the books and the people who sat in high places. Yet the beer seemed not so good as of yore. It didn't taste as it used to taste. Brissenden had spoiled him for steam beer, he concluded, and wondered if, after all, the books had spoiled him for companionship with these friends of his youth. He resolved that he would not be so spoiled, and he went on to the dancing pavilion. Jimmy, the plumber, he met there in the company of a tall blonde girl who promptly forsook him for Martin. "Gee, it's like old times," Jimmy explained to the gang that gave him the laugh as Martin and the blonde whirled away in a waltz. "And I don't give a rap. I'm too damn glad to see him back. Watch 'em waltz, eh? It's like silk. Who'd blame any girl?" But Martin restored the blonde to Jimmy, and the three of them, with half a dozen friends, watched the revolving couples and laughed and joked with one another. Everybody was glad to see Martin back. No book of his had been published. He carried no fictitious value in their eyes. They liked him for himself. He felt like a prince returned from exile, and his lonely heart burgeoned in the geniality in which it bathed. He made a mad day of it, and was at his best. Also, he had money in his pockets, and, as in the old days when he returned from sea with a payday, he made the money fly. Once, on the dance floor, he saw Lizzie Connolly go by, in the arms of a young working man. And later, when he had made the round of the pavilion, he came upon her sitting by a refreshment table. Surprise and greetings over, he led her away into the grounds, where they could talk without shouting down the music. From the instant he spoke to her, she was his. He knew it. She showed it in the proud humility of her eyes, in every caressing movement of her proudly carried body, and in the way she hung on his speech. She was not the young girl as he had known her. She was a woman now, and Martin noted that her wild, defiant beauty had improved, losing none of its wildness, while the defiance and the fire seemed more in control. A beauty, a perfect beauty, he murmured admiringly under his breath. And he knew she was his, and all he had to do was to say, "Come," and she would go with him over the world wherever he led. Even as the thought flashed through his brain, he received a heavy blow on the side of his head that nearly knocked him down. It was a man's fist, directed by a man so angry and in such haste that the fist had missed the jaw for which it was aimed. Martin turned as he staggered, and saw the fist coming at him in a wild swing. Quite as a matter of course, he ducked, and the fist flew harmlessly past, pivoting the man who had driven it. Martin hooked with his left, landing on the pivoting man with the weight of his body behind the blow. The man went to the ground sidewise, leaped to his feet, and made a mad rush. Martin saw his passion-distorted face and wondered what could be the cause of the fellow's anger. But while he wondered, he shot in a straight left, the weight of his body behind the blow. The man went over backward and fell in a crumpled heap. Jimmy and the others of the gang were running toward him. Martin was thrilling all over. This was the old days with a vengeance, with their dancing and their fighting and their fun. While he kept a wary eye on his antagonist, he glanced at Lizzie. Usually the girl screamed when the fellows got to scrapping, but she had not screamed. She was looking on with bated breath, leaning slightly forward. So keen was her interest. One hand pressed to her breast, her cheek flushed, and in her eyes a great and amazed admiration. The man had gained his feet, and was struggling to escape the restraining arms that were laid on him. "She was waiting for me to come back," he was proclaiming to all and sundry. "She was waiting for me to come back, and then that fresh guy comes butting in. Let go of me, I tell ya. I'm going to fix him." "What's eatin' yer?" Jimmy was demanding, as he helped hold the young fellow back. "That guy's Mart Eden. He's nifty with his mitts, lemme tell you that, and he'll eat you alive if you monkey with him." "He can't steal her on me that way," the other interjected. "He licked the Flying Dutchman, and you know him," Jimmy went on expostulating. "And he did it in 5 rounds. You couldn't last a minute against him, see?" This information seemed to have a mollifying effect, and the irate young man favored Martin with a measuring stare. "He don't look it," he sneered, but the sneer was without passion. "That's what the Flying Dutchman thought," Jimmy assured him. "Come on now, let's get out of this. There's lots of other girls. Come on." The young fellow allowed himself to be led away toward the pavilion, and the gang followed after him. "Who is he?" Martin asked Lizzie. "And what's it all about, anyway?" Already the zest of combat, which of old had been so keen and lasting, had died down, and he discovered that he was self-analytical, too much so to live, single heart and single hand, so primitive an existence. Lizzie tossed her head. "Oh, he's nobody," she said. "He's just been keeping company with me." "I had to, you see," she explained after a pause. "I was getting pretty lonesome, but I never forgot." Her voice sank lower, and she looked straight before him. "I'd throw him down for you any time." Martin, looking at her averted face, knowing that all he had to do was to reach out his hand and pluck her, fell to pondering whether, after all, there was any real worth in refined, grammatical English, and so forgot to reply to her. "You put it all over him," she said tentatively, with a laugh. "He's a husky young fellow, though," he admitted generously. "If they hadn't taken him away, he might have given me my hands full." "Who was that lady friend I saw you with that night?" she asked abruptly. "Oh, just a lady friend," was the answer. "It was a long time ago," she murmured contemplatively. "It seems like 1,000 years." But Martin went no farther in the matter. He led the conversation off into other channels. They had lunch in the restaurant, where he ordered wine and expensive delicacies, and afterward he danced with her, and with no one but her, till she was tired. He was a good dancer, and she whirled around and around with him in a heaven of delight, her head against his shoulder, wishing that it could last forever. Later in the afternoon they strayed off among the trees, where, in the good old fashion, she sat down while he sprawled on his back, his head in her lap. He lay and dozed while she fondled his hair, looked down on his closed eyes, and loved him without reserve. Looking up suddenly, he read the tender advertisement in her face. Her eyes fluttered down, then they opened and looked into his with soft defiance. "I've kept straight all these years," she said, her voice so low that it was almost a whisper. In his heart, Martin knew that it was the miraculous truth, and at his heart pleaded a great temptation. It was in his power to make her happy. Denied happiness himself, why should he deny happiness to her? He could marry her and take her down with him to dwell in the grass-walled castle in the Marquesas. The desire to do it was strong, but stronger still was the imperative command of his nature not to do it. In spite of himself, he was still faithful to love. The old days of license and easy living were gone. He could not bring them back, nor could he go back to them. He was changed. How changed, he had not realized until now. "I am not a marrying man, Lizzie," he said lightly. The hand caressing his hair paused perceptibly, then went on with the same gentle stroke. He noticed her face harden, but it was with the hardness of resolution, for still the soft color was in her cheeks, and she was all glowing and melting. "I did not mean that," she began, then faltered. "Or, anyway, I don't care." "I don't care," she repeated. "I'm proud to be your friend. I'd do anything for you. I'm made that way, I guess." Martin sat up. He took her hand in his. He did it deliberately, with warmth but without passion, and such warmth chilled her. "Don't let's talk about it," she said. "You are a great and noble woman," he said, "and it is I who should be proud to know you. And I am. You are a ray of light to me in a very dark world, and I've got to be straight with you, just as straight as you have been." "I don't care whether you're straight or not. You could do anything with me. You could throw me in the dirt and walk on me. And you're the only man in the world that can," she added with a defiant flash. "I ain't taken care of myself since I was a kid for nothing." "And it's just because of that that I'm not going to," he said gently. "You are so big and generous that you challenge me to equal generousness. I'm not marrying, and I'm not, well, loving without marrying, though I've done my share of that in the past. I'm sorry I came here today and met you, but it can't be helped now, and I never expected it would turn out this way. But look here, Lizzie, I can't begin to tell you how much I like you. I do more than like you. I admire and respect you. You are magnificent, and you are magnificently good. But what's the use of words? Yet there's something I'd like to do. You've had a hard life. Let me make it easy for you." A joyous light welled into her eyes, then faded out again. "I'm pretty sure of getting hold of some money soon. Lots of it." In that moment he abandoned the idea of the valley and the bay, the grass-walled castle and the trim white schooner. After all, what did it matter? He could go away, as he had done so often, before the mast, on any ship bound anywhere. "I'd like to turn it over to you. There must be something you want. To go to school or business college. You might like to study and be a stenographer. I could fix it for you. Or maybe your father and mother are living. I could set them up in a grocery store or something. Anything you want. Just name it, and I can fix it up for you." She made no reply, but sat, gazing straight before her, dry-eyed and motionless, but with an ache in the throat, which Martin divined so strongly that it made his own throat ache. He regretted that he had spoken. It seemed so tawdry, what he had offered her. Mere money, compared with what she offered him. He offered her an extraneous thing with which he could part without a pang, while she offered him herself, along with disgrace and shame and sin and all her hopes of heaven. "Don't let's talk about it," she said with a catch in her voice that she changed to a cough. She stood up. "Come on, let's go home. I'm all tired out." The day was done, and the merrymakers had nearly all departed. But as Martin and Lizzie emerged from the trees, they found the gang waiting for them. Martin knew immediately the meaning of it. Trouble was brewing. The gang was his bodyguard. They passed out through the gates of the park with, straggling in the rear, a second gang, the friends that Lizzie's young man had collected to avenge the loss of his lady. Several constables and special police officers, anticipating trouble, trailed along to prevent it, and herded the two gangs separately aboard the train for San Francisco. Martin told Jimmy that he would get off at 16th Street Station and catch the electric car into Oakland. Lizzie was very quiet and without interest in what was impending. The train pulled into 16th Street Station, and the waiting electric car could be seen, the conductor of which was impatiently clanging the gong. "There she is," Jimmy counseled. "Make a run for it, and we'll hold him back. Now you go. Hit her up." The hostile gang was temporarily disconcerted by the maneuver. Then it dashed from the train in pursuit. The staid and sober Oakland folk who waited upon the car scarcely noted the young fellow and the girl who ran for it and found a seat in front on the outside. They did not connect the couple with Jimmy, who sprang on the steps, crying to the motorman, "Slam on the juice, old man, and beat it out of here." The next moment Jimmy whirled about, and the passengers saw him land his fists on the face of a running man who was trying to board the car. But fists were landing on faces the whole length of the car. Thus Jimmy and his gang, strung out on the long lower steps, met the attacking gang. The car started with a great clanging of its gong, and, as Jimmy's gang drove off the last assailants, they, too, jumped off to finish the job. The car dashed on, leaving the flurry of combat far behind, and its dumbfounded passengers never dreamed that the quiet young man and the pretty working-class girl sitting in the corner on the outside seat had been the cause of the row. Martin had enjoyed the fight, with a recrudescence of the old fighting thrills, but they quickly died away, and he was oppressed by a great sadness. He felt very old, centuries older than those careless, carefree young companions of his other days. He had traveled far, too far to go back. Their mode of life, which had once been his, was now distasteful to him. He was disappointed in it all. He had developed into an alien. As the steam beer had tasted raw, so their companionship seemed raw to him. He was too far removed. Too many thousands of opened books yawned between him and them. He had exiled himself. He had traveled in the vast realm of intellect until he could no longer return home. On the other hand, he was human, and his gregarious need for companionship remained unsatisfied. He had found no new home. As the gang could not understand him, as his own family could not understand him, as the bourgeoisie could not understand him, so this girl beside him, whom he honored high, could not understand him, nor the honor he paid her. His sadness was not untouched with bitterness as he thought it over. "Make it up with him," he advised Lizzie at parting, as they stood in front of the working-man's shack in which she lived, near 6th and Market. He referred to the young fellow whose place he had usurped that day. "I can't now," she said. "Oh, go on," he said jovially. "All you have to do is whistle, and he'll come running." "I didn't mean that," she said simply. And he knew what she had meant. She leaned toward him as he was about to say good night. But she leaned not imperatively nor seductively, but wistfully and humbly. He was touched to the heart. His large tolerance rose up in him. He put his arms around her and kissed her, and knew that upon his own lips rested as true a kiss as man ever received. "My God," she sobbed, "I could die for you. I could die for you." She tore herself from him suddenly and ran up the steps. He felt a quick moisture in his eyes. "Martin Eden," he communed, "you're not a brute, and you're a damn poor Nietzsche man. You'd marry her if you could, and fill her quivering heart full of happiness. But you can't. You can't. And it's a damn shame. A poor old tramp explains his poor old ulcers," he muttered, remembering his Henley. "Life is, I think, a blunder and a shame. It is a blunder and a shame. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. The Shame of the Sun was published in October. As Martin cut the cords of the express package and the half-dozen complimentary copies from the publisher spilled out on the table, a heavy sadness fell upon him. He thought of the wild delight that would have been his had this happened a few short months before, and he contrasted that delight that should have been with his present uncaring coldness. His book, his first book, and his pulse had not gone up a fraction of a beat, and he was only sad. It meant little to him now. The most it meant was that it might bring some money, and little enough did he care for money. He carried a copy out into the kitchen and presented it to Maria. "I did it," he explained, in order to clear up her bewilderment. "I wrote it in the room there, and I guess some few quarts of your vegetable soup went into the making of it. Keep it, it's yours. Just to remember me by, you know." He was not bragging, not showing off. His sole motive was to make her happy, to make her proud of him, to justify her long faith in him. She put the book in the front room, on top of the family Bible. A sacred thing was this book her lodger had made, a fetish of friendship. It softened the blow of his having been a laundryman, and though she could not understand a line of it, she knew that every line of it was great. She was a simple, practical, hard-working woman, but she possessed faith in large endowment. Just as emotionlessly as he had received The Shame of the Sun, did he read the reviews of it that came in weekly from the clipping bureau. The book was making a hit, that was evident. It meant more than gold in the money sack. He could fix up Lizzie, redeem all his promises, and still have enough left to build his little grass-walled castle. Singletree, Darnley and Company had cautiously brought out an edition of 1,500 copies, but the first reviews had started a second edition of twice that size through the presses, and ere this was delivered, a third edition of 5,000 had been ordered. A London firm made arrangements by cable for an English edition, and hot-footed upon this came the news of French, German, and Scandinavian translations in progress. The attack upon the Maeterlinck school could not have been made at a more opportune moment. A fierce controversy was precipitated. Saleeby and Hackle endorsed and defended The Shame of the Sun, for once finding themselves on the same side of a question. Crooks and Wallace ranged up on the opposing side, while Sir Oliver Lodge attempted to formulate a compromise that would jibe with his particular cosmic theories. Maeterlinck's followers rallied around the standard of mysticism. Chesterton set the whole world laughing with a series of alleged, non-partisan essays on the subject, and the whole affair, controversy and controversialists, was well nigh swept into the pit by a thundering broadside from George Bernard Shaw. Needless to say, the arena was crowded with hosts of lesser lights, and the dust and sweat and din became terrific. "It is a most marvelous happening," Singletree, Darnley and Company wrote Martin. "A critical philosophic essay selling like a novel. You could not have chosen your subject better, and all contributory factors have been unwarrantedly propitious. We need scarcely to assure you that we are making hay while the sun shines. Over 40,000 copies have already been sold in the United States and Canada, and a new edition of 20,000 is on the presses. We are overworked trying to supply the demand. Nevertheless, we have helped to create that demand. We have already spent $5,000 in advertising. The book is bound to be a record breaker. Please find herewith a contract in duplicate for your next book, which we have taken the liberty of forwarding to you. You will please note that we have increased your royalties to 20%, which is about as high as a conservative publishing house dares to go. If our offer is agreeable to you, please fill in the proper blank space with the title of your book. We make no stipulations concerning its nature. Any book on any subject. If you have one already written, so much the better. Now is the time to strike. The iron could not be hotter. On receipt of signed contract, we shall be pleased to make you an advance on royalties of $5,000. You see, we have faith in you, and we are going in on this thing big. We should like also to discuss with you the drawing up of a contract for a term of years, say 10, during which we shall have the exclusive rights of publishing in book form all that you produce, but more of this anon." Martin laid down the letter and worked a problem in mental arithmetic, finding the product of 15 cents times 60,000 to be $9,000. He signed the new contract, inserting "the smoke of joy" in the blank space, and mailed it back to the publishers along with the 20 storiettes he had written in the days before he discovered the formula for the newspaper storiette. And promptly as the United States mail could deliver and return, came Singletree, Darnley and Company's check for $5,000. "I want you to come downtown with me, Maria, this afternoon at 2:00, Martin said, the morning the check arrived. "Or, better, meet me at 14th and Broadway at 2:00. I'll be looking out for you." At the appointed time she was there, but shoes was the only clue to the mystery her mind had been capable of evolving, and she suffered a distinct shock of disappointment when Martin walked her right by a shoe store and dived into a real estate office. What happened thereupon resided forever after in her memory as a dream. Fine gentlemen smiled at her benevolently as they talked with Martin and one another. A typewriter clicked. Signatures were affixed to an imposing document. Her own landlord was there too, and affixed his signature. And when all was over and she was outside on the sidewalk, her landlord spoke to her, saying, "Well, Maria, you won't have to pay me no $7.50 this month." Maria was too stunned for speech. "Or next month, or the next, her landlord said. She thanked him incoherently, as if for a favor. And it was not until she had returned home to North Oakland and conferred with her own kind, and had the Portuguese grocer investigate, that she really knew that she was the owner of the little house in which she had lived and for which she had paid rent so long. "Why don't you trade with me no more?" the Portuguese grocer asked Martin that evening, stepping out to hail him when he got off the car, and Martin explained that he wasn't doing his own cooking any more, and then went in and had a drink of wine on the house. He noted it was the best wine the grocer had in stock. "Maria," Martin announced that night, "I'm going to leave you. And you're going to leave here yourself soon. Then you can rent the house and be a landlord yourself. You've a brother in San Leandro or Hayward's, and he's in the milk business. I want you to send all your washing back unwashed, understand? Unwashed, and go out to San Leandro tomorrow, or Hayward's, or wherever it is, and see that brother of yours. Tell him to come and see me. I'll be stopping at the Metropole downtown in Oakland. He'll know a good milk ranch when he sees one." And so it was that Maria became a landlord and the sole owner of a dairy, with 2 hired men to do the work for her, and a bank account that steadily increased, despite the fact that her whole brood wore shoes and went to school. Few persons ever meet the fairy princes they dream about, but Maria, who worked hard and whose head was hard, never dreaming about fairy princes, entertained hers in the guise of an ex-laundryman. In the meantime, the world had begun to ask, who is this Martin Eden? He had declined to give any biographical data to his publishers, but the newspapers were not to be denied. Oakland was his own town, and the reporters nosed out scores of individuals who would supply information. All that he was and was not, all that he had done, and most of what he had not done, was spread out for the delectation of the public, accompanied by snapshots and photographs, the latter procured from the local photographer who had once taken Martin's picture and who promptly copyrighted it and put it on the market. At first, so great was his disgust with the magazines and all bourgeois society, Martin fought against publicity. But in the end, because it was easier than not to, he surrendered. He found that he could not refuse himself to the special writers who traveled long distances to see him. Then again, each day was so many hours long, and, since he no longer was occupied with writing and studying, Those hours had to be occupied somehow. So he yielded to what was to him a whim, permitted interviews, gave his opinions on literature and philosophy, and even accepted invitations of the bourgeoisie. He had settled down into a strange and comfortable state of mind. He no longer cared. He forgave everybody, even the cub reporter who had painted him red, and to whom he now granted a full page with specially posed photographs. He saw Lizzie occasionally, and it was patent that she regretted the greatness that had come to him. It widened the space between them. Perhaps it was with the hope of narrowing it that she yielded to his persuasions to go to night school and business college, and to have herself gowned by a wonderful dressmaker who charged outrageous prices. She improved visibly from day to day, until Martin wondered if he was doing right, for he knew that all her compliance and endeavor was for his sake. She was trying to make herself of worth in his eyes, of the sort of worth he seemed to value. Yet he gave her no hope, treating her in brotherly fashion and rarely seeing her. Overdue was rushed upon the market by the Meredith Lowell Company in the height of his popularity, and being fiction, in point of sales it made even a bigger strike than The Shame of the Sun. Week after week, his was the credit of the unprecedented performance of having 2 books at the head of the list of bestsellers. Not only did the story take with the fiction readers, but those who read The Shame of the Sun with avidity were likewise attracted to the sea story by the cosmic grasp of mastery with which he had handled it. First, he had attacked the literature of mysticism, and had done it exceeding well, and next, he had successfully supplied the very literature he had exposited, thus proving himself to be that rare genius, a critic and a creator in one. Money poured in on him, fame poured in on him. He flashed, comet-like, through the world of literature, and he was more amused than interested by the stir he was making. One thing was puzzling him, a little thing that would have puzzled the world had it known, but the world would have puzzled over his bepuzzlement rather than over the little thing that to him loomed gigantic. Judge Blount invited him to dinner. That was the little thing, or the beginning of the little thing, that was soon to become the big thing. He had insulted Judge Blount, treated him abominably, and Judge Blount, meeting him on the street, invited him to dinner. Martin bethought himself of the numerous occasions on which he had met Judge Blount at the Morses, and when Judge Blount had not invited him to dinner. Why had he not invited him to dinner then? He asked himself. He had not changed. He was the same Martin Eden. What made the difference? The fact that the stuff he had written had appeared inside the covers of books. But it was work performed. It was not something he had done since. It was achievement accomplished at the very time Judge Blount was sharing this general view and sneering at his Spencer and his intellect. Therefore, it was not for any real value, but for a purely fictitious value, that Judge Blount invited him to dinner. Martin grinned and accepted the invitation, marveling the while at his complacence, and at the dinner where, with their womenkind, were half a dozen of those that sat in high places, and where Martin found himself quite the lion, Judge Blount, warmly seconded by Judge Hanwell, urged privately that Martin should permit his name to be put for the Sticks, the ultra-select club to which belonged not the mere men of wealth, but the men of attainment. And Martin declined, and was more puzzled than ever. He was kept busy disposing of his heap of manuscripts. He was overwhelmed by requests from editors. It had been discovered that he was a stylist, with meat under his style. The Northern Review, after publishing The Cradle of Beauty, had written him for half a dozen similar essays, which would have been supplied out of the heap had not Burton's Magazine, in a speculative mood, offered him $500 each for 5 essays. He wrote back that he would supply the demand, but at $1,000 an essay. He remembered that all these manuscripts had been refused by the very magazines that were now clamoring for them. And their refusals had been cold-blooded, automatic, stereotyped. They had made him sweat, and now he intended to make them sweat. Barton's magazine paid his price for 5 essays, and the remaining 4, at the same rate, were snapped up by Mackintosh's Monthly, the Northern Review being too poor to stand the pace. Thus went out to the world the high priests of mystery, the wonder dreamers, the yardstick of the ego, philosophy of illusion, God and clod, art and biology, critics and test tubes, stardust, and the dignity of usury, to raise storms and rumblings and mutterings that were many a day in dying down. Editors wrote to him telling him to name his own terms, which he did, but it was always for work performed. He refused resolutely to pledge himself to any new thing. The thought of again setting pen to paper maddened him. He had seen Brissenden torn to pieces by the crowd, and despite the fact that him the crowd acclaimed, he could not get over the shock nor gather any respect for the crowd. His very popularity seemed a disgrace and a treason to Brissenden. It made him wince, but he made up his mind to go on and fill the money bag. He received letters from editors like the following: "About a year ago we were unfortunate enough to refuse your collection of love poems. We were greatly impressed by them at the time, but certain arrangements already entered into prevented our taking them. If you still have them, and if you will be kind enough to forward them, we shall be glad to publish the entire collection on your terms. We are also prepared to make a most advantageous offer for bringing them out in book form." Martin recollected his blank verse tragedy, and sent it instead. He read it over before mailing, and was particularly impressed by its sophomoric amateurishness and general worthlessness. But he sent it, and it was published, to the everlasting regret of the editor. The public was indignant and incredulous. It was too far a cry from Martin Eden's high standard to that serious bosh. It was asserted that he had never written it, that the magazine had faked it very clumsily, or that Martin Eden was emulating the elder Dumas, and at the height of success was hiring his writing done for him. But when he explained that the tragedy was an early effort of his literary childhood, and that the magazine had refused to be happy unless it got it, a great laugh went up at the magazine's expense, and a change in the editorship followed. The tragedy was never brought out in book form, though Martin pocketed the advance royalties that had been paid. Coleman's Weekly sent Martin a lengthy telegram, costing nearly $300, offering him $1,000 an article for 20 articles. He was to travel over the United States with all expenses paid, and select whatever topics interested him. The body of the telegram was devoted to hypothetical topics in order to show him the freedom of range that was to be his. The only restriction placed upon him was that he must confine himself to the United States. Martin sent his inability to accept and his regrets by wire, collect. Weeky Weeky, published in Warren's Monthly, was an instantaneous success. It was brought out forward in a wide-margined, beautifully decorated volume that struck the holiday trade and sold like wildfire. The critics were unanimous in the belief that it would take its place with those 2 classics by 2 great writers, The Bottle Imp and The Magic Skin. The public, however, received the Smoke of Joy collection rather dubiously and coldly. The audacity and unconventionality of the storiettes was a shock to bourgeois morality and prejudice. But when Paris went mad over the immediate translation that was made, the American and English reading public followed suit and bought so many copies that Martin compelled the conservative house of Singletree, Darnley and Company to pay a flat royalty of 25% for a 3rd book, and 30% flat for a 4th. These 2 volumes comprised all the short stories he had written, and which had received, or were receiving, serial publication. The Ring of Bells and his horror stories constituted one collection. The other collection was composed of Adventure, The Pot, The Wine of Life, The Whirlpool, The Jostling Street, and 4 other stories. The Lowell Meredith Company captured the collection of all his essays, and the Maximilian Company got his sea lyrics and The Love Cycle, the latter receiving serial publication in the Ladies' Home Companion after the payment of an extortionate price. Martin heaved a sigh of relief when he had disposed of the last manuscript. The grass-walled castle and the white coppered schooner were very near to him. Well, at any rate, he had discovered Brissenden's contention that nothing of merit found its way into the magazines. His own success demonstrated that Brissenden had been wrong, and yet, somehow, he had a feeling that Brissenden had been right, after all. The Shame of the Sun had been the cause of his success more than the stuff he had written. That stuff had been merely incidental. It had been rejected right and left by the magazines. The publication of The Shame of the Sun had started a controversy and precipitated the landslide in his favor. Had there been no Shame of the Sun, there would have been no landslide. And had there been no miracle in the go of The Shame of the Sun, there would have been no landslide. Singletree, Darnley and Company attested that miracle. They had brought out a first edition of 1,500 copies and been dubious of selling it. They were experienced publishers, and no one had been more astounded than they at the success which had followed. To them it had been in truth a miracle. They never got over it, and every letter they wrote him reflected their reverent awe of that first mysterious happening. They did not attempt to explain it. There was no explaining it. It had happened. In the face of all experience to the contrary, it had happened. So it was, reasoning thus, that Martin questioned the validity of his popularity. It was the bourgeoisie that bought his books and poured its gold into his money-sack, and from what little he knew of the bourgeoisie, it was not clear to him how it could possibly appreciate or comprehend what he had written. His intrinsic beauty and power meant nothing to the hundreds of thousands who were acclaiming him and buying his books. He was the fad of the hour, the adventurer who had stormed Parnassus while the gods nodded. The hundreds of thousands read him and acclaimed him with the same brute non-understanding with which they had flung themselves on Brissenden's ephemera and torn it to pieces. A wolf rabble that fawned on him instead of fanging him. Fawn or fang, it was all a matter of chance. One thing he knew with absolute certitude. Ephemera was infinitely greater than anything he had done. It was infinitely greater than anything he had in him. It was a poem of centuries. Then the tribute the mob paid him was a sorry tribute indeed, for that same mob had wallowed ephemera into the mire. He sighed heavily and with satisfaction. He was glad the last manuscript was sold, and that he would soon be done with it all. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Mr. Morse met Martin in the office of the Hotel Metropole. Whether he had happened there just casually, intent on other affairs, or whether he had come there for the direct purpose of inviting him to dinner, Martin never could quite make up his mind, though he inclined toward the second hypothesis. At any rate, invited to dinner he was by Mr. Morse, Ruth's father, who had forbidden him the house and broken off the engagement. Martin was not angry. He was not even on his dignity. He tolerated Mr. Morse, wondering the while how it felt to eat such humble pie. He did not decline the invitation. Instead, he put it off with vagueness and indefiniteness, and inquired after the family, particularly after Mrs. Morse and Ruth. He spoke her name without hesitancy, naturally, though secretly surprised that he had had no inward quiver, no old familiar increase of pulse and warm surge of blood. He had many invitations to dinner, some of which he accepted. Persons got themselves introduced to him in order to invite him to dinner. And he went on puzzling over the little thing that was becoming a great thing. Bernard Higginbotham invited him to dinner. He puzzled the harder. He remembered the days of his desperate starvation when no one invited him to dinner. That was the time he needed dinners, and went weak and faint for lack of them, and lost weight from sheer famine. That was the paradox of it. When he wanted dinners, no one gave them to him. And now that he could buy 100,000 dinners and was losing his appetite, dinners were thrust upon him right and left. But why? There was no justice in it, no merit on his part. He was no different. All the work he had done was even at that time work performed. Mr. and Mrs. Morse had condemned him for an idler and a shirk, and through Ruth had urged that he take a clerk's position in an office. Furthermore, they had been aware of his work performed. Manuscript after manuscript of his had been turned over to them by Ruth. They had read them. It was the very same work that had put his name in all the papers, and it was his name being in all the papers that led them to invite him. One thing was certain. The Morses had not cared to have him for himself or for his work. Therefore, they could not want him now for himself or for his work, but for the fame that was his, because he was somebody amongst men, and, why not, because he had $100,000 or so. That was the way bourgeois society valued a man, and who was he to expect it otherwise? But he was proud. He disdained such valuation. He desired to be valued for himself or for his work, which, after all, was an expression of himself. That was the way Lizzie valued him. The work, with her, did not even count. She valued him, himself. That was the way Jimmy the plumber and all the old gang valued him. That had been proved often enough in the days when he ran with them. It had been proved that Sunday at Shellmound Park. His work could go hang. What they liked and were willing to scrap for was just Mart Eden, one of the bunch and a pretty good guy. Then there was Ruth. She had liked him for himself, that was indisputable. And yet, much as she had liked him, she had liked the bourgeois standard of valuation more. She opposed his writing, and principally, it seemed to him, because it did not earn money. That had been her criticism of his love cycle. She too had urged him to get a job. It was true, she refined it to position, but it meant the same thing. And in his own mind, the old nomenclature stuck. He had read her all that he wrote, poems, stories, essays, wiki, The Shame of the Sun, everything. And she had always and consistently urged him to get a job, to go to work. Good God, as if he hadn't been working, robbing sleep, exhausting life, in order to be worthy of her. So the little thing grew bigger. He was healthy and normal, ate regularly, slept long hours, and yet the growing little thing was becoming an obsession. Work performed. The phrase haunted his brain. He sat opposite Bernard Higginbotham at a heavy Sunday dinner over Higginbotham's cash store, and it was all he could do to restrain himself from shouting out, "It was work performed, and now you feed me, when then you let me starve. Forbade me your house, and damned me because I wouldn't get a job. And the work was already done, all done. And now, when I speak, you check the thought unuttered on your lips and hang on my lips and pay respectful attention to whatever I choose to say. I tell you your party is rotten and filled with grafters, and instead of flying into a rage you hum and haw and admit there is a great deal in what I say. And why? Because I'm famous. Because I've a lot of money. Not because I'm Martin Eden, a pretty good fellow and not particularly a fool. I could tell you the moon is made of green cheese, and you would subscribe to the notion. At least you would not repudiate it, because I've got dollars, mountains of them. And it was all done long ago. It was work performed, I tell you, when you spat upon me as the dirt under your feet." But Martin did not shout out. The thought gnawed in his brain, an unceasing torment, while he smiled and succeeded in being tolerant. As he grew silent, Bernard Higginbotham got the reins and did the talking. He was a success himself, and proud of it. He was self-made. No one had helped him. He owed no man. He was fulfilling his duty as a citizen and bringing up a large family. And there was Higginbotham's cash store, that monument of his own industry and ability. He loved Higginbotham's cash store as some men loved their wives. He opened up his heart to Martin, showed with what keenness and with what enormous planning he had made the store. And he had plans for it, ambitious plans. The neighborhood was growing up fast. The store was really too small. If he had more room, he would be able to put in a score of labor-saving and money-saving improvements. And he would do it yet. He was straining with every effort for the day when he could buy the adjoining lot and put up another two-story frame building. The upstairs he could rent, and the whole ground floor of both buildings would be Higginbotham's cash store. His eyes glistened when he spoke of the new sign that would stretch clear across both buildings. Martin forgot to listen. The refrain of work performed in his own brain was drowning the other's clatter. The refrain maddened him, and he tried to escape from it. "How much did you say it would cost?" he asked suddenly. His brother-in-law paused in the middle of an expatiation on the business opportunities of the neighborhood. He hadn't said how much it would cost, but he knew. He had figured it out a score of times. "At the way lumber is now," he said, "$4,000 could do it." "Including the sign?" "I didn't count on that. It'd just have to come, once the buildin' was there. And the ground, 3,000 more." He leaned forward, licking his lips, nervously spreading and closing his fingers, while he watched Martin write a check. When it was passed over to him, he glanced at the amount, $7,000. I can't afford to pay more than 6%, he said huskily. Martin wanted to laugh, but instead demanded, "How much would that be?" "Let me see. 6%. 6 times 7, 420. That would be $35 a month, wouldn't it?" Higginbotham nodded. "Then, if you've no objection, we'll arrange it this way." Martin glanced at Gertrude. "You can have the principal to keep for yourself, if you'll use $35 a month for cooking and washing and scrubbing. The 7,000 is yours if you'll guarantee that Gertrude does no more drudgery. Is it a go?" Mr. Higginbotham swallowed hard. That his wife should do no more housework was an affront to his thrifty soul. The magnificent present was the coating of a pill, a bitter pill. That his wife should not work, it gagged him. "All right, then," Martin said. "I'll pay the 35 a month, and—" He reached across the table for the check, but Bernard Higginbotham got his hand on it first, crying, "I accept! I accept!" When Martin got on the electric car, he was very sick and tired. He looked up at the assertive sign. "The swine," he groaned. "The swine, the swine." When Mackintosh's magazine published The Palmist, featuring it with decorations by Berthier and with 2 pictures by Wen, Hermann von Schmidt forgot that he had called the verses obscene. He announced that his wife had inspired the poem, saw to it that the news reached the ears of a reporter, and submitted to an interview by a staff writer who was accompanied by a staff photographer and a staff artist. The result was a full page in a Sunday supplement, filled with photographs and idealized drawings of Marion, with many intimate details of Martin Eden and his family, and with the full text of the Palmist, in large type, and republished by special permission of Mackintosh's magazine. It caused quite a stir in the neighborhood, and good housewives were proud to have the acquaintance of the great writer's sister, while those who had not made haste to cultivate it. Hermann von Schmidt chuckled in his little repair shop and decided to order a new lathe. "Better than advertising," he told Marion, "and it costs nothing." "We'd better have him to dinner," she suggested. And to dinner Martin came, making himself agreeable with the fat wholesale butcher and his fatter wife. Important folk, they, likely to be of use to a rising young man like Hermann von Schmidt. No less a bait, however, had been required to draw them to his house than his great brother-in-law. Another man at table who had swallowed the same bait was the superintendent of the Pacific Coast agencies for the Asa Bicycle Company. Him von Schmidt desired to please and propitiate, because from him could be obtained the Oakland agency for the bicycle. So Hermann von Schmidt found it a goodly asset to have Martin for a brother-in-law. But in his heart of hearts he couldn't understand where it all came in. In the silent watches of the night, while his wife slept, He had floundered through Martin's books and poems, and decided that the world was a fool to buy them. And in his heart of hearts, Martin understood the situation only too well, as he leaned back and gloated at von Schmidt's head, in fancy punching it well nigh off of him, sending blow after blow home just right, the chuckle-headed Dutchman. One thing he did like about him, however. Poor as he was, and determined to rise as he was, he nevertheless hired one servant to take the heavy work off of Marian's hands. Martin talked with the superintendent of the Asa agencies, and after dinner he drew him aside with Herman, whom he backed financially for the best bicycle store with fittings in Oakland. He went further, and in a private talk with Herman, told him to keep his eyes open for an automobile agency and garage, for there was no reason that he should not be able to run both establishments successfully. With tears in her eyes and her arms around his neck, Marian, at parting, told Martin how much she loved him and always had loved him. It was true. There was a perceptible halt midway in her assertion, which she glossed over with more tears and kisses and incoherent stammerings, and which Martin inferred to be her appeal for forgiveness for the time she had lacked faith in him and insisted on his getting a job. "He can't never keep his money, that's sure," Hermann von Schmidt confided to his wife. "He got mad when I spoke of interest, and he said damn the principal, and if I mentioned it again he'd punch my Dutch head off. That's what he said, my Dutch head. But he's all right, even if he ain't no business man. He's given me my chance, and he's all right." Invitations for dinner poured in on Martin, and the more they poured, the more he puzzled. He sat, the guest of honor, at an Arden Club banquet, with men of note whom he had heard about and read about all his life, and they told him how, when they had read The Ring of Bells in the Transcontinental and The Peri and the Pearl in the Hornet, they had immediately picked him for a winner. My God, and I was hungry and in rags, he thought to himself. Why didn't you give me a dinner then? Then was the time. It was work performed. If you were feeding me now for work performed, why did you not feed me then when I needed it? Not one word in The Ring of Bells, nor in The Peri and the Pearl, has been changed. No, you're not feeding me now for work performed. You are feeding me because everybody else is feeding me, and because it is an honor to feed me. You are feeding me now because you are herd animals, because you are part of the mob, because the one blind, automatic thought in the mob mind just now is to feed me. And where does Martin Eden and the work of Martin Eden performed come in all this? He asked himself plaintively, then arose to respond cleverly and wittily to a clever and witty toast. So it went. Wherever he happened to be, at the Press Club, at the Redwood Club, at pink teas and literary gatherings, always were remembered The Ring of Bells and The Peri and the Pearl when they were first published. And always was Martin's maddening and unuttered demand, why didn't you feed me then? It was work performed. The Ring of Bells and The Peri of the Pearl are not changed one iota. They are just as artistic, just as worthwhile, then as now. But you are not feeding me for their sake, nor for the sake of anything else I have written. You're feeding me because it is the style of feeding just now, because the whole mob is crazy with the idea of feeding Martin Eden. And often, at such times, he would abruptly see slouch in among the company a young hoodlum in square-cut coat and under a stiff-rimmed Stetson hat. It happened to him at the Galena Society in Oakland one afternoon. As he rose from his chair and stepped forward across the platform, he saw stalk through the wide door at the rear of the great room the young hoodlum with the square-cut coat and stiff-rim hat. 500 fashionably gowned women turned their heads, so intent and steadfast was Martin's gaze, to see what he was seeing. But they saw only the empty center aisle. He saw the young tough lurching down that aisle, and wondered if he would remove the stiff rim, which never yet had he seen him without. Straight down the aisle he came, and up the platform. Martin could have wept over that youthful shade of himself when he thought of all that lay before him. Across the platform he swaggered, right up to Martin, and into the foreground of Martin's consciousness disappeared. The 500 women applauded softly with gloved hands, seeking to encourage the bashful great man who was their guest. And Martin shook the vision from his brain, smiled, and began to speak. The superintendent of schools, good old man, stopped Martin on the street and remembered him, recalling séances in his office when Martin was expelled from school for fighting. "I read your Ring of the Bells in one of the magazines quite a time ago," he said. "It was as good as Poe. Splendid, I said at the time. Splendid." "Yes, and twice in the months that followed you passed me on the street and did not know me," Martin almost said aloud. "Each time I was hungry and heading for the pawnbroker. Yet it was work performed. You did not know me then. Why do you know me now?" "I was remarking to my wife only the other day," the other was saying, "wouldn't it be a good idea to have you out to dinner some time? And she quite agreed with me. Yes, she quite agreed with me." "Dinner," Martin said so sharply that it was almost a snarl. "Why, yes, yes, dinner, you know, just pot luck with us, with your old superintendent, you rascal," he uttered nervously, poking Martin in an attempt at jocular fellowship. Martin went down the street in a daze. He stopped at the corner and looked about him vacantly. "Well, I'll be damned," he murmured at last. "The old fellow was afraid of me." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Kreis came to see Martin one day, Kreis of the real dirt, and Martin turned to him with relief to receive the glowing details of a scheme sufficiently wildcatty to interest him as a fictionist rather than as an investor. Kreis paused long enough in the midst of his exposition to tell him that in most of his Shame of the Sun he had been a chump. "But I didn't come here to spout philosophy," Kreis went on. "What I want to know is whether or not you will put $1,000 in on this deal." "No, I'm not chump enough for that at any rate," Martin answered. "But I'll tell you what I will do. You gave me the greatest night of my life. You gave me what money cannot buy. Now I've got money, and it means nothing to me. I'd like to turn over to you $1,000 of what I don't value for what you gave me that night and which was beyond price. You need the money. I've got more than I need. You want it. You came for it. There's no use scheming it out of me. Take it." Kreis betrayed no surprise. He folded the check away in his pocket. "At any rate, I'd like the contract of providing you with many such nights," he said. "Too late." Martin shook his head. "That night was the one night for me. I was in paradise. It's commonplace with you, I know, but it wasn't to me. I shall never live at such a pitch again. I'm done with philosophy. I want never to hear another word of it. The first dollar I ever made in my life out of philosophy," Kreis remarked as he paused in the doorway. "And then the market broke." Mrs. Morse drove by Martin on the street one day and smiled and nodded. He smiled back and lifted his hat. The episode did not affect him. A month before it might have disgusted him, or made him curious and set him to speculating about her state of consciousness at that moment. But now it was not provocative of a second thought. He forgot about it the next moment. He forgot about it as he would have forgotten the Central Bank building or the City Hall after having walked past them. Yet his mind was preternaturally active. His thoughts went ever around and around in a circle. The center of that circle was work performed. It ate at his brain like a deathless maggot. He awoke to it in the morning. It tormented his dreams at night. Every affair of life around him that penetrated through his senses immediately related itself to work performed. He drove along the path of relentless logic to the conclusion that he was nobody, nothing. Mart Eden, the hoodlum, and Mart Eden the sailor, had been real, had been he, but Martin Eden, the famous writer, did not exist. Martin Eden, the famous writer, was a vapor that had arisen in the mob mind, and by the mob mind had been thrust into the corporeal being of Mart Eden, the hoodlum and sailor. But it couldn't fool him. He was not that sun myth that the mob was worshipping and sacrificing dinners to. He knew better. He read the magazines about himself, and pored over portraits of himself published therein, until he was unable to associate his identity with those portraits. He was the fellow who had lived and thrilled and loved, who had been easy-going and tolerant of the frailties of life, who had served in the forecastle, wandered in strange lands, and led his gang in the old fighting days. He was the fellow who had been stunned at first by the thousands of books in the free library, and who had afterward learned his way among them and mastered them. He was the fellow who had burned the midnight oil and bedded with a spur and written books himself. But the one thing he was not was that colossal appetite that all the mob was bent upon feeding. There were things, however, in the magazines that amused him. All the magazines were claiming him. Warren's Monthly advertised to its subscribers that it was always on the quest after new writers, and that, among others, it had introduced Martin to the reading public. The White Mouse claimed him, so did the Northern Review and Mackintosh's magazine, until silenced by the Globe, which pointed triumphantly to its files where the mangled sea lyrics lay buried. Youth and Age, which had come to life again, after having escaped paying its bills, put in a prior claim which nobody but farmers' children ever read. The Transcontinental made a dignified and convincing statement of how it first discovered Martin Eden, which was warmly disputed by the Hornet with the exhibit of the Peri and the Pearl. The modest claim of Singletree, Darnley and Company was lost in the din. Besides, that publishing firm did not own a magazine wherewith to make its claim less modest. The newspapers calculated Martin's royalties. In some way, the magnificent offers certain magazines had made him leaked out, and Oakland ministers called upon him in a friendly way, while professional begging letters began to clutter his mail. But worse than all this were the women. His photographs were published broadcast, and special writers exploited his strong bronzed face, his scars, his heavy shoulders, his clear, quiet eyes, and the slight hollows in his cheeks like an ascetic's. At this last he remembered his wild youth and smiled. Often, among the women he met, he would see now one, now another, looking at him, appraising him, selecting him. He laughed to himself. He remembered Brissenden's warning and laughed again. The women would never destroy him, that much was certain. He had gone past that stage. Once, walking with Lizzie toward night school, he caught a glance directed toward him by a well-gowned, handsome woman of the bourgeoisie. The glance was a trifle too long, a shade too considerative. Lizzie knew it for what it was, and her body tensed angrily. Martin noticed the cause of it, told her how used he was becoming to it, and that he did not care anyway. "You ought to care," she answered with blazing eyes. "You're sick, that's what's the matter." "Never healthier in my life. I weigh 5 pounds more than I ever did." "It ain't your body, it's your head. Something's wrong with your think machine. Even I can see that, and I ain't nobody." He walked on beside her, reflecting. "I'd give anything to see you get over it," she broke out impulsively. "You ought to care when women look at you that way, a man like you. It's not natural. It's all right enough for sissy boys, but you ain't made that way. So help me, I'd be willing and glad if the right woman came along and made you care." When he left Lizzie at night school, he returned to the Metropole. Once in his rooms, he dropped into a Morris chair and sat staring straight before him. He did not doze, nor did he think. His mind was a blank, save for the intervals when unsummoned memory pictures took form and color and radiance just under his eyelids. He saw these pictures, but he was scarcely conscious of them. No more so than if they had been dreams. Yet he was not asleep. Once he roused himself and glanced at his watch. It was just 8 o'clock. He had nothing to do, and it was too early for bed. Then his mind went blank again, and the pictures began to form and vanish under his eyelids. There was nothing distinctive about the pictures. They were always masses of leaves and shrub-like branches, shot through with hot sunshine. A knock at the door aroused him. He was not asleep, and his mind immediately connected the knock with a telegram, a letter, or perhaps one of the servants bringing back clean clothes from the laundry. He was thinking about Joe and wondering where he was as he said, "Come in." He was still thinking about Joe, and did not turn toward the door. He heard it close softly. There was a long silence. He forgot that there had been a knock at the door, and was still staring blankly before him when he heard a woman's sob. It was involuntary, spasmodic, checked, and stifled. He noted that as he turned about. The next instant he was on his feet. "Ruth," he said, amazed and bewildered. Her face was white and strained. She stood just inside the door, one hand against it for support, the other pressed to her side. She extended both hands toward him piteously, and started forward to meet him. As he caught her hands and held her to the Morris chair, he noticed how cold they were. He drew up another chair and sat down on the broad arm of it. He was too confused to speak. In his own mind his affair with Ruth was closed and sealed. He felt much in the same way that he would have felt had the Shelley Hot Springs Laundry suddenly invaded the Hotel Metropole with a whole week's washing ready for him to pitch into. Several times he was about to speak, and each time he hesitated. "No one knows I am here," Ruth said in a faint voice, with an appealing smile. "What did you say?" he asked. He was surprised at the sound of his own voice. She repeated her words. "Oh," he said, then wondered what more he could possibly say. "I saw you come in, and I waited a few minutes." "Oh," he said again. He had never been so tongue-tied in his life. Positively he did not have an idea in his head. He felt stupid and awkward, but for the life of him he could think of nothing to say. It would have been easier had the intrusion been the Shelley Hot Springs Laundry. He could have rolled up his sleeves and gone to work. "And then you came in," he said finally. She nodded, with a slightly arch expression, and loosened the scarf at her throat. "I saw you first across the street when you were with that girl." "Oh, yes," he said simply. "I took her down to night school." "Well, aren't you glad to see me?" she said, at the end of another silence. "Yes, yes," he spoke hastily. "But wasn't it rash of you to come here?" "I slipped in. Nobody knows I am here. I wanted to see you. I came to tell you I've been very foolish. I came because I could no longer stay away, because my heart compelled me to come, because I wanted to come." She came forward, out of her chair and over to him. She rested her hand on his shoulder a moment, breathing quickly, and then slipped into his arms. And in his large, easy way, desirous of not inflicting hurt, knowing that to repulse this proffer of herself was to inflict the most grievous hurt a woman could receive, he folded his arms around her and held her close. But there was no warmth in the embrace, no caress in the contact. She had come into his arms, and he held her. That was all. She nestled against him, and then, with a change of position, her hands crept up and rested upon his neck. But his flesh was not fire beneath those hands, and he felt awkward and uncomfortable. "What makes you tremble so?" he asked. "Is it a chill? Shall I light the grate?" He made a movement to disengage himself, but she clung more closely to him, shivering violently. "It is merely nervousness," she said with chattering teeth. "I'll control myself in a minute. There, I am better already." Slowly her shivering died away. He continued to hold her, but he was no longer puzzled. He knew now for what she had come. "My mother wanted me to marry Charlie Hapgood," she announced. "Charlie Hapgood, that fellow who speaks always in platitudes," Martin groaned. Then he added, "And now, I suppose, your mother wants you to marry me." He did not put it in the form of a question. He stated it as a certitude, and before his eyes began to dance the rows of figures of his royalties. "She will not object, I know that much," Ruth said. "She considers me quite eligible." Ruth nodded. and yet I am not a bit more eligible now than I was when she broke our engagement. He meditated. I haven't changed any. I'm the same Martin Eden, though for that matter I'm a bit worse. I smoke now. Don't you smell my breath? In reply, she pressed her open fingers upon his lips, placed them graciously and playfully, and in expectancy of the kiss, that of old had always been a consequence. But there was no caressing answer of Martin's lips. He waited until the fingers were removed, and then went on. I am not changed. I haven't got a job. I'm not looking for a job. Furthermore, I am not going to look for a job. And I still believe that Herbert Spencer is a great and noble man, and that Judge Blount is an unmitigated ass. I had dinner with them the other night, so I ought to know. But you didn't accept Father's invitation, she chided. So you know about that. Who sent him? Your mother? She remained silent. Then she did send him. I thought so. And now I suppose she has sent you. No one knows that I am here, she protested. Do you think my mother would permit this? She'd permit you to marry me, that's certain. She gave a sharp cry. Oh, Martin, don't be cruel. You have not kissed me once. You are as unresponsive as a stone. And think what I have dared to do. She looked about her with a shiver, though half the look was curiosity. Just think of where I am. I could die for you. I could die for you. Lizzie's words were ringing in his ears. Why didn't you dare it before? He asked harshly. When I hadn't a job, when I was starving, when I was just as I am now, as a man, as an artist, the same Martin Eden. That's the question I've been propounding to myself for many a day, not concerning you merely, but concerning everybody. You see, I have not changed, though my sudden apparent appreciation and value compels me constantly to reassure myself on that point. I've got the same flesh on my bones, the same 10 fingers and toes. I am the same. I have not developed any new strength nor virtue. My brain is the same old brain. I haven't made even one new generalization on literature or philosophy. I am personally of the same value that I was when nobody wanted me. And what is puzzling me is why they want me now. Surely they don't want me for myself. For myself is the same old self they did not want. Then they must want me for something else, for something that is outside of me, for something that is not I. Shall I tell you what that something is? It is for the recognition I have received. That recognition is not I. It resides in the minds of others. Then again, for the money I have earned and am earning. But that money is not I. It resides in banks and in the pockets of Tom, Dick, and Harry. And is it for that, for the recognition and the money, that you want me now? You are breaking my heart, she sobbed. You know I love you, and I am here because I love you. I am afraid you don't see my point, he said gently. What I mean is, if you love me, how does it happen that you love me now so much more than you did when your love was weak enough to deny me? Forget and forgive, she cried passionately. I loved you all the time, remember that, and I am here now in your arms. I'm afraid I am a shrewd merchant, peering into the scales, trying to weigh your love and find out what manner of thing it is. She withdrew herself from his arms, sat upright, and looked at him long and searchingly. She was about to speak, then faltered and changed her mind. You see, it appears this way to me, he went on. When I was all that I am now, nobody out of my own class seemed to care for me. When my books were all written, no one who had read the manuscript seemed to care for them. In point of fact, because of the stuff I had written, they seemed to care even less for me. In writing the stuff, it seemed that I had committed acts that were, to say the least, derogatory. Get a job, everybody said. She made a movement of dissent. Yes, yes, he said. Except in your case, you told me to get a position. The homely word job, like much of what I have written, offends you. It is brutal. But I assure you, it was no less brutal to me when everybody I knew recommended it to me, as they would recommend right conduct to an immoral creature. But to return. The publication of what I had written, and the public notice I received, wrought a change in the fibre of your love. Martin Eden, with his work all performed, you would not marry. Your love for him was not strong enough to enable you to marry him. But your love is now strong enough, and I cannot avoid the conclusion that its strength arises from the publication and the public notice. In your case, I do not mention royalties, though I am certain that they apply to the change wrought in your mother and father. Of course, all this is not flattering to me, but worst of all, it makes me question love, sacred love. Is love so gross a thing that it must feed upon publication and public notice? It would seem so. I have sat and thought upon it till my head went round. Poor dear head. She reached up a hand and passed the fingers soothingly through his hair. Let it go around no more. Let us begin anew now. I loved you all the time. I know that I was weak in yielding to my mother's will. I should not have done so. Yet I have heard you speak so often, with broad charity, of the fallibility and frailty of humankind. Extend that charity to me. I acted mistakenly. Forgive me. Oh, I do forgive, he said impatiently. It is easy to forgive where there is really nothing to forgive. Nothing that you have done requires forgiveness. One acts according to one's lights, and more than that one cannot do. As well might I ask you to forgive me for my not getting a job. I meant well, she protested. You know that. I could not have loved you and not meant well. True, but you would have destroyed me out of your well-meaning. Yes, yes, he shut off her attempted objection. You would have destroyed my writing and my career. Realism is imperative to my nature, and the bourgeois spirit hates realism. The bourgeoisie is cowardly, it is afraid of life, and all your effort was to make me afraid of life. You would have formalized me. You would have compressed me into a 2x4 pigeonhole of life, where all life's values are unreal and false and vulgar. He felt her stir protestingly. Vulgarity, a hearty vulgarity, I'll admit, is the basis of bourgeois refinement and culture. As I say, you wanted to formalize me, to make me over into one of your own class, with your class ideals, class values, and class prejudices. He shook his head sadly. And you do not understand, even now, what I am saying. My words do not mean to you what I endeavor to make them mean. What I say is so much fantasy to you, yet to me it is vital reality. At the best you are a trifle puzzled and amused that this raw boy, crawling up out of the mire of the abyss, should pass judgment upon your class and call it vulgar. She leaned her head wearily against his shoulder, and her body shivered with recurrent nervousness. He waited for a time for her to speak, and then went on. And now you want to renew our love. You want us to be married. You want me. And yet, listen, if my books had not been noticed, I'd nevertheless have been just as I am now. And you would have stayed away. It is all those damned books. Don't swear, she interrupted. Her reproof startled him. He broke into a harsh laughter. That's it, he said. At a high moment, when what seems your life's happiness is at stake, you are afraid of life in the same old way, afraid of life and a healthy oath. She was stung by his words into realization of the puerility of her act, and yet she felt he had magnified it unduly and was consequently resentful. They sat in silence for a long time, she thinking desperately, and he pondering upon his love which had departed. He knew now that he had not really loved her. It was an idealized Ruth he had loved, an ethereal creature of his own creating, the bright and luminous spirit of his love poems. The real bourgeois Ruth, with all the bourgeois failings and with the hopeless cramp of the bourgeois psychology in her mind, he had never loved. She suddenly began to speak. I know that much of what you have said is so. I have been afraid of life. I did not love you well enough. I have learned to love better. I love you for what you are, for what you were, for the ways even by which you have become. I love you for the ways wherein you differ from what you call my class, for your beliefs which I do not understand, but which I know I can come to understand. I shall devote myself to understanding them. And even your smoking and your swearing, they are part of you, and I will love you for them too. I can still learn. In the last 10 minutes I have learned much. That I have dared to come here is a token of what I have already learned. Oh, Martin!" She was sobbing and nestling close against him. For the first time his arms folded her gently and with sympathy, and she acknowledged it with a happy movement and a brightening face. "It is too late," he said. He remembered Lizzie's words. "I am a sick man. Oh, not my body. It is my soul, my brain. I seem to have lost all values. I care for nothing. If you had been this way a few months ago, it would have been different. It is too late now." "It is not too late," she cried. "I will show you. I will prove to you that my love has grown, that it is greater to me than my class and all that is dearest to me. All that is dearest to the bourgeoisie I will flout. I am no longer afraid of life. I will leave my mother and father, and let my name become a byword with my friends. I will come to you here and now, in free love if you will, and I will be proud and glad to be with you. If I have been a traitor to love, I will now, for love's sake, be a traitor to all that made that earlier treason." She stood before him with shining eyes. "I am waiting, Martin," she whispered, "waiting for you to accept me. Look at me." It was splendid, he thought, looking at her. She had redeemed herself for all that she had lacked, rising up at last, true woman, superior to the iron rule of the bourgeois convention. It was splendid, magnificent, desperate. And yet, what was the matter with him? He was not thrilled nor stirred by what she had done. It was splendid and magnificent only intellectually. In what should have been a moment of fire, he coldly appraised her. His heart was untouched. He was unaware of any desire for her. Again he remembered Lizzie's words. "I am sick, very sick," he said with a despairing gesture. "How sick I did not know till now. Something has gone out of me. I have always been unafraid of life, but now I never dreamed of being sated with life. Life has so filled me that I am empty of any desire for anything. If there were room I should want you now. You see how sick I am." He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. And like a child crying, that forgets its grief in watching the sunlight percolate through the tear-dimmed films over the pupils, so Martin forgot his sickness. The presence of Ruth, everything. In watching the masses of vegetation shot through hotly with sunshine that took form and blazed against the background of his eyelids. It was not restful, that green foliage. The sunlight was too raw and glaring. It hurt him to look at it, and yet he looked, he knew not why. He was brought back to himself by the rattle of the doorknob. Ruth was at the door. "How shall I get out?" she questioned tearfully. "I am afraid." "Oh, forgive me," he cried, springing to his feet. "I'm not myself, you know. I forgot you were here." He put his hand to his head. "You see, I'm not just right. I'll take you home. We can go out by the servants' entrance. No one will see us. Pull down that veil, and everything will be all right." She clung to his arm through the dim-lighted passages and down the narrow stairs. "I am safe now," she said, when they emerged on the sidewalk, at the same time starting to take her hand from his arm. "No, no, I'll see you home," he answered. "No, please don't," she objected. "It is unnecessary." Again she started to remove her hand. He felt a momentary curiosity. Now that she was out of danger, she was afraid. She was in almost a panic to be quit of him. He could see no reason for it, and attributed it to her nervousness. So he restrained her withdrawing hand and started to walk on with her. Halfway down the block he saw a man in a long overcoat shrink back into a doorway. He shot a glance in as he passed by, and despite the high turned-up collar, he was certain that he recognized Ruth's brother, Norman. During the walk, Ruth and Martin held little conversation. She was stunned, he was apathetic. Once he mentioned that he was going away, back to the South Seas, and once she asked him to forgive her for having come to him. And that was all. The parting at her door was conventional. They shook hands, said good night, and he lifted his hat. The door swung shut, and he lighted a cigarette and turned back for his hotel. When he came to the doorway in which he had seen Norman shrink, he stopped and looked in a speculative humor. "She lied," he said aloud. "She made believe to me that she had dared greatly, and all the while she knew the brother that brought her was waiting to take her back." He burst into laughter. "Oh, these bourgeois! When I was broke, I was not fit to be seen with his sister. When I have a bank account, he brings her to me." As he swung on his heel to go on, a tramp, going in the same direction, begged him over his shoulder. "Say, mister, can you give me a quarter to get a bed?" were the words. But it was the voice that made Martin turn around. The next instant he had Joe by the hand. "Do you remember the time we parted at the hot springs?" the other was saying. "I said we'd meet again. I felt it in my bones, and here we are." "You're looking good," Martin said admiringly, "and you've put on weight." "I sure have." Joe's face was beaming. "I never knew what it was to live till I hit hoboing. I'm 30 pounds heavier and feel tip-top all the time. Why, I was worked to skin and bone in them old days. Hoboing sure agrees with me." "But you're looking for a bed just the same," Martin chided, "and it's a cold night." "Huh? Looking for a bed?" Joe shot a hand into his hip pocket and brought it out filled with small change. "That beats hard graft," he exulted. "You just look good. That's why I battered you." Martin laughed and gave in. "You've several full-sized drunks right there," he insinuated. Joe slid the money back into his pocket. "Not in mine," he announced. "No getting ory-eyed for me, though there ain't nothin' to stop me except I don't want to. I been drunk once since I seen you last, and then it was unexpected, being on an empty stomach. When I work like a beast, I drink like a beast. When I live like a man, I drink like a man. A jolt now and again when I feel like it, and that's all." Martin arranged to meet him the next day, and went on to the hotel. He paused in the office to look up steamer sailings. The Mariposa sailed for Tahiti in 5 days. "Telephone over tomorrow and reserve a stateroom for me," he told the clerk. "No deck stateroom, but down below, on the weather side, the port side. Remember that, the port side. You'd better write it down." Once in his room, he got into bed and slipped off to sleep as gently as a child. The occurrences of the evening had made no impression on him. His mind was dead to impressions. The glow of warmth with which he had met Joe had been most fleeting. The succeeding minute he had been bothered by the ex-laundryman's presence and by the compulsion of conversation. That in 5 more days he sailed for his loved South Seas meant nothing to him, so he closed his eyes and slept normally and comfortably for 8 uninterrupted hours. He was not restless, he did not change his position, nor did he dream. Sleep had become to him oblivion, and each day that he awoke with regret. Life worried and bored him, and time was a vexation. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Martin Eden by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. "Say, Joe," was his greeting to his old-time working mate next morning. "There's a Frenchman out on 28th Street. He's made a pot of money, and he's going back to France. It's a dandy, well-appointed small steam laundry. There's a start for you if you want to settle down. Here, take this. Buy some clothes with it and be at the man's office by 10 o'clock. He looked up the laundry for me, and he'll take you out and show you around. If you like it and think it is worth the price, 12,000, let me know, and it is yours. Now run along. I'm busy. I'll see you later." "Now, look here, Mart," the other said slowly, with kindling anger. "I come here this morning to see you, savvy? I didn't come here to get no laundry. I come here for a talk for old friend's sake, and you shove a laundry at me. I tell you what you can do. You can take that laundry and go to hell." He was out of the room when Martin caught him and whirled him around. "Now you look here, Joe," he said. "If you act that way, I'll punch your head. And for old friend's sake, I'll punch it hard. Savvy? You will you? Joe had clinched and attempted to throw him, and he was twisting and writhing out of the advantage of the other's hold. They reeled about the room, locked in each other's arms, and came down with a crash across the splintered wreckage of a wicker chair. Joe was underneath, with arms spread out and held, and with Martin's knee on his chest. He was panting and gasping for breath when Martin released him. "Now we'll talk a moment," Martin said. "You can't get fresh with me. I want that laundry business finished first of all. Then you can come back and we'll talk for old sake's sake. I told you I was busy. Look at that." A servant had just come in with the morning mail, a great mass of letters and magazines. "How can I wade through all that and talk with you? You go and fix up that laundry, and then we'll get together." "All right," Joe admitted reluctantly. "I thought you was turning me down, but I guess I was mistaken. But you can't lick me, Mart, in a stand-up fight. I've got the reach on you." "We'll put on some gloves sometime and see," Martin said with a smile. "Sure, as soon as I get that laundry going." Joe extended his arm. "You see that reach? It'll make you go a few." Martin heaved a sigh of relief when the door closed behind the laundryman. He was becoming antisocial. Daily he found it a severer strain to be decent with people. Their presence perturbed him, and the effort of conversation irritated him. They made him restless, and no sooner was he in contact with them than he was casting about for excuses to get rid of them. He did not proceed to attack his mail, and for a half-hour he lolled in his chair, doing nothing, while no more than vague, half-formed thoughts occasionally filtered through his intelligence, or rather, at wide intervals, themselves constituted the flickering of his intelligence. He roused himself and began glancing through his mail. There were dozens of requests for autographs. He knew them at sight. There were professional begging letters, and there were letters from cranks, ranging from the man with a working model of perpetual motion, and the man who demonstrated that the surface of the earth was the inside of a hollow sphere, to the man seeking financial aid to purchase the peninsula of Lower California for the purpose of communist colonization. There were letters from women seeking to know him, and over one such he smiled, for enclosed was her receipt for pew rent, sent as evidence of her good faith and as proof of her respectability. Editors and publishers contributed to the daily heap of letters, the former on their knees for his manuscripts, the latter on their knees for his books. His poor disdained manuscripts that had kept all he possessed in pawn for so many dreary months in order to find them in postage. There were unexpected checks for English serial rights and for advance payments on foreign translations. His English agent announced the sale of German translation rights in 3 of his books, and informed him that Swedish editions, from which he could expect nothing because Sweden was not party to the Berne Convention, were already on the market. Then there was a nominal request for his permission for a Russian translation, that country being likewise outside the Berne Convention. He turned to the huge bundle of clippings which had come in from the press bureau, and read about himself and his vogue, which had become a furor. All his creative output had been flung to the public in one magnificent sweep. That seemed to account for it. He had taken the public off its feet, the way Kipling had, that time when he lay near to death and all the mob, animated by a mob-mind thought, began suddenly to read him. Martin remembered how that same world mob, having read him and acclaimed him and not understood him in the least, had abruptly, a few months later, flung itself upon him and torn him to pieces. Martin grinned at the thought. Who was he that he should not be similarly treated in a few more months? Well, he would fool the mob. He would be away in the South Seas, building his grass house, trading for pearls and copra, jumping reefs in frail outriggers, catching sharks and bonitas, hunting wild goats among the cliffs of the valley that lay next to the valley of Tahoe. In the moment of that thought, the desperateness of his situation dawned upon him. He saw, clear-eyed, that he was in the valley of the shadow. All the life that was in him was fading, fainting, making toward death. He realized how much he slept, and how much he desired to sleep. Of old he hated sleep. It had robbed him of precious moments of living. 4 hours of sleep in the 24 had meant being robbed of 4 hours of life. How he had grudged sleep. Now it was life he grudged. Life was not good. Its taste in his mouth was without tang and bitter. This was his peril. Life that did not yearn toward life was in fair way toward ceasing. Some remote instinct for preservation stirred in him, and he knew that he must get away. He glanced about the room, and the thought of packing was burdensome. Perhaps it would be better to leave that to the last. In the meantime, he might be getting an outfit. He put on his hat and went out, stopping at a gun store, where he spent the remainder of the morning buying automatic rifles, ammunition, and fishing tackle. Fashions changed in trading, and he knew he would have to wait till he reached Tahiti before ordering his trade goods. They could come up from Australia anyway. This solution was a source of pleasure. He had avoided doing something, and the doing of anything just now was unpleasant. He went back to the hotel gladly, with a feeling of satisfaction in that the comfortable Morris chair was waiting for him, and he groaned inwardly on entering his room at the sight of Joe in the Morris chair. Joe was delighted with the laundry. Everything was settled, and he would enter into possession next day. Martin lay on the bed, with closed eyes, while the other talked on. Martin's thoughts were far away, so far away that he was rarely aware that he was thinking. It was only by an effort that he occasionally responded. And yet this was Joe, whom he had always liked. But Joe was too keen with life. The boisterous impact of it on Martin's jaded mind was a hurt. It was an aching probe to his tired sensitiveness. When Joe reminded him that sometime in the future they were going to put on the gloves together, he could almost have screamed. "Remember, Joe, you're to run the laundry according to those old rules you used to lay down at Shelley Hot Springs," he said. "No overworking, no working at night, and no children at the Mangles, no children anywhere, and a fair wage." Joe nodded and pulled out a notebook. "Look at here. I was working out them rules before breakfast this a.m. What do you think of 'em?" He read them aloud, and Martin approved, worrying at the same time as to when Joe would take himself off. It was late afternoon when he awoke. Slowly, the fact of life came back to him. He glanced about the room. Joe had evidently stolen away after he had dozed off. That was considerate of Joe, he thought. Then he closed his eyes and slept again. In the days that followed, Joe was too busy organizing and taking hold of the laundry to bother him much, and it was not until the day before sailing that the newspapers made the announcement that he had taken passage on the Mariposa. Once, when the instinct of preservation fluttered, he went to a doctor and underwent a searching physical examination. Nothing could be found the matter with him. His heart and lungs were pronounced magnificent. Every organ, so far as the doctor could know, was normal and was working normally. "There is nothing the matter with you, Mr. Eden," he said. "Positively nothing the matter with you. You are in the pink of condition. Candidly, I envy you your health. It is superb. Look at that chest. There, and in your stomach, lies the secret of your remarkable constitution. Physically, you are a man in 1,000, in 10,000. Barring accidents, you should live to be 100. And Martin knew that Lizzie's diagnosis had been correct. Physically, he was all right. It was his think machine that had gone wrong, and there was no cure for that except to get away to the South Seas. The trouble was that now, on the verge of departure, he had no desire to go. The South Seas charmed him no more than did bourgeois civilization. There was no zest in the thought of departure, while the act of departure appalled him as a weariness of the flesh. He would have felt better if he were already on board and gone. The last day was a sore trial. Having read of his sailing in the morning papers, Bernard Higginbotham, Gertrude, and all the family came to say good-bye, as did Hermann von Schmidt and Marion. Then there was business to be transacted, bills to be paid, and everlasting reporters to be endured. He said good-bye to Lizzie Connolly, abruptly, at the entrance to night school and hurried away. At the hotel he found Joe, too busy all day with the laundry to have come to him earlier. It was the last straw, but Martin gripped the arms of his chair and talked and listened for half an hour. "You know, Joe," he said, "that you are not to be tied down to that laundry. There are no strings on it. You can sell it any time and blow the money. Any time you get sick of it and want to hit the road, just pull out. Do what will make you the happiest." Joe shook his head. "No more road in mine, thank you kindly. Hoboin's all right, exceptin' for one thing, the girls. I can't help it, but I'm a ladies' man. I can't get along without 'em. And you've got to get along without 'em when you're hoboing. The times I've passed by houses where dances and parties was goin' on, and heard the women laugh and saw their white dresses and smilin' faces through the windows, gee! I tell you them moments was plain hell. I like dancin' and picnics and walkin' in the moonlight and all the rest too well. Me for the laundry and a good front, with big iron dollars clinkin' in my jeans. I seen a girl already just yesterday, and do you know, I'm feelin' already I'd just as soon marry her as not. I've been whistlin' all day at the thought of it. She's a beaut, with the kindest eyes and softest voice you ever heard. Me for her, you can stack on that. Say, why don't you get married with all this money to burn? You could get the finest girl in the land." Martin shook his head with a smile, but in his secret heart he was wondering why any man wanted to marry. It seemed an amazing and incomprehensible thing. From the deck of the Mariposa at the sailing hour, he saw Lizzie Connolly hiding on the skirts of the crowd on the wharf. Take her with you, came the thought. It is easy to be kind. She will be supremely happy. It was almost a temptation one moment, and the succeeding moment it became a terror. He was in a panic at the thought of it. His tired soul cried out in protest. He turned away from the rail with a groan, muttering, "Man, you are too sick. You are too sick." He fled to his stateroom, where he lurked until the steamer was clear of the dock. In the dining room, at luncheon, he found himself in the place of honor at the captain's right, and he was not long in discovering that he was the great man on board. But no more unsatisfactory great man ever sailed on a ship. He spent the afternoon in a deck chair, with closed eyes, dozing brokenly most of the time, and in the evening went early to bed. After the second day, recovered from seasickness, the full passenger list was in evidence, and the more he saw of the passengers, the more he disliked them. Yet he knew that he did them injustice. They were good and kindly people, he forced himself to acknowledge, and in the moment of acknowledgment he qualified, good and kindly like all the bourgeoisie, with all the psychological cramp and intellectual futility of their kind. They bored him when they talked with him. Their little superficial minds were so filled with emptiness, while the boisterous high spirits and the excessive energy of the younger people shocked him. They were never quiet, ceaselessly playing deck quoits, tossing rings, promenading, or rushing to the rail with loud cries to watch the leaping porpoises and the first schools of flying fish. He slept much. After breakfast he sought his deck chair with a magazine he never finished. The printed pages tired him. He puzzled that men found so much to write about, and, puzzling, dozed in his chair. When the gong awoke him for luncheon, he was irritated that he must awaken. There was no satisfaction in being awake. Once he tried to rouse himself from his lethargy, and went forward into the forecastle with the sailors. But the breed of sailor seemed to have changed since the days he had lived in the forecastle. He could find no kinship with these stolid-faced, ox-minded, bestial creatures. He was in despair. Up above, nobody had wanted Martin Eden for his own sake, and he could not go back to those of his own class who had wanted him in the past. He did not want them. He could not stand them any more than he could stand the stupid first-class passengers and the riotous young people. Life was to him like strong white light that hurts the tired eyes of a sick person. During every conscious moment, life blazed in a raw glare around him and upon him. It hurt intolerably. It was the first time in his life that Martin had traveled first class. On ships at sea he had always been in the forecastle, the steerage, or in the black depths of the coal hold, passing coal. In those days, climbing up the iron ladders from out of the pit of stifling heat, he had often caught glimpses of the passengers, in cool white, doing nothing but enjoy themselves, under awnings spread to keep the sun and wind away from them, with subservient stewards taking care of their every want and whim, and it had seemed to him that the realm in which they moved and had their being was nothing else but paradise. Well, here he was, the great man on board, in the midmost center of it, sitting at the captain's right hand, and yet vainly harking back to the forecastle and stokehole, in quest of the paradise he had lost. He had found no new one, and now he could not find the old one. He strove to stir himself and find something to interest him. He ventured the petty officer's mess, and was glad to get away. He talked with a quartermaster off duty, an intelligent man who promptly prodded him with the socialist propaganda and forced into his hands a bunch of leaflets and pamphlets. He listened to the man expounding the slave morality, and, as he listened, he thought languidly of his own Nietzsche philosophy. But what was it worth, after all? He remembered one of Nietzsche's mad utterances, wherein that madman had doubted truth. And who was to say? Perhaps Nietzsche had been right. Perhaps there was no truth in anything, no truth in truth, no such thing as truth. But his mind wearied quickly, and he was content to go back to his chair and doze. Miserable as he was on the steamer, a new misery came upon him. What when the steamer reached Tahiti? He would have to go ashore. He would have to order his trade goods, to find a passage on a schooner to the Marquesas, to do 1,001 things that were awful to contemplate. Whenever he steeled himself deliberately to think, he could see the desperate peril in which he stood. In all truth, he was in the valley of the shadow, and his danger lay in that he was not afraid. If he were only afraid, he would make toward life. Being unafraid, he was drifting deeper into the shadow. He found no delight in the old familiar things of life. The Mariposa was now in the northeast trades, and this whine of wind, surging against him, irritated him. He had his chair moved to escape the embrace of this lusty comrade of old days and nights. The day the Mariposa entered the doldrums, Martin was more miserable than ever. He could no longer sleep. He was soaked with sleep, and perforce he must now stay awake and endure the white glare of life. He moved about restlessly. The air was sticky and humid, and the rain squalls were unrefreshing. He ached with life. He walked around the deck until that hurt too much, then sat in his chair until he was compelled to walk again. He forced himself at last to finish the magazine, and from the steamer library he culled several volumes of poetry. But they could not hold him, and once more he took to walking. He stayed late on deck after dinner, and that did not help him, for when he went below he could not sleep. This surcease from life had failed him. It was too much. He turned on the electric light and tried to read. One of the volumes was a Swinburne. He lay in bed, glancing through its pages, until suddenly he became aware that he was reading with interest. He finished the stanza, attempted to read on, then came back to it. He rested the book face downward on his breast and fell to thinking. That was it, the very thing. Strange that it had never come to him before. That was the meaning of it all. He had been drifting that way all the time, and now Swinburne showed him that it was the happy way out. He wanted rest, and here was rest awaiting him. He glanced at the open porthole. Yes, it was large enough. For the first time in weeks he felt happy. At last he had discovered the cure of his ill. He picked up the book and read the stanza slowly aloud. From too much love of living, from hope and fear set free, we thank with brief thanksgiving, whatever gods may be, that no life lives forever, that dead men rise up never, that even the weariest river winds somewhere safe to sea. He looked again at the open port. Swinburne had furnished the key. Life was ill, or rather, it had become ill, an unbearable thing. That dead men rise up never. That line stirred him with a profound feeling of gratitude. It was the one beneficent thing in the universe. When life became an aching weariness, death was ready to soothe away to everlasting sleep. But what was he waiting for? It was time to go. He arose and thrust his head out the porthole, looking down into the milky wash. The Mariposa was deeply loaded, and, hanging by his hands, his feet would be in the water. He could slip in noiselessly, no one would hear. A smother of spray dashed up, wetting his face. It tasted salt on his lips, and the taste was good. He wondered if he ought to write a swan song, but laughed the thought away. There was no time. He was too impatient to be gone. Turning off the light in his room so that it might not betray him, he went out the porthole feet first. His shoulders stuck, and he forced himself back so as to try with one arm down by his side. A roll of the steamer aided him, and he was through, hanging by his hands. When his feet touched the sea, he let go. He was in a milky froth of water. The side of the Mariposa rushed past him like a dark wall, broken here and there by lighted ports. She was certainly making time. Almost before he knew it, he was astern, swimming gently on the foam-crackling surface. A bonita stuck at his white body, and he laughed aloud. It had taken a piece out, and the sting of it reminded him of why he was there. In the work to do, he had forgotten the purpose of it. The lights of the Mariposa were growing dim in the distance, and there he was, swimming confidently, as though it were his intention to make for the nearest land 1,000 miles or so away. It was the automatic instinct to live. He ceased swimming, but the moment he felt the water rising above his mouth, the hand stuck out sharply with a lifting movement. The will to live was his thought, and the thought was accompanied by a sneer. Well, he had will, aye, will strong enough that with one last exertion it could destroy itself and cease to be. He changed his position to a vertical one. He glanced up at the quiet stars, at the same time emptying his lungs of air. With swift, vigorous propulsion of hands and feet, he lifted his shoulders and half his chest out of water. This was to gain impetus for the descent. Then he let himself go and sank without movement, a white statue, into the sea. He breathed in the water deeply, deliberately, after the manner of a man taking an anesthetic. When he strangled, quite involuntarily, his arms and legs clawed the water and drove him up to the surface and into the clear sight of the stars. The will to live, he thought disdainfully, vainly endeavoring not to breathe the air into his bursting lungs. Well, he would have to try a new way. He filled his lungs with air, filled them full. This supply would take him far down. He turned over and went down head first, swimming with all his strength and all his will. Deeper and deeper he went. His eyes were open, and he watched the ghostly, phosphorescent trails of the darting bonita. As he swam, he hoped that they would not strike at him, for it might snap the tension of his will. But they did not strike, and he found time to be grateful for this last kindness of life. Down, down he swam, till his arms and legs grew tired and hardly moved. He knew that he was deep. The pressure on his eardrums was a pain, and there was a buzzing in his head. His endurance was faltering, but he compelled his arms and legs to drive him deeper until his will snapped and the air drove from his lungs in a great explosive rush. The bubbles rubbed and bounded, like tiny balloons, against his cheeks and eyes as they took their upward flight. Then came pain and strangulation. This hurt was not death, was the thought that oscillated between his reeling consciousness. Death did not hurt. It was life, the pangs of life, this awful, suffocating feeling. It was the last blow life could deal him. His willful hands and feet began to beat and churn about, spasmodically and feebly. But he had fooled them, and the will to live that made them beat and churn. He was too deep down. They could never bring him to the surface. He seemed floating languidly in a sea of dreamy vision. Colors and radiances surrounded him and bathed him and pervaded him. What was that? It seemed a lighthouse, but it was inside his brain, a flashing, bright white light. It flashed swifter and swifter. There was a long rumble of sound, and it seemed to him that he was falling down a vast and interminable stairway, and somewhere at the bottom he fell into darkness. That much he knew. He had fallen into darkness, and at the instant he knew, he ceased to know. The End of Martin Eden by Jack London.